The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Well, that was a rough first day in court, I gotta say. Yeah. Judge Hardcracker, he didn't seem too friendly. And I didn't care for that prosecutor. Well, he is trying to send you to jail for eating all the fish in the aquarium, so that makes sense. No, it's more than that. I mean, that I could put up with, but he has that attitude, that sort of snootiness that all walruses have. What? You know how walruses are. Not really. Look, I'm not prejudiced against them. I've just never met a walrus who wasn't a snooty know-it-all, and I've never met a decent seal who would want anything to do with a walrus. Huh. I guess you learn something new about the animal kingdom every day. What do you say we get on with this day in history? Sure, I guess. If we have to. But I'm still worried about this case. Yeah. For March the 8th, 2024, here is this day in history. In 1531, Henry VIII recognizes as Supreme Head of Church of England by the Convention of Canterbury. In 1817, New York Stock Exchange is founded. And people have been complaining about how it's doing ever since. That they have. In 1867, British North America Act is passed in the House of Commons, serves as Canada's constitution for more than 100 years. In 1917, Russian February Revolution begins in earnest with protests celebrating International Women's Day and riots in St. Petersburg over food rations and conduct of the war. In 1948, U.S. Supreme Court rules in McCollum v. Board of Education that religious instruction in public schools is unconstitutional. In 1973, the Provisional Irish Republican Army undertakes its first operation in Great Britain, planting 4 car bombs in London. 10 members of Pura are arrested at Heathrow Airport while trying to leave the country. Not over the terrorism, just the weather. In 2014, Malaysian Airlines flight MH370 with 239 people loses contact and disappears, prompting the most expensive search effort in history and one of the most enduring aviation mysteries. In 1996, Fargo, directed and written by Joel and Ethan Coen, starring Frances McDermott, William H. Macy, and Steve Buscemi, is released in the U.S. In 1902, first performance of Gene Sibelius's Second Symphony his most popular by Heskini Philharmonic Society. In 1936, the first stock car race is held in Dayton Beach, Florida. In 1971, Joe Frazier ends Muhammad Ali's 31-fight winning streak at Madison Square Garden, New York, retains heavyweight boxing title by unanimous points decision over 15 rounds in the fight of the century. Well, let's get on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
C-A-M-E-L-S. That's right, folks. B for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Ennis, L for Lou Costello. Yes, they spell Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos that brings you the Camel Show, starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Oh, Abbott, my own bosom friend. Hi, Abbott. Well, aren't you going to say hello? Abbott, don't you remember me? Lou Costello, the Walter Pigeon of Redondo Beach. Gee, it's good to be back together again. If you only knew how I missed you, Abbott, how I've starved for the sight of you. Turn around. Let my eyes feast upon you. Gee, the food's bad all over, ain't it? Oh, Abbott, if you only knew how miserable I was all summer. I was sick. I had athlete's throat. I swallowed my swimming trunks. Oh, with the belt in the back, too. Hey, some nights, Abbott, I was very lonely. The nurse had to put me to bed. Then she'd get lonely. Abbott, I really did, though, from the bottom of my heart. All summer I missed you. Please say hello.
Mr. Costello.
Mr. Costello? He thinks I'm my father. Abbott, don't you know me?
Costello, I don't want any part of you.
And me with so much to spare.
Costello, I hate to say this, but you are a constant source of embarrassment. You're crude. You're vulgar. You pride yourself on being a bad boy. You're completely devoid of manners. You're a bore. You're a disgrace to humanity. In short, you're a hopeless misfit.
I agree with everything you said, but I don't think it's short.
I'm not concerned with what you think. This is not a sudden decision. I spent my entire summer contemplating.
You did? I spent mine in Pomona. I met a swell blonde.
Forget the blonde.
I'd rather forget Pomona.
No, Costello, I'm through making apologies for you. Why, the way you behaved at Mrs. Thompson's dinner party. The idea of putting your elbows in the soup.
Well, you told me to keep them off the table.
And after dinner, that hide-and-seek game you played. For the past 4 months, I've been getting letters. Costello, where did you put Mrs. Thompson?
You think I'm going to tell and lose the game? Besides, I didn't like those society people. That scavenger hunt. They brought me back 4 times before I could prove I wasn't a Quonset hut.
You don't belong with society people. Of all things, talking about having your tonsils removed at the dinner table.
I didn't bring up the subject of operations. I didn't. Mrs. Thompson did.
She did?
Yes, she told me she had her alimony cut off.
Why, you nitwit. Alimony is money. That's the trouble with you, Costello. You're ignorant and uncouth.
I'm what?
You're uncouth.
How do I get couth?
You can't get couth. There's no such word.
You mean I'm trying to be something that if there was such a thing, I couldn't be because there was no such thing as?
Now you've got it.
Now I got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Costello, I'll show you what I mean. You're standing on the corner of Sunset and Vine. You're undressed.
Undressed?
Yes. You have no coat, no pants, no shirt.
What happened? Did South America take it away?
I'm just giving you an example. You're standing on the corner of Sunset and Vine undressed. You're uncouth.
So I put on my pants and I'm couth.
There's no such word.
Okay, off with the pants again.
Hey, look. Let's try another example. Now you're well dressed.
My horse came in?
Yes. No. You're the picture of elegance. Your clothes are pressed. Mm-hmm. Your shoes are shined. And your hair is combed. In short, you are immaculate.
You just said in shorts I'm uncouth.
No. Costello, will you please drop the shorts?
Not in October.
Hey, look.
It's cold.
Look. I just told you were well dressed. Immaculate. Now you take your clothes off. What are you?
Immaculate.
And listen, there is no such word.
Couth.
No such word. No. Let's try it. Look. Now, please, don't mock. Now, let's try it once more.
Go ahead.
Now, you're fully dressed. You're attired.
Gotcha.
Now, your clothes are off. What are you?
No such word.
Yes, there is. What is it?
Retired?
No.
Retread?
No.
Uncouth? Immaculate?
No.
No? You're a fine pal. Here you got me standing out on the street in my shorts. Hand me my bathrobe, Abbott, quick.
Why?
Here come a couple of girls I know.
There you go. Always are those silly jokes. Oh, I wish my hands of the whole thing. Goodbye.
Please, Abbott, don't wash your hands. I'll behave.
All right. Now, over there is Skinny Ennis.
Skinny?
Yeah.
I sure like the way the skin is arranged.
That's... you're looking at Marilyn Maxwell.
I still like the way the skin is arranged.
Listen to me, Costello. That's Skinny Ennis over there. He's the band leader.
What happened to Vaughn Monroe? You know, the band leader that was on the air all summer for Camels?
Well, the Camel people are giving him a show of his own.
And we had to settle for Ennis?
Now, listen. Don't put it that way. Mr. Ennis happens to be a gentleman of the Old South and a fine musician.
Well, what does he play? The claghorn?
That's
a joke, Abbott!
Quiet. Keep the jokes to yourself. For that remark, my friend, you don't meet him.
Oh, please, Abbott. I promise I won't embarrass you anymore.
You promise me?
I promise.
Oh, all right. But remember, one crack out of you and it's all over.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Ennis.
Yes, Mr. Abbott?
I want you to meet a very dear friend of mine, Lou Costello. Costello, this is Skinny Ennis.
Can't believe it.
What?
I knew there was a meat shortage, but I didn't think it was this bad.
Costello!
Oh, I forgot. Mr. Ennis, what I meant to say was, you don't look like you got much meat.
And, brother, you look like you got all of it.
Oh, comedian, huh? You think you're funny?
Yes, I've become a comedian. When I first started telling jokes, people had faith in me. Then along came hope.
Well, you've had faith and hope. Take it easy, brother. Next year it might be charity.
That does it. That's all.
Camel's own Skinny Ennis and the orchestra. The song 5 Minutes More. Give me 5 minutes more, only 5 minutes more. Let me stay in your arms. Here am I begging for only 5 minutes more, only 5 minutes more of your charm. All week long I dreamed about our Saturday days. Don't you know that Sunday morning you can sleep late? Give me 5 minutes more, only 5 minutes more. Let me stay in your arms. There's so many things I want to whisper to you.
I could stay like this until the milkman came due. Give me 5 minutes more, only 5 minutes more. Let me stay in your arms.
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
That was a survey conducted by 3 leading independent research organizations. Doctors in every state of the Union, from Maine to California, were included. Doctors in every branch of medicine were asked this question. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? 113,597 doctors were reached. When the replies came in, the brand named most was Camel. Yes, rich, full-flavored, cool, mild Camels. Made of costlier tobaccos, blended with Camel's traditional know-how. Of course, doctors are no different from anyone else, in that they smoke for pleasure. For the same reason, more people smoke Camels today than ever before in the history of this famous cigarette. For your own smoking pleasure, make your next cigarette a Camel.
All right, Costello. I think I've made it plain. We're through.
Look, Abbott, I think you're being a little hard on me. Maybe I am all the things you say, but it's not all my fault.
It isn't.
No. After all, I didn't have much of a home life. Mine was a tragic youth.
Well, now, I didn't know that, Lou.
As a matter of fact, I was born in a corset shop, and it was terrible. For 3 days, they didn't know whether I was going to be a boy or a girdle.
Now, look, Costello, if you're going to kid about this... Remember, if you're going to kid about this, I refuse to listen.
But I didn't get a real mother's love and care. You see, Mother worked. She was a lion tamer in a circus. Gee, I can see her now standing there in her red Satan tights. She was...
Wait a minute, Costello. You mean satin tights. Satan is something that looks like the devil.
You should have seen my mother in those...
Costello, I'm deeply touched. I can see what a void there was in your life. You left alone every night.
Oh, no, I wasn't left alone, Abbott. We used to have a sitter come in. Cost us 50 cents an hour. 35 for her and 15 cents for my father.
15 for your father?
Mm-hmm. She used to sit on his lap. Her name was Bridget. She was an Irish sitter. And there I was, a child, all alone, 14 years old and ready for school.
Costello, you mean you got no education until you were 14?
Oh, yes. I used to watch Father with the sitter. And then, as it must to all men, Mother lost her job. The circus closed. And for weeks, we had nothing to eat but lines. Day after day, nothing but medium rare line burgers. And after dinner, we'd sit around the living room and growl at each other.
Go ahead.
Then, fortune of fortunes, Mother got another job. She became a racetrack tout.
A tout? Isn't that a rather precarious way of earning a living?
Oh, yes, but there was nothing I could do to help her. I was at that in-between age.
Oh, I see.
I was too heavy to be a jockey and too light to be a horse. Oh, what a childhood I had.
Costello, I'm very sympathetic, but nevertheless, other men have overcome greater handicaps. Take one of our great presidents, Abraham Lincoln, for instance.
A fine man, Abbott.
Indeed he was, especially when you realize that the man who grew up to be president of these United States was born and raised in a crude log cabin without any of the modern convenience that we have today.
Gee.
Yeah. At times I'm amazed that the man could endure such hardships. But put yourself in his place, Costello. If you had a rustic log cabin with rain coming through the roof, without plumbing or light or heat, what would you do?
I'd rent it for $500 a month. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Small bonus, no pets, no relatives.
Yes, I am. You're impossible. I'm going over and talk to Marilyn Maxwell.
Hey, Abbott, really, she's gorgeous. What does she do?
Oh, she's a movie star. She won her spurs at MGM.
She did? Where did she get the other prizes? Hey, Abbott, will you take me over?
I will not. You expect me to introduce you to Marilyn Maxwell so you can offend her with your crudeness? So you can desecrate the very air she breathes?
Look, Abbott, she can breathe her air and I'll breathe mine. There's enough to go around. Now, come on, introduce me.
Absolutely not.
Oh, Bud.
It's too late, brother. Here she comes.
Good evening, Bud.
Oh, Marilyn. I'd like you to meet my friend, Lou Costello.
Hello, Louis.
Louis? Oh, did you hear that, Abbott? She called me by my maiden name. Miss Maxwell,
Yes?
what makes you girls so beautiful?
Well, you know what we girls are made of. Sugar and spice and everything nice.
Mm-hmm. The ones I meet are garlic and hash and your father's mustache.
Costello, behave yourself.
I'm sorry. Miss Maxwell, will you sing a song for me?
Anything you say, Louis. I want you to think of me as your friend. In fact, I want to be a big sister to you.
Sing the song. We'll figure out the family relationship later.
Come on, Costello.
From Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Three Wise Fools, comes that lovely singing star Marilyn Maxwell, accompanied by Camel's own Skinny Ennis and the orchestra. The song, I've Got the Sun in the Morning.
Got no diamond, got no pearl. Still, I think I'm a lucky girl. I got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Got no mansion, got no yacht. Still, I'm happy with what I've got. I've got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Sunshine gives me a lovely day, and moonlight gives me the Milky Way. Got no checkbooks, got no bank. Still, I'd like to express my thanks. I've got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. Do-do-do-do-dit. Sunshine gives me a lovely day. Moonlight gives me the Milky Way. Got no checkbooks, got no bank. Still, I'd like to express my thanks. I've got the sun in the morning and the moon at night. And with the sun in the morning and the moon in the evening, well, boys, I'm all right.
113,597 is a mighty big number. But that's the number of doctors questioned in the recent nationwide survey of doctors' cigarette preferences. 3 independent research organizations conducted this survey. They included doctors in every branch of medicine, doctors all over the country, in every state of the Union. All these doctors were asked this question: what cigarette do you smoke, doctor? And the brand named most was Camel. Yes, rich, full-flavored, cool, mild Camels. If you smoke Camels yourself, you'll understand this preference. If you're not a Camel smoker now, try Camels on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, the true proving ground for any cigarette. See if your taste doesn't appreciate the fine, full flavor of Camel's costlier tobaccos, and see if your throat doesn't welcome Camel's cool mildness. Then you'll understand why...
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Yeah, but
arguments.
please.
Enough is enough.
No,
that's
please.
all.
Please, Abbott, please listen.
Nothing doing. You've insulted all my friends. Now, go on being a bad boy, but you'll do it alone, not with me, Costello. You're incorrigible. Goodbye.
Just a minute, Abbott. There's no such word. Abbott! Abbott! Oh, Mr. Ennis,
Yes, Costello?
my lifelong pal just said I was incorrigible. What is that?
Well, boy, if he called you that, I don't want to have anything to do with you.
Snooty. If he ever loses that baton, he'll be playing second washboard with Spike Jones. Miss Maxwell. Oh, big sister.
What is it, Louis?
Louis. Thank you. My best friend just called me incorrigible. What does that mean?
Well, I could explain it to you, Louis, but you'll get a better definition from this dictionary. It's under I-N.
Thanks. These dictionaries. If you read one, you've read them all. Let me see now. I-N incinerator. I may be built like it, but I'm no incinerator. Incoherent? That's a lie. I can hear as good as anybody. A guy can fall asleep looking through all these words. Incorrigible. Incorrigible.
Lou Costello.
Somebody calling me? Where am I?
You are in a dream world, a land of miracles where nothing is unattainable.
I'll have a Frigidaire, 2 washing machines, and a 46 Buick.
Hiya, Costello.
Abbott, what are you doing here? Who are these guys?
You'll find out. Mr. Costello, we keep a record of everything good and bad you do. Here under my arm is a record of the bad things you've done.
Is that what that is?
Yes.
I thought it was the Encyclopedia Britannica.
And here I have a record of all the good things you've done.
On the back of that postage stamp?
Yes, and it's only half used.
You're also a great problem to me, Mr. Costello.
I am?
Yes, I write down the bad things you do. I use those pens guaranteed never to wear out. I have to get a new one every week.
Have you tried writing underwater?
Yes, Costello, but I'm slowly getting the bends.
Get a load of this, Abbott. This guy's got the bends, and he's trying to straighten me out.
Costello, please. These gentlemen are not kidding. This is very serious.
Gentlemen, I think you've got me all wrong. I'm not bad. Really, I'm not.
You're not? Then why did you tie those cans to that dog's tail?
Well, what could I do? He just got married.
And do you deny that on Saturday you stuffed a cop down a sewer?
I deny that. It was Saturday.
Mr. Abbott, would you get me another pen?
Yes, sir.
Hey, wait a minute. How do I know you boys marked down everything in the right column?
What do you mean?
Well, you got the night I kept Callahan out till 5 a.m?
Yes, right here under bad.
Oh, no, that was good. His wife was waiting for him with a baseball bat.
We'll change that.
And did you mark down the night on the Sunset bus I gave my lady my seat?
Yes, that was good.
No, that was bad. I was driving the bus.
I'll make the change.
Gee, I'd like to fill up that postage stamp. You write awfully small, don't you?
Well, I'll read it. It says good deeds was born, period.
Go on.
I have the next 24 years.
Abbott, don't stand there like that. You gotta help me. Say something good about me.
All right, gentlemen. I've known the defendant for years. He's really a good boy. He's done some wonderful things. I remember when there was a sick old man who needed a taxi fare to the hospital. And what did this golden-hearted boy do? Why, he gave that poor old sick man $3.
Abbott, I'll never forget you.
Which he stole from his poor old grandmother.
Anybody want to buy a nice, clean postage stamp? I don't think it's fair to make me testify for myself. Why don't you call in some character witnesses? People who don't know me.
Anything you wish. Name your witnesses.
Well, character witnesses. Let me see. Joe Clark? I told him to bet on the Dodgers. Susie McGurk? No, not after Tuesday night. No. Oh, I know. Skinny Ennis. He knows me.
Calling Skinny Ennis. Here I am, gentlemen. Who sent for me?
We did, Skinny.
Mr. Ennis, we have called you as a character witness. What do you know about Mr. Costello?
Well, Colonel Costello's an old friend of mine. I don't know what I can say except that he's a man among men.
Thanks, Skinny.
Just don't turn him loose among women.
Another fountain pen coming up. Hey, Abbott, please don't let him do this to me. Won't you
I
please
warned
help
you,
me?
Costello. You wouldn't listen to me. I told you to tell the truth or take the consequences.
How do you like that? I'm in trouble and he's playing with Ralph Edwards. I know who'll be my character witness. Miss Marilyn Maxwell.
I'll call her. Calling Miss Maxwell. Calling Miss Maxwell.
Here I am.
Look at that, boys. If you don't mark that down under good, you need glasses.
Quiet, Costello.
Miss Maxwell, we've called you as a character witness for Mr. Costello.
Well, all I can say is I work with Mr. Costello, and I know my father must like him very much because he won't let me speak to Mr. Costello unless he's with me.
Miss Maxwell, what does your father do?
Well, at present, he's unemployed.
Starting tomorrow, you're helping him. Next contestant.
Thank you, Miss Maxwell. You may return to the world of reality. You too, Mr. Ennis.
Ennis caught the local. Well, fellas, I'm ready to go, too. Let her blow.
Not yet, Mr. Costello. We feel you need guidance, so I'm going to follow you. Wherever you go, I will always be with you. Whenever you're tempted to do wrong or tell a lie, I shall always be there.
How will I know?
You will hear my call like this.
How was that again?
Remember, that means I will be with you day by day, week by week. Now, Costello, you may go.
Incorrigible. Abbott.
Oh, stop yelling, Costello.
Where am I?
You fell asleep in that chair.
Oh, Abbott, I had the most awful dream. I met two guys who were keeping a record of my life.
Who were they?
Well, one kept the good records.
And the other?
I couldn't see him. He was writing underwater all the time. Oh, Abbott, I've had my lesson. You're so right. I'm through being bad. From now on, I'm a changed boy.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, Costello. I'm proud of you.
I'm going to make you prouder. I'll show you I'm a gentleman. Oh, Miss Maxwell.
What is it, Louis?
May I have the pleasure of taking you home tonight?
Well, can I be sure you're a gentleman?
Certainly. And when we get home, we'll sit by the fire and do nothing but read poetry. Take to the hills, boys! The dam has broken! Get out, everybody!
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment.
During the war, the makers of Camels offered a weekly salute to the men in the armed forces. Not just words and music, but also a definite actual gift the men valued and wanted. Cigarettes. Free Camels by the tens of millions. More than 150 million free Camels were sent to fighting men overseas. Now free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Fort Washington, Maryland, U.S. Army AAF Regional Hospital, Keesler Field, Biloxi, Mississippi, U.S. Naval Hospital, Great Lakes, Illinois, U.S. Marine Hospital, Fort Stanton, New Mexico, and Veterans Hospital, Excelsior Springs, Missouri.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, a rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with a final word.
Well, Costello, since you're going to change, I'm going to be your pal again.
Gee, thanks, Abbott.
What are you doing later?
What I do after every show. I'm going to the Macombo and have some pheasant under glass. I'm going to the Brown Derby for some cream turkey. I'm going to the drive-in for some meatballs. I've got a stomach ache. Good night, Abbott.
Good night, folks. Good night, everyone.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Every pipe smoker enjoys good, rich, full-flavored tobacco, but he likes his tobacco to burn cool and mild, too. That's probably why more pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the world. Prince Albert gives you rich, full, fine flavor because it's made of choice ripe tobacco, and it's mild and easy on your tongue because it's specially treated to make it so. Next time, ask for the National Joy Smoke, Prince Albert smoking tobacco. And for real listening joy, be sure to hear Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry with its new singing star, Red Foley. Remember, Saturday night on NBC, Grand Ole Opry.
Your local community chest gives aid to such good causes as Homes for the Aged, hospitals, the Salvation Army, Travelers Aid, visiting nurses, and many other friendly, neighborly services. You can best help support these many services by giving generously to the community chest in your city. Everybody gives to the community chest, everybody benefits. This is Jim Doyle in Hollywood reminding you to listen again next
This is NBC,
Thursday,
the National Broadcasting Company.
For Camel Cigarettes.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
For the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day. See your dentist twice a year. Tonight from his hometown, Cleveland, Ohio, we bring you the Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
Thank you, well-fed relatives. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob back in his hometown of Cleveland, Hope, telling you folks in Ohio to use Pepsodent and your teeth will never look worn. You'll always be able to chew a lime, and after you start dating, you'll soon be marrying. It'll be a good alliance because there won't be any tiffin. And I hope you see their point. That's all local, but this is my hometown. Well, here I am in my hometown, Cleveland. Cleveland is all decorated for the sesquicentennial. Nice way of cleaning your teeth. Yes, sir, there are signs everywhere saying 150 years old, and I'm still trying to catch the guy who put them all under my picture. We had a wonderful plane trip in here on the Constellation. The Constellation, that's Buck Rogers' dream come true. We came across in the stratosphere. In fact, we were so high, W.C. Fields flew escort for us all the way to Kansas City. What a trip. Over the Rockies, the stewardess served lunch. I said, why peppermint sticks for lunch? He said, that's celery. Your nose is bleeding. And once I looked out of the window and I saw a guy floating by in midair. I said, hey, what are you doing out there without a parachute? And he said, I don't need one. I'm Ray Milland. But I had a wonderful trip. I didn't feel a thing until we landed at Cleveland, and the stewardess helped me out from under my seat. When we flew in over the city and I saw Cleveland, a lump came in my throat. It was that apple I tried to swallow over Albuquerque. But I want to tell you that Constellation has got every accommodation. In fact, when you're ready for breakfast, you stick your hand out the window and an eagle lays a fresh egg in it. The pilot kept saying the plane was as comfortable as your living room, and he was right, although I did feel sorry for the saxophone player who opened the door and stepped out after the milk. And when we arrived here in Cleveland, what crowds at the airport? The police had the ropes up, but I demanded a trial first. But I love this old town of Cleveland. Somehow, even the wind off the lake doesn't seem as cold as it used to be. Of course, I've got underwear now. I've got a brother here in the wholesale meat business. He had trouble with shortages, but he's getting plenty of meat now. The Cleveland Indians are selling him all their old ball players. And if Tris Speaker's listening, I'm only kidding. A good portion of my family still lives in Ohio. I got a brother doing fine down at Canton and another one doing 5 at Columbus. When I left Cleveland 10 years ago, my father said I would go a long way. In fact, he nailed the door of the boxcar shut just to make sure.
Well, I lived in a neighborhood here where the people were poorer than church mice. And you know, church mice used to be awfully poor until Crosby made Going My Way. I like that personally. And I went back and paid a visit to my old schoolroom and sat in my old desk. And there was the same old inkwell, the same old books, and the same old shaving kit. They're very proud of me out at Fairmount School, though. In fact, on my old desk is a bronze plaque that said, Bob Hope slept here.
Wartime restrictions are ending. Now the toothpaste you wanted is here. It's the new, better-than-ever Pepsodent toothpaste with twice as much irium. This new Pepsodent has a wonderfully refreshing taste. A cleaner, brighter taste that means cleaner, brighter teeth. This new Pepsodent with twice as much irium cleans teeth better. Cleans better between teeth. Makes your breath cleaner, fresher, too. You've never had a finer toothpaste. And never an introductory value like this.
Right now, you can get 2 tubes of new post-war Pepsodent for only 29 cents. Yes, 2 25-cent tubes. A 50-cent value for only 29 cents.
Get this new Pepsodent. Compare it with any toothpaste you've used before. Compare its taste. Compare results. See how quickly, how safely this new Pepsodent with twice as much irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. See how new Pepsodent cleans teeth better. Cleans better between teeth, too. See how fresh it makes your whole mouth feel.
Compare it now during the sensational introductory offer. Get 2 25-cent tubes of new, improved Pepsodent for only 29 cents. A 50-cent value for only 29 cents. Don't delay.
Here comes Skinny Ennis, our boy.
Oh, you won't be satisfied until you break my heart. You're never satisfied until the teardrops start. I tried to shower you with loving kisses, but all I'll ever get from you is nagging and bragging. My poor heart is sagging the way you tossed my heart around. A crying shame. I'll bet you wouldn't like it if I did the same. You're only happy tearing all my dreams apart. Oh, you won't be satisfied until you break my heart. Tearing all my dreams apart. Oh, you won't be satisfied until you break my heart.
That was You Won't Be Satisfied, sung by Skinny Ennis, the only singer in radio who can make one lung sound like none. Edgar, step in. What did you think of that fast flight in from Los Angeles on the Constellation this morning?
Man, we came in so fast I didn't even have time to take a breath.
Well, that didn't make any difference. Today wasn't your day to breathe anyway, was it? Huh? You know, but it's almost unbelievable, Skinny, that the Constellation could bring us from Los Angeles here in 11 hours and 40 minutes.
Bob, it didn't take 11 hours and 40 minutes, did it?
Oh, yeah. 7 hours from California to Cleveland and 4 hours through traffic from the airport to the Carter Hotel. Did it in the bus I was in anyway. Say, how did you like your accommodations on the Constellation coming in?
Well, not bad, but I was a little cramped.
cramped. You shouldn't have been. I thought you'd be very comfortable in there.
Yeah, but those golf clubs take up a lot of room in the bag, too.
Can't understand it. I took the putter out. By the way, Skin. Say, while we're in Cleveland, I'd like to show you the street I was born on.
Street? What's the matter? Couldn't you afford a hospital?
Well, in those days, they had long traffic signals. But, you know, Skin... They even named a street after me here in Cleveland.
Well, so what? They named a street after me in North Carolina, too.
I know, but mine's not a dead end.
Man, how can you stand there with your hat off and say that?
How can you stand with your hat off? Well, shut my face, boy.
Hello, Skinny.
Well, Francis Langford, look at her. Hello, Francis.
How are you, Lester?
What did you say?
I said hello, Lester.
Lester? Never let you look at my family album again. Well, Francis, Skinny and I were just talking about the trip on the Constellation. Wasn't it wonderful?
I thought so, but surely you didn't have much fun pouting all the way.
Well, you'd have pouted, too.
Oh, Bob, the pilot couldn't open a window just so you could hold your paper windmill out. Say, Bob, I meant to ask you. Were your folks glad to see you?
Not particularly, Francis. They were just as happy getting it through the mail. I send the big tube every week, you know. But I got a great thrill getting off the plane at the airport and seeing Major Berry and seeing all those people out there.
Well, I imagine so, but weren't you carrying it a little too far, running up and kissing that one man?
Well, you wouldn't understand, Francis. You didn't have a draft board. No, really, he was the mayor. Wasn't it nice of him to give me the keys to the city?
Yes, he said he thought that would be best.
He thought that would be best?
Mm-hmm. After you left last time, it was so much trouble digging those hairpins out of all the locks.
That couldn't have been me. I'm a paperclip man.
Well, it must have been interesting looking up the old landmarks you used to know.
Yeah, it's too bad so many of them are married. By the way, Francis, where are you staying?
Oh, I'm stopping at the Carter Hotel, Bob.
Oh, really? Well, I'm stopping at the Carter, too.
I know, but they gave me a room.
Oh, well, what do I care? The janitor's a pretty good gin rummy player. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure now to bring you a friend of mine, a former golf partner, and one of the outstanding political figures of our state of Ohio, the governor, His Excellency Frank J. Lausche.
Thanks, Bob, and thank you, Democrats.
Welcome to the Pepsodent Show, Governor.
Thank you, Bob, and I can only say it's a pleasure for me to appear with one of America's most talented personalities.
No wonder this guy is governor. Oh, you didn't have to say that, Governor.
I know, Bob, but in my business, a vote is a vote.
Governor, you must really be popular here. I even saw a Republican applauding.
I'm amazed. You saw a Republican applauding.
Well, he wasn't exactly applauding. He was clicking two bricker buttons together. But, Governor, I'll tell you, it was really decent of you to consent to appear in our program.
It's all right, Bob. I don't run for re-election until next fall, and by that time, the public might forget.
You bring a writer up from Columbus with you, kid? By the way, Governor, don't you think that you could find me some sort of a political job? You know, radio is pretty shaky, and you never know when the sponsor's liable to turn the power off, you know.
Well, right at the moment, Bob...
I don't mean anything big, Governor. Just a little something in the day coach of the official gravy train. sort of a small pig's knuckle in the old pork barrel, huh? For instance, how about me going to banquets with you and sneering back at the Republicans?
Bob, please, you have the wrong idea entirely. In Ohio, we always play ball with the Republicans.
You play ball with the Republicans?
Yes, of course. We make sure they don't spend too much time up at bat. But, Bob, you haven't lived in Cleveland for 10 years, have you?
No, I haven't.
And you've made pretty good money now, don't you?
Well, not bad. What about it?
Well, Bob, I have a lot of influence, but I regret to say, after this year, I'll have to stop your relief checks.
Well, summer's coming, and I can always reopen my frozen custard booth at Euclid Beach anyway. Oh, say, Governor, tell me confidentially, is that rumor true that you have ambitions to get to the White House?
Why, Bob, how did a rumor like that ever start?
Last week, a piano teacher was seen sneaking in your back door.
So, Bob, I guess you've been pretty busy since you arrived here, haven't you?
Yes, I haven't even had time to see my old home.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Bob. But I guess they haven't told you.
Told me about what?
Our recent slum clearance program.
I can always go to my country home in Warrensville. That's all.
Tell me,
That's
Bob.
the local Riviera, folks.
Bob, are you going to be here for the National Golf Open at Canterbury?
Oh, no, you don't, Gov. You can't rope me into a game after that last game we played.
Oh, I see. You're just jealous because I won,
Well,
eh?
no wonder. You can't beat a governor.
What do you mean by that?
Well, when I made that hole-in-one, the police commissioner ran over, shoved a machine gun in my face, and said, "What a wonderful shot the governor just made. Now let's see what you can do."
That's more than I can stand. I give up. Well, Bob, I want to thank you sincerely for bringing your show back here to Cleveland, and to add another word of thanks for the many things you've done to improve the city of Cleveland.
Oh, well, that's very sweet, Governor, but wait a minute. What improvement did I make? I left Cleveland in 1928.
Well, that doesn't leave much for me to say. You asked the question and answered it, too.
Yeah.
That's all that it was, but oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a masquerade ball with costumes and all, 'cause you were at the dance with me. It was just a ride on a plane, that's all that it was, but oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a trip to the stars, to Venus and Mars, 'cause you were on the plane with me. And when I kissed you, more than just a thrill for me. It was the promise, darling, of the things that fate had willed for me. It was just a wedding in June, that's all. But oh, what it seemed to be. It was like a royal affair with everyone there, 'cause you said might do to me. That's all that it was, but oh, what it seemed to be.
Sell it!
Yes, with wartime restrictions ending, the new toothpaste you wanted is here. It's the better-than-ever new Pepsodent toothpaste with a cleaner, brighter taste that means cleaner, brighter teeth. This wonderfully refreshing new Pepsodent contains twice as much irium, the exclusive cleansing ingredient that only Pepsodent can give you. You've never had a finer toothpaste, and never an introductory value like this.
Right now, you can get 2 tubes of new post-war Pepsodent for only 29 cents. Yes, 2 25-cent tubes, a 50-cent value for only 29 cents.
Get it, compare it with any toothpaste you've used before. See how quickly, how safely this new Pepsodent with twice as much irium removes the film that makes your teeth look dull. See how it cleans teeth better, cleans better between teeth, makes your breath cleaner, fresher, too. Compare it now while you can get 2 25-cent tubes of new Pepsodent toothpaste for only 29 cents. This introductory offer is limited, so act at once. Ladies and gentlemen, in honoring Cleveland's sesquicentennial, we had planned to give you a botany playlet tonight, but upon arriving here and learning that a sesquicentennial is not a flower, Bob decided to change at the last minute, so we will now present some episodes from the early life of Bob Hope, or Nature Strikes Back. We take you back to the night of May 23rd, 1911. The stork is winging its way through the sky above Cleveland.
Darn that soft coal.
When Papa Hope comes home from work, he peeks at little Robert lying in his crib and says happily,
Well, what do you know? A swordfish.
But little Robert showed early signs of becoming a child prodigy. It was really a surprise to his parents, and without warning, he uttered his first word.
Da-da, da-da. Isn't that wonderful, Father? And just think, he's only 14.
Finally, at the age of 16, Bob Hope teams up with another kid and goes into vaudeville.
Tell me, Mr. Bones, what's a cow?
What's a cow?
You heard me, what's a cow?
That's a horse that's going bowling.
And Bob grew up and went out to Hollywood to win fame and fortune, but he never forgot his folks. Each week, he sends them a box of apples, which they sell on the corner of Prospect and Ontario. And now we find Bob's parents in Cleveland, Ohio, living in the little house that Bob built for them.
The rain will soon stop, Ma. Keep treading water.
Can't understand it, Paul. The roof never leaked before.
Well, I was up there yesterday and forgot to screw the cap on it. Gee, I sure wish we'd get a letter from our son, Robert.
What for, Paul? There's never anything in them but writing. I wonder what our son Robert's doing out in Hollywood now.
Same old thing, I guess.
Oh, really? That's odd. I heard he got a job. About time you took your exercise, ain't it, Paul?
Yeah, I guess so, Ma. Here goes. Okay, now for the toes and the other foot.
Paul, the mortgage is due today. If our son Robert don't get here with the $10,000, we'll lose the old homestead.
Well, what of it, Ma? If we get kicked out, all we got to do is go around any apartment building and rent an apartment.
Yeah. That's right, Paul. There's lots of vacant places around.
Yeah, gee, that was fun, Ma. Now, this time you light up and blow the smoke in my face. Don't you worry, Ma. Our son Robert will get here with the money.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey. Hey.
There must be a party line. There's a horse on the phone.
you the banker?
Right. J. Van Swearingen, Kelowna. Railroads consolidated, bands amalgamated. Also butter sold at midnight under the high-level bridge.
Well, listen, Kelowna, my son sent me a check last week that should have covered it. How much was his check for?
I can't tell.
You can't tell?
No, hasn't stopped bouncing yet.
You know, Professor, for a banker, you sound a little jerky.
Well, I'm chilly, Hope. I spent all day in the Frigidaire.
What were you doing in the Frigidaire?
Figuring up frozen assets. It's no use pleading. Get the mortgage money and have it at your house tonight. I'll be there at 6 with the hot needles and firing squad.
You're really money mad.
Well, you see, Hope, I want all the things I never had as a child. Wine, women, and a mink string for my yo-yo.
Kelowna, tell me, how can you be so tight?
Easy, Hope. Every morning, alum on my Wheaties.
Kelowna, we haven't got the money to pay the mortgage. What are you going to do to us?
Well, don't worry about a thing. There's a man right here in the bank now explaining why he can't pay his mortgage. And he isn't the least bit nervous about it. Of course, he stutters a bit.
But now, will Bob Hope Jr. arrive in time to save the family homestead? Will Professor Kelowna's mustache get back from the dry cleaners before Wednesday? Will the sponsor put up with this kind of a program much longer? Keep tuned in and try and find out. We now take you to the cabin of a speedy Constellation. Bob Hope is forward, anxiously talking to the pilot.
Are you sure we're going to make it, pilot? I've got to get there for the mortgage. We got enough gas?
Enough gas? We've been out of gas since Chicago.
Out of gas since Chicago? What have we been flying on?
Never mind that. Just keep talking.
What's that?
I won't have enough gas to land. You better bail out.
Okay, I've got the parachute on.
Don't forget, jump. Count to 10, then pull the ripcord.
Okay, here I go, Geronimo! 1, 2, 3. Eight, 9, 10. Here's my house right over here, Skin. You can do these things in radio. I'll go in and surprise Ma.
Well, Lawsy sakes, it's son Robert come home with the mortgage money.
The mortgage money? What mortgage money? Hey, Ma, I got money. Let me back in.
Son, you're just in time. Banker Kelowna's foreclosing the mortgage. We can't pay.
Well, if you can't pay the mortgage, then I'll have to take your daughter with me.
Kelowna, there are no girls in the family, and put me down. And besides, Kelowna, where's your heart? Don't you know that the quality of mercy is not strained?
What's that?
The quality of mercy is not strained. What do you say to that?
Makes it pretty lumpy, doesn't it?
Listen, we shouldn't be discussing this in front of the old folks. We'll go over to your office. Where is it?
Over in Astor.
Beulah?
Glad to know you, Beulah. I'm Kelowna.
You're going to pull this kind of stuff at Higbee's tomorrow at 3, huh? Kelowna, why aren't you a sporting man about this mortgage? We'll duel for the mortgage.
All right, sold. And we'd better hurry or I'll be working with Red Skelton.
Where's that? Oh, yes. All right. Fine. I'll just take this .45 revolver, and you lucky man, take this bow and arrow.
Sounds like a fair arrangement. Ready.
Ready. I'll count 3. 1, 2, 3. Ow!
Didn't know I was a Cleveland Indian.
All thanks to the memory of being asked to share in this great... From coast to coast, no better host than the American Legionnaire. And we thank you so much. Thanks to Governor Frank J. Lausche and all you Clevelanders for being with us tonight. You were wonderful. Governor, you were great, really. Also, I'd like to say thanks again to Captain Pat Gallup, Chief of Operations for TWA, and that wonderful crew for making our trip in the Lockheed Constellation so delightful.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, this true story concerns the heart of a great city. It took 58 minutes to resolve the question of its safety or its total destruction. This is the story of those 58 minutes. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild. To give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, November 15th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were off duty reporting in on an emergency call. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Lynn White, Deputy Chief of Police. My name's Friday. It was 8:25 a.m. when I walked in the Main Street entrance of the City Hall. Yeah, that's right.
You have to take this elevator, Sergeant. It's the only one to serve.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to run you up to 16. Chief's waiting for you up there.
Well, what's the pitch? Only one elevator here in service out of 10? The place looks deserted. What's going on?
There's nobody in the building, Sergeant. All the office people have been sent home. Lots of trouble.
Somebody declare a holiday?
No joke, Sergeant. Big trouble.
Well, you convinced me. What is it?
Here we are. 16th floor.
Okay.
Over here, Friday.
Right.
Hi, Jim.
Hello, Ben.
You made good time.
I came as soon as I got the call in.
Sorry to have to bring you back in. You worked last night, didn't you?
Yeah, midnight to 8 this morning.
It's all right. Come on.
What is it, Skipper? Why all the hush-hush?
Wait till we get inside. In here.
Okay.
Number one, let's keep our voices down.
All right.
I'll make it as brief as I can. Every night counts. What time you got, Friday?
8:33.
All right, here it is. 55 minutes ago, a man walked into this building with a homemade bomb under his arm. If we don't release his brother from the county jail by 9 o'clock this morning, he says he'll pull the trigger on the bomb and blow up the whole building.
He's kidding, Skipper.
Well, who is the guy?
Name's Vernon Carney. Here's his package. He and his brother have been in and out of jail since 1937, small-time thieves.
FBI kickback here. We had him once before, both of them.
Brother's name is Elwood, serving a year for car stripping.
And this two-bit thief is sitting here in the city hall with a bomb on his lap?
That's right, the next room.
And what kind of a bomb is it, Len? You think he's bluffing?
Could be bluffing. The crime lab says no.
Lee Jones from the lab get a look at it?
He's been in here twice. One under the box is glass. Says he can't see much without a closer look, but you can't get near the guy.
All right, what do you want us to do?
It's a volunteer job. You can take it or leave it. I won't order you to do it.
How do you want to handle it?
You sure you want a piece of this from now?
No, he doesn't. He's got a family. Can you get me another single man? We'll give it a try.
Wait a minute, Joe. What makes this job so different? Every time we kick in a door, we never know what's on the other side.
That's what makes it different. This time we do.
No, you're not going to cut me out. Not the only time I know what I'm getting into.
All right. Chandler's tried. Hannon, Davis, Watson, they've all tried. This guy Carney knows what he's doing. He's no pushover, but somebody's got to get that bomb away from him. It's your baby now.
I looked at my watch. It was 8:36. We left Chief White and started down the hall. If Carney was going to make good his threat to blow up the building by 9 o'clock, we had exactly 24 minutes to talk him out of it. Ben and I figured we'd better look him over first and then work out some kind of a plan. Maybe just talking to him would do it. Vernon Carney was sitting in a straight-back chair against the far wall facing the door. He was seated between two windows that looked out over the city. In the center of the right wall was a connecting door leading to the office where Chief White had briefed us. The door was locked on both sides. Just off the center and favoring the left of the room was a small filing table. There was a dictaphone on it. In the near left corner, shielded by a white screen, was a small wash basin. Vernon Carney sat erect, holding a black box on his lap. He held his right hand inside one end of the box. Ben and I walked into the room. What do you say to a man with a bomb?
That's close enough.
Cigarette, Carney?
I'm not smoking right now.
What are you trying to prove?
You know what I want.
We're not going to let your brother out of jail.
You've got until 9 o'clock to change your mind. According to that clock up there in the ward, you got 24 minutes.
If we go, you're going with us, Carney.
Don't take much of a brain to figure that one out, Copper.
What made you think you could get away with this?
I haven't yet. It ain't 9 o'clock. Unless that clock's slow. I haven't checked it against my pocket watch lately. That's the one that's running this show.
Have you given any thought to all the innocent people that are going to go up with that thing of yours?
My brother's innocent. I want him out of jail.
The court says he's guilty. He'll get out when he serves his time.
That's where you're wrong, Copper. He gets out at 9 o'clock this morning.
All right, come on, Carney. Get your hand out of that box. Put the box on the table.
You think I'm bluffing, don't you? I'm going to let you get within 5 feet of me before I make a liar out of you.
All right, Carney. I guess you mean business.
You can take 3 more steps and find out for sure.
Suppose we did let your brother out. We'd just come out and pick him up again, you along with him.
If you could find us.
Let's get this straight. If we let your brother Elwood out, how do we know you'll keep your promise?
What promise? I haven't made any promises. You just get Elwood down here first, then we'll talk about it.
Look, there's just one thing I can't figure, Carney.
Yeah, what's that?
If we don't let your brother out, you say you'll pull the trigger on that bomb. What are you going to prove by that?
It's 8:37 now. You got 23 minutes left?
No, I wish you'd answer that one for me. Why do you want to kill a lot of innocent people?
Don't try to con me, Copper. I know they cleared everybody out of this building 45 minutes ago. I know they cleaned out the whole block. They got it roped off.
Where'd you get your information?
I got a couple of windows here to look out of. Don't you think it's about time you sent somebody over to get Elwood?
What's to stop us from leaving the building along with the other few officers and let you sit here and touch your fat bone?
Go ahead. Won't be a long wait without you. Who are you trying to kid? You'd let me blow up $10 million worth of taxpayers' money? No, you're going to let Elwood out. You wait till the last minute to do it. But you let him out.
All right, let's go. Lynn, listen.
Yeah?
I'm still not convinced that Kearney can back up what he says.
Well, why don't you take the box away from him?
Yeah.
Well, we're in a spot, let's face it.
How about us getting him first?
How are you going to handle it?
I'm not top man on the pistol range, but I could wing him.
And then he hands the box to you? Maybe he falls and his reflex action pulls the trigger.
Okay, I don't wing him. I stop him for
You
keeps.
just can't walk in there and shoot him down.
Why not? You do the same thing with any armed criminal.
Yeah, but you warn him first.
I'll warn him.
And after you shoot him, you find out it's a harmless gadget. Couldn't have gone off in a million years.
No, a gun's not the answer. We can't shoot him until we're positive.
We'll be positive by 9 o'clock, but then there might not be anybody around to shoot him.
We've located Connie's apartment. There's a detail out there checking it now. Bocelli and Morris.
Have you got any ideas at all? Anything we could try?
That's why I called you in. None of us have gotten any further than you did just now.
There's just one thing I want to know for sure.
Yeah, Friday. Is it or isn't it? We all want to know.
Either way, we got to get that box away from him.
I get it. White speaking. Yeah. Did? I'll stay out there. I'll call you. That was Bocelli. They just found 28 sticks of dynamite in Carney's apartment. You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker recorded last week in New York.
Hi there.
My name is Bab Beckwith. Bab. That's short for Bethany Ann Beckwith. I live in New York City, and I'm a fashion stylist. The other day, at a showing of the new fall styles, I ran out of cigarettes. A friend of mine, a designer, introduced me to the new long Fatima. I really wish someone had told me about them sooner. Fatimas are a lot milder than the cigarettes I've been smoking, and they have a delightful flavor, too. I'm very glad to recommend them to you, because I know from experience it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatimas.
And more smokers every day are finding that out. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
We knew now Carney wasn't kidding. We could see into the bomb through the glass window in one end. There was dynamite inside, and there was dynamite in Carney's room. We didn't know if he had the nerve to pull the trigger. We didn't know if it'd go off when he did, but with only minutes remaining, nobody wanted to take the chance. From here on in, all of us agreed that Vernon Carney sat in the next room, holding in his two hands a force powerful enough to destroy us all. I looked at my watch. It was 20 minutes till 9.
How do we get it away from him?
I got an idea. It might work.
What's that?
Well, Carney's sitting against the far wall between two windows, and they're both open.
That's right.
If we could get a man through one of those windows, we might get Carney from behind.
How are you going to get him?
Well, whoever gets through the window could slug him. What do you do then? Somebody grabs the box. The crime lab can tell us what to do with it then.
How do we get a man through one of those windows? We're on the 16th floor.
Well, there's some kind of a ledge that runs around the building on each story, isn't there? Wide enough for a man to walk on?
Let's take a look.
Looks pretty narrow, Joe. A good 18 inches. Couldn't be done.
Too risky. It's been raining out. That ledge is slippery.
Strong wind out there, Joe. It'd tear a man right off the building. Yeah, I guess you're right.
There's still a way. How about a ladder?
16th floor, Skipper.
Well, there might be a way. The fire department would know that. I'll get Battalion Chief Erickson.
There's Lee Jones in the building.
No, he's over at the crime lab. I'll get him up here, too. I don't know, Friday. Maybe it'll work.
It's got to, Lynn.
All right, now look. It's going to take a couple of minutes to set this up. We've got to know what Carney's doing every second of that time.
How about the dictaphone on the table in there?
Good. Get it on without him seeing you.
We'll try.
That dictaphone in there is connected to this one in here. This room is 1614. You got that?
Yeah.
All right, push down key 1614 on that machine in there. And leave it down. Get the receiver off the hook and leave it off.
Leave the receiver off.
That's right. You know, if it isn't off the hook, we won't be able to hear a thing in here.
Right, come on, Ben.
Lynn White speaking. Give me Chief Erickson.
Where's my brother?
He's still in his cell.
You coppers are long on talk, short on time.
Yeah, we know.
I'm telling you, if you're on good, you better get over it over here.
Carney, I'll bet if we get your brother on the phone here, he'll tell you that he doesn't want any part of this.
You mean Elwood doesn't want to get out? Since when?
Sure he wants out, but not your way. He's only got a year to serve. Why don't you leave him alone?
I told him I'd get him out. He didn't think I could do it, but I'm doing it.
I'll make you a bet, Carney. You let us get your brother on the phone. He won't walk out of here with you.
Get him on the phone.
All right.
Where are you going? Phone's over here.
Have to use the dictaphone. I got to get an okay from the chief. Elwood's still a prisoner.
What's the matter with the phone?
No operators. You know the building's been cleared.
That's right. I almost forgot. Okay, you can use the dictaphone.
It's Friday, Chief. Carney wants to talk to his brother. I know you'll have to send somebody over. Have him put the call on the extension. Wait a minute. What's that extension number, babe? 2351. 2351, Lynn. Right? It'll take a minute.
All right. I kind of like to talk to El. Been a couple of months since I've seen him. We've always been together, me and Al, most of the time.
Joe, let's go in and see if we can't hurry that call.
That's a good idea, boy. It's 16 minutes to 9.
Hey, cop. Yeah.
Got to hang up the dictaphone, didn't you?
I put the receiver back on the dictaphone. Ben and I had failed to make good on the first step of the plan. When we got outside the door, we briefed Davis and Watson. They went in to sit with Carney. It would be their job to keep us posted on Kearney's movements. The dictaphone was out. We went back into the office next door. Chief Sam Erickson of the fire department and Lieutenant Lee Jones from the crime lab were already there.
Would have been a help. We haven't got time to cry over it.
Kearney's wide awake, Skipper. He doesn't miss a thing.
White told us the plan Friday. We can't run a ladder up from the street.
Too high, huh, Chief?
The best we've got is a 100-foot aerial. You figure 12 foot to the story, that'll take you up 96 feet, 8 floors. Mm-hmm. We got the latest equipment.
What's that idea you had, Jones?
Sam, can you get a hold of a pump here in a hurry?
Sure, we got a lot of scaling ladders, but you got nothing up there to hook them on.
You figure on dropping down from the floor above?
That's right, and I figure a pump here would do it.
Sure it would. You could make it past the windowsill up there, but you got a 1.5 foot ledge in the way. No, what you want's a lifeline.
You mean lower a man on a rope, Chief?
Yeah, Romero. That's the quickest and the quietest.
Could you rig it so one of my boys could do it?
Surely.
What's the risk?
None if you work it right. We'll strap on a life belt, give the man heavy leather gloves. 2 of my men will lower him down. Pick your lightest man.
What do you think, Lee?
That's it.
What do we do with the bomb when we get it?
I figure that box Connie's holding is about a foot square. Here's what I'll do. I'll get you a bucket with a 1.5 foot mouth, and it'll be full of water.
Yeah?
I'll have it right outside the door to that office. When you get that box, place it in the water. We'll get the bucket out of the building as fast as we can.
And once we get the bomb underwater, we're in the clear?
I can't promise you that, but it's the safest way to handle it under the circumstances.
All right, that's it. Sam, you take care of your end?
Right away.
I'll get a detail to give me a hand out on the street, and we'll take the bomb to a safe area and decommission it.
Let's move on it.
All right, then.
Which part do you want, the rope or the bomb?
You call it.
Fire Chief Erickson said the lightest man on the rope.
That's me, Joe.
All right, I'll get the bomb out of the building.
Okay, that's the routine. Now carry this with you. The man that comes down that rope has one chance to make good. Slug him and make it count. There's no second try.
Yeah.
And, Joe, when you grab that box, you've got to get it away from Kearney before he can squeeze the trigger. Then you've got to get it down the street.
The elevator.
You know how to operate it?
Well, it's pretty simple, but I'll double-check with the operator.
You better do it right now.
Okay. Say we better get Kearney's brother on the phone for him. He seemed anxious.
That might be a pretty good idea.
All right, Romero, that's the outside phone. Get the city jail.
Right, Skipper.
Get going, Friday.
Right. Hey, you, elevator man.
Yes, Sergeant?
I want to see if I know how to work this thing of yours. You taking over the elevator? In a couple of minutes. You want to check me out?
Nothing to it, Sergeant. Here's the control. You push this lever right to go up, left to go down. You see this little trigger on the underside of the handle?
Yeah.
That's a safety lock. Be sure you squeeze it. You can't move the lever.
That's all right if I try it.
Okay, wait till I turn off the master switch. All right. Yeah, that's it. Right to go up, left to go down.
Uh-huh. All right, now how do you operate the doors?
Automatic. They work off the control lever. When the control lever's locked in the up or down position, the doors will close.
I got it.
Now, in case they jam, this red emergency button up here?
Yeah.
Yeah, push it. If that doesn't close, then we call a repairman.
Okay, I think I got it. You want to turn that switch back on?
All right. You sure now? I have my orders to get out of the building. I'll just leave the elevator right here and take the stairs down.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Sergeant, just curious. You going to take the bomb down this car?
We're going to try.
You won't have any trouble. We haven't had an elevator failure in 18 months.
The elevator man turned and went down the stairs. I started down the corridor and met Ben outside the office. He told me that Lee Jones and Chief Erickson were on their way up in the freight elevator at the rear of the building with the necessary equipment. The 2 fire department volunteers were with them. The phone call had been put through to the city jail, and in a minute, Elwood Kearney would be ready at the other end of the line. We went in to tell Kearney.
I told him over at the jail to put the call through on extension 2351.
When's it coming through?
Right now.
You got Elwood with you?
No.
We told you we'd get him on the phone for you. Call will be through in a minute.
A minute's a long time, cop. You've only got 12 of them left.
Elwood's going to talk you out of this.
Oh, sure. Everybody's going to talk me out of this. First it was them other 2 cops, the little porky guy and that other monkey. Then you and this Dixie doughhead here. Now it's Elwood. Now come off it, will you? Get my brother over here.
It's him now. Your brother, Connie, I guess.
They put you.
Just gonna get the phone. You want to talk to your brother, don't you?
I'll take care of the phone. We'll just disconnect it for a little. Will you?
Now get this straight, copper. I'm through with your stinking rotten lying. I want Elwood here, and I want him now. Now bring him here before I blow you all to pieces.
Who threw that phone out in the hall?
I did. You want me to go out there and pick it up?
Connie, that's not going to get you anyplace.
Are you the big boss around here?
Maybe.
Are you, aren't you?
I answered you.
All right, big boy, I got a piece of advice for you. You take your rookie cops here and get it through their thick heads. I mean what I say.
I want my brother over here in this room. And you got just 11 minutes to get it done.
Now you tell him that, will you?
All right, Carney. It's your show. All right, we got to work fast now. Jones, everything set for you?
Got the bucket with the water right here. Car's waiting down the street.
Right. Erickson, your boys ready?
Upstairs, waiting.
We all know what to do.
I'll need somebody to give me a hand with Carney when he falls.
I'll be in there with you Friday.
Ready to go upstairs, Chief?
Anytime. One thing you ought to know.
What's that?
Wind's getting stronger, about 20 mile an hour out there right now.
That's going to louse us up?
No, but it's going to increase the sway. You got to allow for it.
How do you mean?
Wind's coming from the south. We'll lower you just to the right of the window. If I figure right, the wind will do the rest. Bigger risk, but we don't control the weather.
How you going to do it, Ben?
As soon as I get in position, I'll reach in through the window on his right, and I'll use the billy. Try to catch him on the right side of the head. One good hit should put him away.
Make it 2 and be sure, huh?
Right. You ready, Chief?
Let's go.
What's the time, Friday?
8:50.
Shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes for Romero to get down to that window unless the wind gives him trouble.
Jones, there's no use you sticking around.
I'll give Friday a hand.
That's my job. We got to keep you alive to decommission the bomb.
Bum joke. See you downstairs.
You ready, Lynn?
Yeah. Scared, Friday?
Yeah.
Makes us even. Come on.
Lynn White and I went into the next room with Vernon Carney. Ben was going to make a try from the window on Carney's right. Somehow he had to keep his attention on us and away from that window. If anything went wrong and Carney got out of position, the plan had failed. If Chief Erickson didn't estimate the force of the wind correctly, the plan had failed. I looked at my watch. It was 8 minutes to 9.
Carney, anything we can say that'll make you change your mind?
I've asked you 100 times. Now I'm ordering you. You're going to get to a phone and have somebody send Elwood over here right now. I'm through waiting. Now move.
You ripped the phone out, Carney.
Well, then find another one. I told you, I'm sick of your two-bit stalling.
We've got until 9 o'clock to make up our mind about this.
You had until 9. You wouldn't do what I told you. Now I'm cutting you short. You guys got exactly 1 minute to get a phone in this room where I can hear you call a jail and have him send Elwood over here.
You said 9, Carney.
All right, Joe. We'll give him what he wants.
Davis, unlock the connecting door to this office.
I get the phone, Lynn.
The cord reach?
Just a minute. Yeah.
Your brother's a prisoner. He's in our custody and he's under our protection. We can't place his life in jeopardy.
Leave that up to Al.
Kenworthy, this is Lynn White. We want Elwood Carney over here at City Hall. His brother wants to see him. Explain the situation. If he wants to come, get him over here. Leave it up to him. Room 1614, you'll have to use the freight elevator.
And tell him to hurry.
Yeah. Tell him to hurry.
Oh, that's the only smart thing you've done today. Now, why don't you go next door and figure out another angle?
We'll wait for Elwood, too.
You don't think I'd let you get out now, do you? We're all going to wait right here for my brother. In case he don't show up, you're going to see me pull the plug. Now, sit down. Not so close, right where you are. Sit down. It's a loud clock, ain't it? It's windy. It's getting cold in here. Maybe I ought to close the windows.
Hey, turn on the heat.
Stay put, cop. What's that? What's going on?
Just the wind,
Shut up! There's somebody under him. See his feet. You stupid cunts! Pull him up! Get back there! You'll pull him up!
Righty, tell him to pull him out.
Pull him up! Pull him up!
All right, Carney. You win.
You bet I win, you dumb coppers. You didn't think I'd miss a trick like that. Now we'll just close the windows, boys. There's one. And locked.
Here's your brother, Carney.
Yeah. Hi.
I am hurt. Did it?
I told you. Didn't I? That's far enough for the rest of you. Al, you come on over here.
Crazy, Vern. You're crazy.
That's what they've been trying to tell me. I'm going home, Al.
How you gonna do it? There's a million cops outside. People all over town heard about this. They're holding the crowd back.
They ain't gonna stop us now, Al.
You'll never make it, either one of you.
I got him this far, didn't I? We'll make it.
Vern, do you think we could do it?
You.
Yeah?
You're gonna get a car ready for us, a fast one. Have it in front of the building. Move.
All All right, Friday. Do what he tells you.
Right.
Hold it.
Yeah?
If you ain't back by 9 o'clock, the deal still holds. I told them I'd pull the pin at 9, Al, if they didn't let you out.
You ain't fooling, are you, Vern? That gadget really blow?
4 miles high.
They won't let you pull us. We're getting out.
All right, copper, get the car. You got 4 minutes.
Hey, Ben. Ben!
What happened? He spot me?
Yeah, no time to explain. Now, listen, we got to work fast.
Yeah?
We had to bring Carney's brother over from the jail.
How much time we got?
Less than 4 minutes.
How about the ledge?
Think you can do it? Strong wind, you'll have to hang on like a fly.
I don't know. I can give it a try.
Okay, same plan. Every second counts. Now, I can't brief Lynn. He's in the room with the guy. It's up to you and me.
I'll get on the ledge from one of these offices. I hope I'll make it.
If you don't, we'll know you tried. Now, hurry. Hey, Ben, wait a minute.
Yeah?
I forgot. The window's the one on his right. He locked it. You'll have to crawl around to the one on the left. You got it?
Right.
Okay. Car will be ready in 2 minutes out front.
Fine. Ellen and I'll just sit here and wait. It's going to be good being back together, well.
We always were real good together, Vern.
Well, that's the way. Brothers ought to be together all the time.
If Vern, I'd feel better with the gun.
We don't need no gun. We got the bomb.
We need a gun when we get out. When we get on the road.
Okay, take your pick. They all got 'em. You, give him yours.
I'm not carrying a gun. I left it in the other room.
A cop without a gun? Who's kidding who?
I left it in the other room.
Frisk the big boy, Al. He's got one. It's about time for that car, ain't it? It's 2 minutes to 9.
Yeah, this feels like it right on his hip.
Hey, good grabbing, Joe. I got him. Get the box. Leave that gun alone. I got him, Ben. I gotta get his hand out of it.
Run, Joe. Get in the water. Run!
In a fast elevator, 16 floors isn't very much, but I never shared an elevator with a live bomb. Seemed like hours between floors. I kept watching the bucket. The bomb was completely underwater. A small stream of bubbles was hissing to the surface. I waited. Main floor. I picked up the bucket and ran for the street. I missed the first step. I fell forward. The bucket spun out of my hand. I sprawled flat on the sidewalk. I waited for the explosion.
It didn't go off, Friday.
Yeah. I gave it a good chance, Lee.
It was all there. Look, at least a dozen sticks of dynamite. Snyder, bring that over here.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
Thanks. Here's why it didn't go off.
Yeah?
Had it rigged for a hard trigger pull. Would have taken a good yank to set this one off.
All right, Joe.
Hi, Ben.
Clumsy.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 15th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to extra mild Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the king-size cigarette that is extra mild.
Extra mild because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give it a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Vernon Carney was examined by 5 different psychiatrists appointed by the Superior Court and found to be mentally incompetent. He is now confined in the State Mental Institution for the Criminally Insane. Elwood Carney is now serving the balance of his sentence with no time off for good behavior.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Next, Sarah's Private Caper with comedian Sarah Berner on NBC.
Now it's time to pay a visit to Duffy's Tavern.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Duffy, you know who's coming down here tonight? Ozzie Nelson and Harriet Hilliard. From the Red Skelton show. Red Skelton, Duffy. You know, the guy with the bum grammar? Yeah, the guy says, I doed it. Yeah, instead of I done it. Huh? Well, certainly Ozzie and Harriet's married. Well, they just call themselves Nelson and Hilliard for the stage. Private life, naturally. They're known as Mr. and Mrs. Harriet Hilliard. By the way, Duffy, where you been all day? The lodge meeting, huh? Well, what happened at the meeting? Sounds interesting. And, how many stitches did Callahan need? Well, Duffy, what was the fight about? The entertainment for the outing next Saturday. What outing? The annual boat ride and beefsteak of the men's auxiliary of the Friendly Sons of Mother McCree. Yes, quite a lodge, huh? Well, Duffy, what about hiring Ozzie and Harriet to entertain? Oh, so respectable, huh? Well, what did you have in mind? A fan dancer? Duffy, at an outdoor picnic, a fan dancer would be highly contagious to poison ivy. You'd hire Harriet if she'd do it. Duffy, she's a married woman. Would you let Mrs. Duffy do a fan dance? Huh? There ain't that many feathers in the world. Well, look, Duffy, I'll talk to Ozzie and Harriet when I get here. In the meantime, I'll call you back. What do you mean, Miss Archie? Well, you know, Duffy's Lodge is having a boat ride and picnic, so you can take next Saturday off. A day off? Hooray! Yay! I'm free! Eddie, please, you sound like you're escaping from San Quentin. After all, you get plenty of free time.
Day off. Me and Sonia's going dancing.
Who's Sonia?
Sonia Jones.
Oh, yeah, your girl.
Yeah. The girl I left behind me when I went to work here.
When was the last time you took her dancing, Eddie?
Let's see. Last time I had a day off.
When was that?
I don't recall the exact date. All I remember is that everybody was dancing that newfangled step called the Charleston. Well, that day off feel pleasant.
Yeah, huh? Wait a second, Eddie. Hello? What, Duffy? Well, Duffy, I can't ask him to do it now. Well, Okay, Duffy. Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, old boy. Duffy just says that maybe it would be nice to have table service at this picnic and, with some nice, efficient person to wait on the people.
That's so.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Duffy have any special person in mind?
Yeah. Yeah, he was thinking of a certain waiter.
Anybody I know?
Oh, yeah.
Tall waiter or short waiter?
Oh, about as tall as you are.
Tall as I am, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is he smart as I am?
Yeah, he's just about as smart as you are.
Good.
Why?
Because if he's smart as I am, he ain't going to do it neither. don't catch me being no waiter at that monster picnic.
What do you mean, monster? It ain't gonna be so big.
I was using the word in its original sense.
Look, Eddie, you should be glad to get outdoors and get out in the country, you know. It'll build you up, you know, harden your arteries. Working around here, you know what happens to your blood circulation?
Yeah, it don't get around much anymore.
Well, that's it, Eddie. It'll do you good to get out. You know, every so often, a guy's got to commune with Mother Nature.
I've been communing with Mother Nature. Who you think told me to go out with Sonia Jones?
Okay, Eddie, forget the healthical aspects. What about the money? Look at the tips that you could make.
Tips? I've been to the Duffy's picnic. All I ever found in the place was ants.
Oh, now, Eddie, you're exaggerating.
Okay, so occasionally a big spender leaves a field mouse.
There you are. As Kipling says, nature is his own reward, you know.
Good evening, Archie.
Oh, good evening, Officer Clancy. How you feeling this fair evening?
My blood pressure is up and my arches are down.
Oh, well, where does that come from, Clancy?
Well, my arches goes down from pounding the pavement, and my blood pressure goes up from my wife pounding me.
Oh, you know, it's a funny thing, Clancy. I never seen your wife.
Would that I could change places with you.
Yeah, I guess after a while, marriage does get kind of monogamous, huh? What's your wife like, Clancy?
Well, let me tell you, Archie. At night after pounding the beat the whole day, I go home to a rambling old bungalow.
Rambling old bungalow? What nice words to describe a house, huh?
A house? Archie, that's a description of my wife.
Oh, well, she sounds very charming, very livable.
By the way, I hear the friendly sons of Mother McCree is having another picnic.
Oh, yeah, but it'll be friendlier this year, Clancy. Moriarty's in jail now, you know.
Moriarty?
Yeah, he's the one that started the fight last year. You remember how it started? That cow chewing her cud in the pasture, and then Moriarty hollered to the cow. He hollered, you know, he says, I see you got your upper plate fixed, Mrs. Duffy. So Duffy says, did I hear you call that cow Mrs. Duffy? So Moriarty says, yeah. So Duffy says, that's a nasty thing to call a cow. And you know, Mrs. Duffy heard him say it.
Mrs. Duffy heard him?
Yeah, sure. So she stopped chewing her cud and hit Duffy right over the head with Moriarty. Oh, what a picnic. Yeah. Then before you could say Joe Robinson, nobody could identify his own teeth. Oh, them friendly sons of Mother McCree.
Yeah, it's no wonder her brow is all wrinkled and furrowed with care.
Yeah.
Oh,
hello, Finnegan. Finnegan, you know Officer Clancy.
Oh, yeah, he's the guy that pinched me muddy.
You mean he arrested her?
No.
Well, anyways, Finnegan, we were just talking about Duffy's picnic and boat ride.
The boat ride, that's Duffy.
What are you talking about? When was you even on a boat ride?
Told you it should go.
What boat ride?
The Tunnel of Love.
Tunnel of Love. Finnegan, that ain't a boat ride. That's a floating sofa. But anyways, this ain't only a boat ride. This is a picnic where you can get out into the country.
No, thanks. No country for me. The mosquitoes are allergic to me.
Yeah, huh? They are, huh?
The last time I was in the country, there was one mosquito that bite me until I almost fainted from loss of blood.
Well, why didn't you swat him?
Swat me own blood relation?
Well, Finnegan, if they bothered you, did you try using citronella?
No, that's no good, Arch.
No, huh?
No, I drank a whole bottle and the mosquito still bit me.
Maybe we better forget the mosquitoes, Finnegan. I can see that your big problem would be woodpeckers.
Oh, yeah, well, woodpeckers I could tolerate. If there's one little animal in the country I hate, too, I despise.
Huh? You mean your other blood relation, the squirrel?
No, not squirrels. Them other little animals, them little worms you walk around with fur coats on.
Them's caterpillars.
The waterpillars?
Caterpillars. And, Finnegan, you know what they turn into?
Tractors?
No, Finnegan. The caterpillar turns into a beautiful butterfly.
Oh, that's a good trick, Arch. How does he do it?
Well, it's very simple. You see, first the caterpillar turns into a raccoon. See? Then he changes into a tadpole, and out of that ugly little tadpole emerges a beautiful butterfly.
Oh, what happens to the raccoon?
That goes back to I.J. Fox. Now, don't bother me, Finnegan.
Well, I still ain't going to the picnic.
You ain't, huh? Well, it'll be yeah, Toby.
Can I come to the picnic next Saturday?
Come to the picnic?
Now, look, me lad.
Yes, officer?
Take a bit of advice. Stay away.
Clancy, you giving Toby advice? That's like gilding coals in Newcastle. Toby's an expert at giving advice.
If it pleases you, I'm an officer of the law.
And you don't need advice,
don't need
huh?
any advice.
Oh, well, that's well. Well, that don't make no difference what you do, Clint. Miss Duffy.
What's this about you hiring Harriet Hilliard to sing at Papa's outing?
Well, what about it?
Why overlook me, a great singer who is right here under your very nose?
Miss Duffy, it was me very nose that made me decide to overlook you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Says you. Who knows more about singing, you or my teacher?
What teacher?
Professor Yasha Pena Slavnik.
Tanya Wapnick?
Pena Slavnik.
Gesundheit.
Thank you. Do you know what the professor says about my singing?
What?
He says that if Lily Pond had my voice, even with all her talent, she couldn't sing one bit better than me.
Well, that is very flattering.
Yeah. I've improved a lot, Archie. You should hear my voice now. Better tone, bigger range.
Bigger range, huh?
Yeah. When I first started singing, the professor used to get complaints from his next-door neighbors. But now he hears from people blocks away.
So you've really improved, huh?
Well, the professor must think so. He raised his price for teaching me.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah. First, I only paid him 25 cents a lesson. Then 35 cents. Then 50 cents. Then 75. So you see how I've improved. The professor says that pretty soon he hopes I won't be able to afford them at all.
Oh, that professor is smarter than I thought.
Hey, Mr. Archie, look who's coming in.
Oh, Harriet and Ozzie. Hey, what a good couple they are, Artie, huh? Look at that Harriet. Pretty, shapely, charming. You can see the talent and personality oozes all over, huh? Look at him. Look at the guy. One look at him and you want to look right back at her. Well, Oz, old man, glad to see you, Harriet. Well, Maestro and Maestress, I bid welcome to your musical archives. It behooves me a great privilege.
Hey, Ozzie, what is this? Who recommended this place to you?
Red Skelton.
Well, if he wants to break our contract, why doesn't he come right out and say so?
Red Skelton recommend? Well, many friends of Red's can have the key to this joint. As a matter of fact, we call it the Skelton key. Did Red mention me personally?
Yes, it must have been you.
Yeah, huh? What'd he say?
He said when you walk in, get a load of the jerk that greets you.
But he didn't describe me, huh?
Yes, perfectly. 2 ears overlooking a pair of suspenders.
Oh, be nice, Ozzie.
But the guy's a sap.
Well, sometimes a man looks like a sap and turns out to be all right. After all, dear, look how happy we've been.
Yeah, you two are pretty happy. You know, you regain a guy's faith in marriage, huh?
Hey, wait a minute. Are you thinking about getting married, Archie?
Oh, no, not me. You know, marriage is too incurable. Of course, needless to say, I have had numberless proposals. You know, I'm fairly pleasing to the physique. I can write a check up to 6 figures, which proves I have some schooling. But I'm going to wait for Miss Wright to come along, the perfect mate, like you did, Ozzie, and like you should have, Harriet.
This guy's getting on my nerves.
I don't know. To me, he makes sense.
Hey, Archie, how about a knockdown to this dish here?
Oh, Harriet Hilliard, this is Clifton Finnegan.
Enchanted, Miss Hilliard.
And this gentleman...
Do you know, Miss Hilliard, you are a very cute tomato.
Finnegan, ixnay with the tomato. The picker is here.
Look, I'd stop cramping me stuff. You know, Harriet, I really go for your kind of looks.
Finnegan, will you please lay off?
Archie, if you got to sing something cheerful. Now, Harriet, as I was saying, you're the kind of girl that...
Finnegan. Ring. Third finger, left hand, white. Misses.
Say, Arch, don't rush me. I ain't even asked her to go steady yet.
Mr. Finnegan, this clever fellow is trying to hint that Harriet is married.
To who?
To me.
Impossible.
It's true, Finnegan. This is Harriet Hilliard and Ozzie Nelson. They're on the radio on Tuesday nights.
Don't try to fool me, Arch. Tuesday night is the night Bob Hope is on the radio.
Well, they come on when there's no more hope. You've heard the show, Finnegan, where that guy plays the kid.
Oh, yeah, Red Skelton.
Sure. Well, Harriet here is Red Skelton's mother.
Skelton's mother? Oh, boy, it's a lucky thing I didn't let her rope me in, Arch. Imagine having Red Skelton for a stepfather.
Oh, Finnegan. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, yeah, Duffy. Look, well, how much will the Friendly Sons pay? Well, Ozzie and Harriet and the band. $12, huh? That your rock top? Okay, Duffy, you're the boss. All right. Say, Oz and Harriet, how would you like to make a fast buck next Saturday?
Doing what?
Entertaining the men's auxiliary of the Friendly Sons of Mother McCree. Would you be willing to play an outing?
Oh, we might be interested. What's the customary stipend for this outing?
Stipend? Oh, white pants and a polo shirt.
No, I mean the money.
The money. Well, first, leave me give you the other advantages. A free trip to the country, Oz, which you could use, you know. Look at you, working them stuffy radio studios. You know, you're a victim of maltuition. You don't start taking care of yourself, Harriet will soon be known as the widow of Oz.
Now, Archie, never mind the insults. What about the money?
The money. Now, another advantage. The Friendly Sons of Mother McCree is also a burial society, see? And it's the custom, if they like the entertainers, to present them with 1 year's free burial gratis. Sound pretty attractive?
Archie, what about the money?
I beg your pardon?
How much?
A cool $12. And all the food you can stomach.
Did I hear you say $12?
Well, how much do you want?
5,000.
Well, maybe you'll come down a little and we'll come up a little.
Okay, let's make it 4,999.
Okay. We'll go to $13. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Well, we're still a little apart on the dough. Well, I'm up to $14, and they're down to $4,900. Split the difference, huh? What do you mean, split the difference? Leave Ozzie home. Duffy, you can't do that. Well, I tell you what, why don't you audition him, and then after the audition, if you don't like him, out. If you do like him, well, we'll chisel. Okay, Duffy.
Just a second. Did I hear the word audition?
Well, certainly. You don't think Duffy's going to buy a couple of pigs in a poke?
Ozzie, are you going to stand there and let this guy insult me?
Do you want me to lead, dear?
Hey, Joe, please, some music. And Ozzie and Harriet, don't forget, Duffy's listening now.
Milkman, keep those bottle quiet. Cut out if you can't lullaby it. Oh, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Been jumping on a swing shift all night, turning out my quota. All right, now I'm beat right down to the side, and I got to dig myself some knots. So, milkman, keep those bottles quiet. Now the noise of the riveter, I don't mind it, 'cause the man with the whiskers has a lot behind it. But I can't keep punching with that victory crew when you're making me punchy with that bottle moo. I want to give my all if I'm going to give it, but I got to get my shut-eye if I'm going to rivet. So bail out, bud, with that milk barrage, because it's unpatriotic. It's sabotage.
Easy now, sister. Not so cranky. I never met a gal quite so hinky-hanky. I'm a milkman, you know. I can't be quiet as a mouse. Gotta bring those noisy bottles from house to house. I delivered morning papers up until today, and I can hit any porch from a half a block away. Look. Oh, for goodness sake. I keep forgetting how easily the bottles break.
Milkman, keep those bottles quiet.
I'm just as quiet as I can.
Well, quiet.
All right, I'm being quiet. I'm just
Hello, Duffy. What'd you think of him? What's the matter with your voice? You sound like Fred Allen. Oh, you're holding your nose, huh? Well, look, I'll see what else they can do. Well, kids, he thought you was great. Yes, thought you was great. Now, what else can you do?
Well, Ozzie tells jokes.
Such as?
Well, listen to this one. Say, Ozzie.
Yes, Harriet?
Tell me, where do you come from?
Brooklyn.
What part?
All of me. Great joke, eh, Arch? Do you think they'll like it at the picnic Saturday?
You think it'll live until then? I think you better tell another one, Oz, and keep it within a century.
Well, okay. Oh, here we go. Say, Harriet, last night in the theater, I was hit with a cowardly tomato.
You were hit with a cowardly tomato, Ozzie? What is a cowardly tomato?
What is a cowardly tomato?
Yes, what is a cowardly tomato?
A cowardly tomato is a tomato that hits you and runs.
Hello, Duffy. Huh? Well, you gotta give her credit for sticking with the guy. Huh? If she wasn't a cowardly tomato, she'd run. Okay, Duffy. Well, we'll try again. Well, kids, he didn't like the jokes quite as well as the song. What else can you do?
Well, Archie, you know, Ozzie and I have always felt that with a little work, we might become a good dramatic team.
Dramatic? Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yes, we've been studying Shakespeare.
Shakespeare. You're going to do Shakespeare at this outing?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. You know, you could very easily turn it from an outing into the Oxbow incident. Shakespeare. Can't you do something besides Shakespeare?
Well, how about Romeo and Juliet?
Well, that's a little better. Go ahead and try it.
Okay. Oh, Romeo, do not impute this yielding to light love which the dark night has so discovered.
Lady, by yonder blessed moon, I swear...
Ha! 'Tis the moon.
By yonder blessed moon, I swear, that tips with silver all these treetops.
Holy cat, this is worse than Shakespeare.
Oh, Romeo. Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or if thou wilt not, be but my sworn love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet.
And I'll no longer be the manager. Hello? Not Duffy? Bad as that, huh? Well, kids, you've done it again.
You mean we get the job?
Yep, and the offer is now down to $6.
$6? Well, it would be a nice day in the country, though.
Oh, gee, and Duffy's been so sweet.
Yeah, okay, we'll take it.
Bad news, Duffy. They accept. Huh? Okay. Sorry, kid. Duffy says it's too late. He just resigned from the law.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Another exciting tale of escape is up next.
You are alone in the dark forest, and behind you somewhere is the werewolf waiting to drink your blood. And you desperately desire the impossible, to escape.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and carefully plotted to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight we escape to the backward world of Eastern Europe, where ancient superstitions still live in the minds of men. Tonight we escape with Geoffrey Household's grim story, Taboo. Among semi-civilized peoples, there has always been widespread belief in werewolves, those fantastic creatures supposedly able to turn from man or woman into wolf and back again at will. This belief is still widespread among the simple folk of eastern Hungary, in the district around Zweibergen, high in the gloomy Carpathian Mountains. And I must admit, not without some reason. Before the late war, I often spent my vacations in that area, drawn to the dark loneliness by the pull of my Slavic blood. It was the same with her, perhaps, and our kindred ancestry no doubt drew us together. Her name was Kira Vaughan, and she was there with her husband, a pleasant young Englishman. They were obviously much in love, and I felt almost like an intruder when I found myself the only other vacationer in the village. However, they made me welcome and invited me to dinner. It was an excellent dinner.
Won't you have some more strawberries, Mr. Shirabius?
Oh? Thank you, no, Mrs. Vaughan. I've eaten far too much already. I cannot say when I've had so excellent a dinner.
Thank you.
I'm sure I shall get nothing like it at the inn.
I should hate to have to stay at the inn.
You see, Shirabius, my wife is one of those delightful creatures who cannot stand to be shut in. She must run free, preferably in the woods, with her hair streaming in the wind. She's quite unusual.
Indeed she is, my dear Vaughan. And you may count yourself most fortunate.
Oh, I do. Where else should I find so good a cook?
Oh, very true. I've never tasted venison quite like that tonight. Delightful.
Thank you.
Another of her little victories. She delights in outdoing the ordinary housewife. She disdains the village shop and gets her meat right off the hoof.
Oh? You do your own hunting?
Oh, dear, no.
Not that. She's much too kind-hearted and loving a person for that. She's found a new source. The district game warden brings fresh venison to our door.
Oh, it's not he, but his son.
True. The game warden's slightly moronic son, who is, I'm sure, in love with her.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Oh, not so. It's quite understandable. I'm beginning to fall in love with her myself.
You see, my dear.
Thank you, sir.
Seriously, though, I can understand this wild desire to be free. This wish to, as you put it, run in the woods with the wind in your hair. It is some legacy of our Slavic blood, no doubt. Yours and mine and the game warden's moronic son. Somehow we feel at home in these dark forests.
Oh, you too.
Yes.
And I don't. I confess it, I don't. There's something here that frightens me. Something strange and inhuman and taboo.
Darling.
I'll confess something, Shirabius. I don't like Kira to go out into these forests alone. Maybe I'm afraid that someday this emotional impulse of hers will get the better of her and she'll just disappear. Like those two men last week.
Oh? What was that? Did I miss some exciting happening?
No, not really. No, you'd think so to hear the villagers talk. A fellow coming home through the woods after dark just disappeared. Probably got fed up with life dark, just disappeared. Probably got fed up with life here in the village and lit out for Budapest.
And what about the other one?
Oh, yes. Well, a search party went out the next day to look for the fellow. When they got back, they found one of their party was missing. Evidently, he'd taken the opportunity to skip out, too.
Is that what you really think?
Well, why not, my dear? If those men had been done away with, it might have been by something supernatural. And there's no such thing.
But might it not have been some wild animal?
Oh, the bears around here are harmless and the wolves are not in pack. At any rate, there would have been some sign, some blood, tracks, something. There was nothing. They simply disappeared, vanished, skipped out.
Richard,
How can you be so careless?
You see the paradox? My wife, who loves the woods, believes the fantastic tales of the villagers. I, who confess to finding the woods strange and frightening, do not believe them.
Perhaps it is because you are frightened that you are afraid to believe them. What do the villagers say?
Well, you know this district well enough. They're talking of werewolves and such tommy rot. Oh, it's utterly fantastic.
Yes, to you, an Englishman, it would be.
And it isn't to you?
Fantastic, yes, I suppose, but perhaps Mrs. Vaughn and I, who feel at home in this forest, can understand and believe such fantasy a little more easily than you.
Yes. I remember many times as a child, I dreamt of being an animal. I thought then that I would love it. The freedom of the forest.
Exactly. That primitive instinct is so deep within us all. A heritage of some dim, distant past. In us Slavs, it lies closer to the surface. Takes very little to bring it to light.
Yes, it is true.
Well, you've placed my wife in a new life, Shiravia. You'll have me suspecting her of changing into a wolf and running out to the forest to murder people.
Oh, please, Vaughn. You take me too literally. And besides, it is a shame to spoil so delightful a dinner with so gloomy a conversation.
Right. Shall we go into the living room? There's a cheerful fire in there. Oh, yes? What is it, Frida?
Beg your pardon, sir. But a message just came from the village.
Oh? What is it?
They want you and Mr. Sharavius to come down there now. They're organizing another search party.
What?
Yes. There's another man missing.
Shira! That's a Sharavius. She's fainted.
It was only then I realized that these people were under a terrible tension. I was to learn very quickly that the whole village shared it. Every able-bodied man in the district was at the inn when we arrived. The magistrate explained the situation.
The grocer. He went into the forest late this afternoon hoping to bag a blackcock for his supper. A little after dusk, a solitary shot was heard. It was heard. That was 3 hours ago, and he has not returned.
But only 3 hours? Isn't there a chance that he might still return?
A chance, perhaps, but the other two did not. It will do no harm to search for him. We may still be in time to save his life.
We searched most of the night, and then next morning Vaughn and I went out again. We climbed to my favorite spot for hunting blackcock, and then followed the trail down to the village, the trail the missing grocer would have taken. I was beginning to be a little exasperated at Vaughn. He seemed to be so casual and uninterested, as if he were convinced that this one too had merely skipped out. But I underestimated him. He was a skilled tracker, and suddenly he did show some interest.
Wait a minute. Someone has turned aside from the path here. He was in a hurry. I wonder why.
I think you are right. There are some broken branches.
Why? Why here?
It's hardly likely anyone would go plunging into that thicket unless he had a reason.
Wait. See that big white rock behind the thicket? When you're being followed, it's comforting to have a clear space around you. You'd feel safe up on top of that rock with a gun in your hands, if you got there in time.
You may be right. Let's go up.
Right on.
We forced our way through the underbrush to the rock. It was 30 feet high on the downslope side, and a hot spring at the foot of it bubbled out of a cavity scarcely 2 feet wide. We made our way up to the slope, around it, and came out on top. There was nothing there except for some ivy in the cracks, and one small stunted tree.
Aha! Look at that.
Where?
The tree. The entire base has been shattered by a charge at close quarters. Perhaps that was the shot that was heard.
You're right, it must be. They say there is always a tree between you and it.
What do you mean, it?
The werewolf.
Well, this must have been a baby one then. That mark is only 6 inches off the ground. No. I think the man's gun went off as he fell. Perhaps he was followed too close as he scrambled up. About here would be where his body would have fallen.
Do you see anything? I don't. No blood stain.
Yeah, well, wait. Look here.
Oh, but it's just a tiny spot.
Well, it's enough. It's blood, all right. And something more. A tiny bit of tissue.
Let me see. Yes. Brain tissue. Must have come from a deep wound in the skull, made by something like an arrow or a bird's beak. Or maybe even a Sharp tooth.
Mm-hmm. But where's the body? There is absolutely no other sign. No evidence that it's being dragged off anywhere.
No, I can't see any other. Very strange. But at least we know one thing, Vaughn. This man did not just skip out. This man was dead, or dying. When we brought our information back, the excitement of the village mounted. The peasants crossed themselves, and at the inn, the old tales were being told.
That's old Weiss, the game warden, talking now. And Joseph Weiss, his son, beside him.
The moronic son?
Yes. The old man is the character, too. Listen.
The biggest one my grandfather seen, and it followed him in the forest. Time after time, he met at the twilight outside his cabin. And time after time, he fired at it point blank. But he couldn't hurt it. Then he pounded a silver finger and loaded his gun with it. One shot and the wolf disappeared. But next day, they found Heinrich the cobbler dying in his house with a beaten silver coin in his belly.
Fools! You believe such stupid talk?
Joseph!
My grandfather used to tell the same story. Only when he told it, it happened to his grandfather. Anyone can see it didn't happen at all. Such things can't happen.
Joseph, you call your father a liar?
I do.
Well, far from being a moron, Joseph seems to have more sense than the others.
Perhaps. Joseph, you're not afraid of this werewolf, then, eh?
I? No.
Why not? The whole village is frightened.
I'm used to walking alone in the woods at night. You've got to be a part of the forest, and you'll not be afraid of it.
You do believe in werewolves, then, eh?
I don't say a man can turn into a wolf, no. But I can understand why he'd want to.
Your theory again, Sir Abief.
Yes. I think I understand that too, Joseph. But what does it feel like?
It feels as if the woods had got under your skin, and you want to walk wild and crouch at the knees.
Yes. I think he's perfectly right.
And, you explain it by some primitive urge?
Possibly. There may be many reasons. Physical hunger could be one. We sometimes forget that man was once a fleet-footed hunting animal with all the necessary instincts.
Hunger? Yes, we all know about that. About what it can do to a man.
I've been trapped in a cliff for 5 days, I know.
None of you have suffered hunger as we did in the prison camp during the war. None of you knows what it is to eat.
Joseph, let's not talk about it. He gets so upset remembering.
Well, we'll have to go on searching for the body and for the werewolf.
You'll not find it. Not until you arm yourselves with silver bullets. Not until you arm yourselves with silver bullets.
Perhaps it is gone now, whatever it is. The search parties may have frightened it away.
It wasn't frightened by the first search party. It simply took one of them. Now it is still here. And it will strike again. You may be sure of that.
The whole village believed that Joseph Weiss was right. They traveled in the woods by twos now. No one went alone. For a week, village life was disrupted. The men beat the forest. The women tried to comfort each other. Kira wore herself out trying to be useful. The village women could not help loving her. But there was something else. Something strange. One day I spoke to Frida, the maid, about it.
Yes, she is a strange one, Mr. Sharibia. Even now I have seen her going out to walk alone in the woods at twilight. The women in the village think she is possessed.
What do you mean, possessed?
I hesitate to say, sir.
Come, tell me.
They are beginning to say sometimes the werewolf can be a woman.
At first, the suggestion seemed so ridiculous to me that I hesitated to speak of it. But then I decided to tell Vaughn before this rumor could reach Kira herself. He was naturally much upset.
That settles it, Shirabi. We've got to do something.
Something, yes, but what?
There's only one thing we can do. Track down this supposed werewolf.
That's what we've been trying to do for a week. How can we
It's really very simple. We'll offer him bait.
Bait? Who will be this bait?
You and I, Sharadia. If you're game.
Why, yes, of course I'm game.
Good.
But how? Are you going to tie me to a tree and watch out with a gun?
That's about right. And he will even tie you up. And since it was my idea, you can have first turn with the gun. Are you a good shot?
Right.
This is no time for false modesty.
Yes, I'm a good shot.
Very well. It'll be night, and you'll have to shoot with only the moonlight.
Where do we go? To the rock?
Exactly. And the sooner the better. Tonight?
Tonight.
And say nothing, absolutely nothing, to anybody. Especially to Kira.
I understand. This is between us. Either we win, or we simply disappear. It was difficult getting away without telling Kira what we were going to do. She seemed to sense that something was wrong, and she sat staring after us with strange, angry eyes. In the village, Vaughn and I parted and made our ways to the rock separately. I reached there first and settled myself on top of the rock, almost covered by the ivy, the gun across my knees. Presently, Vaughn appeared on the path, and I gave the signal that I was there and ready. The trap was set. In the eerie stillness of the dark forest, we waited. Vaughn paced slowly on the path. I kept the gun sight trained a yard in back of him as he walked. Minutes passed in silence. Hours went by. Nothing happened. It was almost midnight, the end of our vigil. Vaughn waved his hand and started off down the trail. He would go fast in case he was followed, taking a shortcut down an old timber slide. He'd be in the village in 10 minutes. I was to follow presently. And then suddenly I got an intense feeling of dread. I was alone on the rock. My spine tingled, and then I heard a quick rustle in the ivy behind me. Something brushed my face. It was only a bird. A night bird had lit in the ivy and swooshed past me and flew away. My nerves were still tingling when I got back to the village. Next day, when I went to see Vaughn, he gave me a warning glance. Kira was suspicious. I could see the question in her eyes when she greeted me.
So, here is the other culprit. Which of you is most to blame for keeping such late hours?
Right. I'm supposed to keep peace in the family. I should say it is I.
No, you can't get him off that easily.
I'm the only culprit, my dear. You see, I've never hunted deer at night. I asked Sharadia to help me.
I suppose you shoot the poor things while they sleep.
Oh, no, while they're having their dinner, if possible.
You're cruel and heartless, both of you.
Oh, it's no use letting her start an argument, Sharadia. I'll go get us a drink.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'd like that. Why do you look at me like that?
Was the hunting good last night?
No, not very. We didn't get anything, as you see. I'm afraid you'll still have to depend upon Joseph for your venison.
Where did you hunt?
Simply in the forest. Nowhere in particular.
You're not telling me the truth, are you?
My dear, I don't know what you're thinking, but I assure you...
Oh, never mind. I suppose it is best I don't know. But take care of him, please.
Of course I will.
If anything should happen to him...
But what could happen?
You know. You understand these things.
That night I was the bait, and I confess walking there on the moonlit path, the dense undergrowth pressing close on both sides, the forest all around me, that I felt a strange terror. But nothing happened. Once a bear ambled across the path, paused, sniffed, and disappeared into the brush. Then a little later I thought I saw a flicker of white in the clearing below, but it never reappeared, and I decided it must have been a ripple of grass in the moonlight. At midnight we returned to the village, and I was beginning to wonder if our trap would ever be sprung.
We must keep on, Sharadia. I have a feeling that tomorrow night, perhaps, or the next night...
I'm game as long as you are, but so far we've only lost sleep.
I've got to keep on. Have you forgotten about Kira? The things they're saying about her?
No, of course not, but surely these people would not do anything to her.
It's not that. It's what it might do to her spirit if she would hear those insane rumors. She's so sensitive. I don't like to think about it.
Then, shall we go out again tomorrow night?
Yes. You must come to dinner, though, first. Vice is bringing down more venison. Kira will want you to come.
All right. Till tomorrow night, then. After dinner, we went out for our third night on the rock. Vaughn was the bait tonight, and I the watcher. The forest was alive with sound. A deer coughed. The bear came ambling back as woolly and harmless as a dog. I was watching him when suddenly he paused and sniffed the air, and disappeared into the trees. The animal sounds quieted one by one, and a tense stillness fell over the forest. My hand tightened on the gun, and suddenly I saw it. That flicker of white moving fast through the trees. It was coming up the path toward Vaughn, a soft, bulky white blur, coming surprisingly fast. Vaughn's back was turned. He did not see it. My finger tightened on the trigger. It was only a few yards away when he turned.
Get up!
I started to press the trigger.
No, Sheriff, no!
Richard.
Sheriff, what are you doing here?
Oh, darling, I was looking for you. I looked last night, too. Oh, Richard.
Sheriff, you shouldn't have. It was foolish, terribly foolish.
Richard, there was something else in me. I know it. That's why I was running.
Sheriff, you shouldn't be out here alone.
Well, what about you? Where's Girardier?
He's up there on the rock, covering me with his rifle. I'm perfectly straight. I'll show you. I'll hold out my handkerchief like this. Now, Girardier, put a hole in that.
I stared for a moment at the white square of handkerchief, then at the white of her coat. My lips were dry. My finger felt numb on the trigger.
Come on, Girardier, the handkerchief.
Please, God, don't let me miss.
There, you see, my dear? I'm perfectly straight.
We went down the path together, and I followed after a moment. 100 yards from the timber slide, I knew I was being followed. Even before I heard something in the brush behind me, I stopped and turned around. Moved past me, cutting off my retreat. Now I stood alone in terror, but it was still in the brush. If only I could make the timber slide. I got down safely. I went straight to Vaughn. He came out of the house to talk to me. I told him what had happened. His reaction surprised me.
Girardier, I'm sorry I had to leave you up there to face it alone, but I had to bring her down.
Of course, I know that.
And you must believe this. She never left me. We came down together, arm in arm. We came straight down. You must believe that.
But of course, why should I think differently?
Then you must realize, whoever it was up there in the brush following you, it couldn't have been Kira.
Good heavens, Vaughn. Do you think I believe that preposterous story?
Didn't you? Even up there on the rock, when you hesitated about firing at the handkerchief, didn't you believe it might be Kira?
No. Why, no, of course not. But I did. Vaughn knew my thoughts almost better than I knew them myself. Yes, that was why my lips were dry and my finger numb when I pressed the trigger. I had refused to admit it even to myself. And now was I sure, even now. That night, Vaughn was excited.
We're going to get it. We're going to get it tonight. After last night, she'll be there waiting for us.
Yes, I think you are right. But if you are, we wouldn't want anyone else to come walking in on us. It might cause confusion.
Don't worry. Kira has promised to stay at home. She says we're doing our duty and she won't interfere. Do you think this is our duty?
No.
Neither do I. I never feel that anything I enjoy can be my duty. And now, I really enjoy this. Tonight, I'd like to be the bait.
No, it's my turn. I won't give it up. Besides, if it's the revenge you want, you have the gun.
That's so. All right, then. Tonight, you'll be the bait.
That night, for the first time, I regretted ever getting into this mess. As I paced up and down the path, my nervousness grew. Tonight, it would surely come. I felt it. But would Vaughn shoot straight and quick enough? The hours went by. Clouds kept scudding over the moon, leaving me in deep darkness for minutes at a time. I was really beginning to be frightened. Then a fraction of a second before it happened, I knew it was coming. There was a hot breath on my neck, a crushing weight on my shoulder, something hard against my skull, and the crack of Vaughn!
Girardier, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. What was it?
A man, hurry, come on. I'm going in after him.
All right, I'm coming. Vaughn, where did he go?
I can hardly believe it. But he went right into this hot spring under the rock. To the rock.
But there's hardly opening enough for a rabbit.
He went under the water. Come on.
Wait, Vaughn, I'm coming with you. We plunged into the spring, wriggling our way forward, not knowing what to expect. Vaughn held the rifle high above the water, but there wasn't room enough for our heads. We had to hold our breath and plunge forward. Luckily, it was only a few feet. I immersed and took a breath. Then I heard Vaughn fire.
I got him.
Where? Shine the flashlight.
There, at the other side of the cave.
Yes. Who would have thought there would be a cave here?
Or that anyone could have gotten through that spring.
It was a perfect hiding place.
Yes, but it does him no good now. Turn him over. Let's see who our werewolf is.
Where? What? It's Weiss. Joseph Weiss, the game warden's son.
Oh, why didn't we think of that? We all knew he was not quite sane.
More than that, he almost told us. Remember, he said, I do not believe a man can turn himself into a wolf. But I know why he'd want to.
Yes, and he described the feeling. To walk wild and crouch at the knees.
He knew that feeling. He knew it too well. Beside Joseph Weiss, we found a murder weapon. It was a patented animal killer, a heavy iron muzzle that gripped the scalp, a heavy spike that was released by a spring. His hiding place was even more perfect than we had supposed. When the magistrate investigated, he found a passage from that cave which led underground for more than a mile, and finally to the game warden's house where a ladder led into his cellar.
Undoubtedly, Weiss found that dry underground river one day and realized he could use it. Perhaps that is what caused his mind to snap.
Yes, it released a long pent-up spring in him, like that weapon he used. He saw that he could run in the woods like an animal, disappearing and reappearing with perfect safety. He even offered a place to bury his victims without a trace.
And so your theory proved correct. That there's a murderous, primitive instinct lurking in some people.
Yes.
Well, it's all explained excepting what he did with the body.
It would serve no useful purpose to speculate on that now.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Kira, you haven't said anything.
Why did you have to shoot him?
Kira, he was a murderer. He tried to murder Shiravyev.
Is it murder when a wolf kills? A dumb animal? Flattened of intruders?
Kira!
You understand what I mean, don't you, Shiravyev? You understood that night when you shot the handkerchief. Just as I have. It might have happened to any of us, you see.
Kira, what do you mean?
Take me away from here, Richard. Just take me away quickly.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight brought you Taboo by Jeffrey Household, adapted for radio by John Dunkel with Paul Frees as Shiravyev, Marta Mitrovic as Kira, and Morgan Farley as Bond. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Fure. Next week...
You were standing on a bridge over Owl Creek with a noose around your neck. You have only a few seconds left to live. A few seconds left to plan your escape.
Next week, we escape with Ambrose Bierce's famous story, An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge. Good night, then, until the same time next week when we again offer you... 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 Next week when we again...
Now let's see what Fibber, Magee, and Molly are up to.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Of Thee I Sing. Wanted immediately, refined man or woman with cultural background to settle artistic argument. Must be loud, strong, and willing to back judgment with sound authority or large blunt instrument. No salary, but valuable experience. Apply 79 Wistful Vista in care of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Now, you look here, Magee. I'm tired of arguing about this. You've exhausted my impatience. Let's not hang the picture tall.
Well, we gotta put it up, Molly. I spent $2.98 getting the frame for that picture. Besides, that's the prettiest calendar the butcher ever sent out.
Well, now, just the same, you'll hang it the way it should be hung or out it goes. The top of the picture should be at eye level.
No. The bottom of the picture should ought to be hung at eye level.
What's your authority?
Professor Roger J. Hemingway, manager of the art exhibit at the Cincinnati World's Fair in 1913. He says so. What's your authority?
Dr. William Poultney Vanderplug, the man they put in charge when they fired Professor Hemingway. That's who.
Go on, I got you there. There never was any Professor Hemingway. I made him up.
I know it. That's why I didn't feel bad about firing him. Oh, come on now, dearie. Let's not argue about it. Come in.
Fibber, Magee, and Molly?
Yes?
As leading citizens of Wistful Vista, I'm sure you'll be glad to sign this petition.
Oh, you betcha, Bud. Right on this line here? There you are. Now you, Molly.
All right. There you are, sir.
Thank you very much.
Oh, by the way, what's this petition for, Bud?
I don't know yet, but I'll think of something.
Right. We certainly got led into that one.
Yeah.
Say, why didn't we ask him how to hang that picture?
Because I still think it ought to...
He's a bored mule driver. But go ahead.
Okay. Hello, operator. Give me the Wistful Vista Gazette. Oh, is that you, Mert? How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's, eh, Mert? Your uncle. Clawed by a tiger at the circus, eh?
Oh, heavenly day.
What you know about that, Molly? They took a picture of Mert's uncle clawed by a tiger at the circus. What's, eh, Mert? Oh, you're ready with the Gazette, eh? Oh, okay. Hello, Gazette. Let me talk to the art editor. Huh? Oh, is that you, Art? Huh? Oh, he ain't, huh? Okay. Well, thanks anyway. He ain't there, Molly.
Where is he?
Gone over to the art museum. They just bought a modernistic painting, and they don't know which side is up.
Say, maybe we ought to go to the art museum. There ought to be somebody over there that'll tell us how to hang this picture.
Say, that ain't a bad idea. I always wanted to see what was in that art museum anyway. It's public, ain't it?
Well, certainly. Let's go. We might pick up a hunk of culture whilst we're there, huh?
Sure, come on. Well, get your hat and let's go.
All right. I'll be glad to get this thing settled in.
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter.
Hi, old-timer.
Say, we haven't time to talk now, Mr. Old-Timer.
No. Got to check up on what's doing in art these days. Used to be quite a fancy painter myself.
Old Fancy Paints Magee, he was known as in them days.
That's pretty good, daughter. But that ain't the way I seen it.
You mean that ain't the way you heard it?
Nope. Just bought a television set, Johnny, and I watch the jokes now. The way I watched it, one feller says to t'other feller, say, says, I see where a couple of scientists say that grass is good to eat, chock full of vitamins. Yep, says t'other feller. Here's a poem I just wrote about that. I remember the day when a ritzy cafe was the place to take Mabel or Mary, but now we're so brazen we take our gals grazing in a pasture for two on the prairie. Say, where you kids going?
Down to the art museum, old-timer. We want some advice on how to hang a picture.
Say, maybe you can tell us. Now, should a picture be hung with the top or the bottom at eye level?
Sorry, kids. Can't tell you.
Go on. How do you hang your pictures?
Can't hang any. Live in a tent. Well, so long, kids.
linoleum, its colors are bright and fresh. Wouldn't it be nice if you could always keep them that way? Well, you can very easily, simply by buying a can of Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat will not only keep the colors bright and new-looking, but it will also make the linoleum last years longer than floor covering that is continually scrubbed with soap and water. Too much scrubbing softens and cracks the surface. Glow Coat protects the surface. And besides this protection, Glow Coat is a wonderful labor saver. In the first place, it requires no rubbing or buffing. It's self-polishing. Just apply and let dry. And in 20 minutes, you have a sparkling, beautiful floor. In the second place, it's easy to keep a glow-coated floor spotless. Spots and stains wipe up quickly with a damp cloth. You can use Glow Coat for your painted and varnished wood floors, too. You'll find it everywhere. The attractive red and yellow can of Glow Coat, spelled GLO-COAT.
Museum is a kind of impressive-looking joint, ain't it, Molly?
Oh, it certainly is.
Well, let's go in.
Are you sure they don't charge admission?
Well, pretty sure. I'll ask that artistic-looking guy there. Hey, Bud.
Yes?
What's the poke for a peek at the paintings?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
He means what do they charge for admittance here?
Oh, 25 cents.
Well, thanks, Bud. You an artist?
Yes, I am.
Do you work on landscape?
No, I work on marines.
Oil?
No, tattoos.
Oh. Come on. Well, to admission, sis, here's 4 bits.
Thank you. Could I direct you to any particular exhibit?
No, but as long as you work here, maybe you could settle an argument for us.
Yeah, look, sis, when you hang a picture, how high do you hang it?
Yes. Bottom at eye level or top at eye level?
That depends on its juxtaposition to and relation with the masses in the room's composition. There is what we call a psychic or occult balance in which the optical illusion is definitely opposed to the actual or realistic balance.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Thus, what would be a proper position for one object would be absurdly inharmonious for another, when considering the aesthetic values and intrinsic interrelationships in modern decor. Does that answer your question?
Sis, that not only answers our question, it brings up 22 more. Thanks very much. Come on, Molly. Well, we didn't get much satisfaction out of her, did we?
No, we didn't. And you know what I think?
What do you think?
I think if there were fewer people like her explaining art to more people like us, there'd be fewer people like you drawing mustaches on posters of people like Lydia Pinkham.
I think you got some. Oh, hey, look. There's a statue of a gal with the arms busted off.
Oh, no, that's the Venus de Milo, dear.
It is? I got a better name for it.
What?
Look, Ma, no hands. Don't you get it, Molly? I says, look, Ma.
Ain't funny, Magee.
Ain't? With all these watercolors around her, I've lost my fire.
Oh, my.
Uh-oh, hold everything. Here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Yes, and simply oozing culture at every pore.
Poor old gal. Personally, I feel kind of sorry for any woman who has to come to a public place like this to see some etchings.
Quiet, Magee. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington?
Well, I hardly expected to find you two people here. That is, I had no idea you were interested in the more cultural aspects of life and wistful vistas.
Ooh, yes, we thought it might do us good, Uppy. We may have low brows, but we got high hopes. High hopes.
What are you doing here, Mrs. Uppington?
Oh, I came to attend a class in flower arrangement. Fascinating subject, really. Are you familiar with flower arrangement, Mrs. Magee?
Only the kind where you arrange the flower with a little milk and baking soda, Mrs. Uppington.
Oh, really? Oh, how very amusing.
Yes, I thought so.
I simply must be going. I do hope you enjoy communing with the works of the old master.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, by the way,
isn't there a Botticelli somewhere on this floor? A what? A Botticelli.
Well, you spend more time here than we do, Uppy. You ought to know where the Botticelli is. I'll ask the guard over here. Hey, guard.
Yes, what is it?
Will you please tell this lady where the Botticelli is?
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. It's gone. We loaned it to the New York World's Fair.
Oh, thanks, Bud. Gee, Uppy, that's tough luck. No Botticelli.
No Botticelli? Well, take my number and call me Uppy. Her and her Botticelli.
Yeah.
She hasn't bought a picture since she had her silhouette cut at the Columbian Exposition in 1893.
She should have waited. She'd get a lot more silhouette for her dough these days.
Well, come on, dearie. We've got to find somebody in authority that will tell us how to hang a picture.
Hey, maybe there'd be somebody in here. This door's marked private.
Sorry, mister. You can't go in there.
Why not?
Well, that's where the models dress for the life classes.
Models, huh?
Come on, Magee. Come on.
Oh, wait a minute, Molly. I got to tie my shoestring.
Well, hurry up and get it tied.
Oh, Dad, rat it. Now the other one come untied.
Now, listen here, Magee. You're just stalling. You think there might be a pretty model in there, and that if you...
Hey. Here's somebody moving around in there. Hey, she's coming out.
Well, hello there, kids. What you doing here?
Well, I'd like to ask you the same question, old-timer. You ain't supposed to go in that room.
I should say not. That's the model's dressing room.
Of course, kids, daughter. I'm the model.
What?
Yep. They're painting the Spirit of 76 today, and I'm the fellow with the fight. One side, kids. I'm late for class.
Well, as the guy says when he painted the boy on the burning deck, was he a hot sketch?
Oh, look, Magee, here's a class that ought to be interesting.
What is it?
The class in still life. Let's peek in.
Say, Jed, how's that thar mash a-coming?
Better let her age another 5 minutes, Clam, and keep your eye peeled for them revenuers. I got a feeling.
So that's still life, eh?
Well, as long as we're touring the art classes, we might as well go in here, too, dearie.
What's this one?
Sketch class. Interiors. Come on.
Boy, this is a popular class. I ain't seen so much drawing since my mother put that last mustard plaster on my chest.
Oh, Professor, will you please criticize my drawing, please?
Certainly, Geraldine. Let me see it. Very nice composition.
I thought so.
Yes, but put a little more highlighting on that furniture.
Uh-oh. Stand by, folks. This may not be art, but it's artful.
You see, Geraldine, modern interiors usually emphasize the beautiful grain and finish of wood surfaces. And nothing brings out the beauty like Johnson's wax.
Yes, Professor Wilcox, I know. We use it at home, we do.
Oh, of course you do. And you don't have to be an artist to appreciate the loveliness of a Johnson wax surface.
No. Gerald, that's my husband, says it makes his housework so much easier, too. He says dust won't cling to a Johnson wax surface, and it's so easy to keep clean. It really is, really.
Yes, I know. Well, now, you just keep on, Geraldine. You're doing splendidly. How about you, Mr. Twerp? May I see your drawing?
Sure, Professor. Here.
Not bad, Twerp, not bad. But your lines are not good. They're jerky. They're wobbly and uncertain. I'm afraid you lack confidence.
Yes, I guess I do, Professor. Yes, I guess I do. See, every time I try to delineate, I try to draw a line that express. I can't understand. Well, I'll keep trying.
I think he must have come in here from that still life class, Magee.
Well, come on. We can't get any information around here. Let's go on home, Molly.
All right, we'll go home and draw straws or flip a coin to see.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes Mr. Boomer. I didn't know.
Oh, hello there, Boomer. You taking in the sights?
Out of my way, Brittle Brain. Sorry, my dear. I'm in a rush just now.
Stop that man. Hold him. Stop.
Oh, yeah, stop that man. I'll get him.
Hey, not so fast, Boomer. The guard means you. What did he do, Bud?
He stole a very valuable miniature painting.
Me? Nonsense. Let go of me, sir. I'll sue you for malfeasance and jurisprudence.
No, you don't. You hooked the miniature, and I'm going to search you before you leave. Now hold still.
Now, wait a minute, my lad. That's the way you feel. I'll gladly turn out my pockets myself. Do you mind holding my hat, half dome?
Not at all, Boomer. Hand it here.
There you are. Now, let me see. Miniature. Where did I put that miniature? Had it right here. I did not. I never even saw the thing. My goodness. Here's a horseshoe that belonged to our old family mare, Teresa. Poor Teresa. She certainly pulled a lot of boomers. Stick pin I've been stuck with ever since a certain stick-up. Here's a porcelain doorknob placed in the toe of a sock that makes a better sandbag than a lead pipe does. Collect telegram that I shouldn't have accepted. My dear old mother always told me to beware of charged wires. Here's a small bar of candy I swiped from a drugstore counter. Can't go to sleep without a bit of hot chocolate. Here's a nasty poison pen letter from a nasty poison I knew in the pen. And a rain check for a diluted beer. Well, no miniature painting. Sorry to disappoint you, officer, but this seems to be an indication of my vindication.
Gee, mister, it looks like I was wrong. But I could swear that
no profanity, please. On your way, my good man, and let this be a lesson to you.
Well, I don't understand that.
Now, my hat, please. Short, shiftless, and shabby.
Oh, here you are, Boomer. Hey, what's this pin to the lining of this hat?
Heavenly days, that's the miniature painting the guard was looking for.
Not at all. This is a little portrait of my childhood sweetheart, bless her.
A likely story. Then why hide it in your derby, Boomer?
Well, until we're ready to announce our betrothal, I promise to keep it under my hat. Good day, my dear. Good day, Nutmeg.
The King's Men sing Back Home Again in Indiana.
Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still shining bright through the sycamore.
I suppose you mean your way.
Yes, I do, at the top of eye level.
That don't make sense, and I can prove
Well,
it.
then prove it.
I will. Now, look, suppose you're at a movie. You got to look up at the picture, ain't you?
Not if I'm with you.
Why not?
Because we always sit in the balcony, that's why. And in the balcony, you look down at the picture. So, you see, you've proven my point. Give me that hammer, and I'll hang the picture so that
Oh, no, you you don't. That picture ain't going to get hung in this house, Mrs. McGee.
Now,
unless I hang it.
Here. What's going on here? My goodness, they can hear you arguing all over the neighborhood.
Well, what business is it of yours, Gildersleeve?
What's the idea of coming in here without knocking?
Well, I didn't want to miss anything.
Now, look, Mr. Gildersleeve, now that you've butted in, you might as well make yourself useful. Here's what we wanted to know. When you hang a picture, does the top or the bottom hang at eye level?
The top, ain't it, Gildersleeve?
No, I'd say the bottom. Which do you say, Mrs. McGee, the bottom?
No, I say the top. McGee says the bottom.
Then I say the top, too.
Oh, yeah, just because you want to be opposite from me, eh?
Yes, I do. I want to be as opposite from you as possible in every way. Every day in every way, That reminds me, we go on daylight saving time next week, folks. Don't forget to set your clock ahead.
That's right. I'd forgotten all about it.
That's okay, but you don't set the clock ahead. You set it to the clock back, Gildersleeve.
You don't either. You set it ahead.
How can you save daylight by setting it ahead? You lose an hour that way. Look, suppose it's 4 o'clock in the morning.
What day?
Friday.
I'll be busy all day Friday. Make it Thursday.
I can't. I'm going to the dentist. Dad, this is just for instance.
Get to the point, boy.
Well, I forgot what the point was. Oh, yeah, the reason this picture ought to be hung with the bottom at eye level, Gildersleeve, is because...
We're talking about daylight saving.
Oh, trying to change the subject because you know I'm right, eh?
You're a hard man, McGee. And stop pointing your finger at me.
I'll point my finger at you all I like, Gildersleeve. The rest of the neighborhood does. Why shouldn't I?
Now, look here, McGee. One more remark like that.
Stop it. You two boys do nothing but fight every time you meet.
Yeah, and one of these days I'm going to pop him one right on his button.
You couldn't pop popcorn in a blast furnace, you little sawed-off.
Oh, now take it easy, Gildersleeve. Take it easy. I don't want to slap you down right in my own house.
Then come out in the backyard.
What? In that hot sun? You see what a dirty fighter he is, Molly? Wants to weaken me with a sunstroke and finish me off.
Look, Mr. Gildersleeve, about this picture.
Oh, yes, the picture. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll run over to my house and see how we've got ours hung.
What's that?
How's that?
What's that supposed to prove? I wouldn't hang my pictures the same way you do, Gildersleeve, if you had the authority of Emily Post, Dorothy Dixon, the Smithsonian Institute. Yes, or John Kieran.
Pay no attention to him, Mr. Gildersleeve. You go and look and let me know.
I will, Mrs. McGee. I'll be right back, McGee.
I'd be a great plugger for that guy if I had a gun.
You know, it's funny we can't seem to get a straight answer from anybody about this, isn't it, McGee?
But now, look, Molly, let's look at this thing reasonable. When you look at a picture, the logical... Well, there's Gildersleeve back already with a large fund of misinformation. Oh, well. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. What you want? I says, what you want? We're busy.
Gee, so am I bet you. I've been busy all day making mud pies.
Oh, you have, eh? Making mud pies.
Sure. Want to buy one? Only a penny.
No, I don't, sis. What would I want with a mud pie?
Well, gee, if you're going to eat dirt, that's the best way, I bet you.
Who's going to eat dirt?
You are.
Oh, I am. Who said so?
Mr. Gildersleeve. I just saw him outside.
Oh, so he says I'm going to eat dirt, did he?
Oh.
Gildersleeve. Look, sis, you better beat it. We're having an argument.
Gee, again?
Yes.
What about?
About a picture.
Which one, the grapes or red? My papa saw that, and he said that although it might be controversial...
No. Not a moving picture.
It was, too.
That red? I know it was, but...
Well, then what are you arguing about, huh?
Oh, what a day. Look, sis. Hey, Fanny. Hey, Molly. You explain it to her, will you? I'm more...
All right. Now, listen, little girl. McGee thinks this picture should be hung with the bottom at eye level, and I think it should be hung with the top at eye level.
Oh, I don't know why we bothered to tell you about it, sis.
Oh.
Well, what's so funny?
Oh, gee, it's such a silly argument, I bet you.
Well, what's so silly about it?
I bet you I can settle the argument in 2 minutes, I bet
Oh,
you.
you could you? Well, go ahead and settle it then.
All righty. Give me that picture and the hammer, and turn your backs until I say ready. And no fair peeking now.
Okay, sis. Okay, I'll try anything. Shut your eyes, Molly.
All right. Now, go ahead, little girl.
Yeah, and make it snappy.
All righty. Now, don't look. Every time I pick up a hammer and palm like this, I hit my finger. Ready.
Okay, sis, now that you've had your fun, suppose you run along
Magee, will you look?
Huh?
She's hung the picture and the top is at eye level the way I said.
Well, I'll bet. And so's the bottom at eye level. So's the bottom at eye level, the way I said. Well, we both win.
Why, sure. Mrs. McGee is 6 inches taller than you are, you little rummy.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Before they come, look around at your floors for a moment. Look especially at the places where they get the most wear, in the hallway or in front of the dining room door. Now, if your floors are not properly protected at these traffic spots, you'll find the floor badly marred and scuffed up, greatly detracting from the appearance of the entire house. But if these traffic areas are protected regularly with genuine Johnson's wax, then they gleam with a rich, mellow beauty that's something to be proud of. One of the many nice things about using Johnson's wax is that you can touch up these traffic spots as often as necessary without re-waxing the entire floor. That saves you work as well as saving your floors. Another nice thing, genuine Johnson's wax has over 100 extra uses that add beauty to your home and simplify your housework. You'll find these uses listed right on the Johnson's wax package, paste or liquid. Careful housekeepers make sure there's always a supply of Johnson's wax on hand.
You know, Molly, we ought to spend more time in art galleries and museums and exhibitions and corn carnivals and all stuff like that there.
Certainly we should, McGee. You know, my father had a painting, a Van Dyke, that he paid $75,000 for.
Honest?
What's so funny about that?
I was just thinking how Orson Welles got gypped. He sold his Van Dyke to a barber for 75 cents. Good night.
Good night, all.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the community in which you live does not observe daylight saving time, Fibber, Magee, and Molly will come to you 1 hour earlier, beginning next Tuesday, April 30th. Please consult your local newspaper or radio and movie guide for correct time and station. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Flash Gordon is going to be taking you on an intergalactic adventure next.
Presenting the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon. Last week, after conquering the Hawkmen with a magic torpedo, Flash Gordon was puzzled by the fact that Zarkov, running out to meet him with upraised hand, had called him friend. Queen Azura assured Flash that it had been a trick to disconcert him. Then she ordered Tall to remove the frozen prisoners to the palace and to take good care of Zarkov, particularly. Tall did as he was ordered. When Dr. Zarkov was brought back to life, he asked for Flash. And Tall told him Flash was under the spell of the Queen's drug of forgetfulness. Then Dr. Zarkov was taken to the kitchen, where he was reunited with Dale Arden, whom he comforted by his promise to use his scientific powers to aid them all. Stung by the lashes of the electric whip, Zarkov saw an opportunity for revenge and escape. The Queen's cooks were roasting the meat between two flaming electrodes. So Zarkov, getting Dale to attract their attention, jumped on a platform and turned the flaming rays of an electrode on the cooks and guards and ordered them to stand back. These thrilling adventures come to you as they are pictured each Sunday in the big full-page Comic Weekly, the world's greatest pictorial supplement of humor and adventure. The big full-page Comic Weekly, each page printed in full colors, is distributed everywhere as an integral part of your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Now we continue the story. Dr. Zarkov, standing on the platform in the kitchen, the flaming ray of an electrode aimed at the chief cook and guard, is calling,
"Stand back! If you take another step towards Dale Arden, I'll burn you to a crisp! Take their swords away from them, Dale."
I've got the sword, Dr. Zarkov.
Good. Now take away those electric whips.
I have the whip.
Can you find the keys to your manacles?
I'll see.
Stand still, you two, or I'll roast you like this carcass of meat beside me. Can you find the keys, Dale?
Yes, I've got the key.
Undo your manacles. Now chain those two together. Around that post.
There, I have them chained. Now what shall I do?
Now we shall... Listen. What is that?
They're bringing Khan in from his cell.
Where will he be stationed for his work?
Right over there.
Splendid. Come down this way, Dale, under the ray of the electrodes. They won't notice me standing behind this machine. I will wait until they have stationed Khan, and then I will get the drop on them with the ray.
Oh, I'm so glad you came. We never would have done anything without you, Dr. Zarkov.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you. Appreciation always makes a thing worthwhile. Listen, you two. Not a word out of you. And drop to the floor. Do you hear? Drop to the floor. Ah, that's it. Quiet now. Everybody.
Off. Prisoner, step over here. You will be chained to your station as usual. Now, prisoner, stir that soup.
Stand back from him, you dogs.
Prince Zarkov.
I am glad to see you, Captain Khan.
Not as glad as I am to see you.
Stand back there, you men. I have this electrode trained on you. One move out of you other than I direct, and I will fix you so the Queen herself would not know you from this carcass here.
Oh, isn't this wonderful, Khan?
Indeed it is, Princess.
One of you men release Captain Khan. At once. Do you hear at once, or I'll turn this ray up.
That's got him, Prince Zarkov. Just wait until these manacles get off. Oh, there. Now. Oh, but it feels good to have those things off. Now, what can I do, Prince Zarkov?
Chain those guards up like the others.
The others? Oh, I didn't see them lying over there. How did you capture them?
The same way he did these.
And then Dale chained them, just like you are going to chain those lads there.
Good work, Princess. You're a brave girl. Here, you. Hold still. There. All right. You're next. Come on, put your hands behind your back.
I'm sure you do a good job, Khan.
After what these boys have done to me, that warning is hardly necessary, Princess. All right, you. You're next.
Well, I don't know.
Here, hold still. Hold still, I said.
What is the trouble, Captain Khan? Won't he mind you? Just step back from him a little. I will give him a taste of his flaming ray.
No, turn that thing away. I'll put my hands behind my back. Thanks, Prince Zarkov. But I think one good poke in his jaw from me, and he'd have behaved. That's what you'll get if you give me any trouble, you over there.
That is right. Do not let them try anything with you.
All right. Now I'll take you. Oh, you've decided to use your head and put your hands behind your back, eh? That's good. It certainly makes it easier for both of us. There. Now, you're safe for a while.
Good. Now we are in control of the kitchen.
Let's take over the rest of the palace.
Yes, then we can escape.
Children. I see how fortunate it is that I was brought here. That would not do at all. Never do what you can get someone else to do for you.
Why, what do you mean?
We shall get control of the palace, all right. In fact, we shall have control of the whole land.
How wonderful.
But we must proceed to do one thing at a time.
Well, then, what's next?
Charles said Flash was under the spell of the Queen's drug of forgetfulness.
He did? And we were right all the time, Princess.
Yes, Khan.
So you knew that, eh?
Yes.
Then why did you not find out how it was being given to him, eh?
I did try, Prince Zarkov.
How?
I watched every morsel of food that was sent to him. It was taken from the same pans and kettles as Queen Azura's food.
Well?
And nothing was put in it, here in the kitchen.
I apologize, Captain Khan. You are not wasting your time. Well, then, if the drug was not put in the food before it left the kitchen, when was it put in?
Well, Dale served the food to Flash.
Well, what did you see when you served the food, Dale?
Both the Queen and Flash took portions of the same dishes as I passed them around. I never saw her make a motion towards them after she helped herself.
And the drug could not have been put in the food.
Guard! Prince Zarkov, here comes Tao.
Guard! He is just the man we want to see.
Guard! Where are... Why, what are you doing chained like this?
Just what you will be doing if you cause us any trouble, Tao.
Oh, the prisoner. Stop. Take your hands off me.
All right. I have him securely held, Prince Zarkov.
Zarkov.
Yes, that is my name. Does it mean anything to you?
Yes, you are the great scientist. the wizard of the earth people.
That is true.
Yes, that's who Dr. Zarkov is.
Ah, now I understand the Queen's orders.
What were her orders?
You were to be revived with particular care.
Why, may I ask?
I see it all now. Azura appointed Flash Gordon over me as commander-in-chief of all the armies. Now she wants you carefully preserved. Fool that I am. Why couldn't I see it before?
What is he talking about? Does anybody know?
I'm sure I don't know, Princess.
Nor I. What are you talking about, Tal?
Azura plans to get rid of me. She's planning on having you to replace me.
What?
She's tired of me. She wants new faces around her. She'd give me the drug of forgetfulness if it wasn't that I am the only one who can make it for her. That's the only thing that prevents her from doing away with me.
There will be just one thing that will prevent us from doing away with you, Tal.
What's that?
You're telling us how Azura gives Flash the drug of forgetfulness.
Yes, you'd like to know that, wouldn't you?
We would.
Yes, of course, to be sure.
And what is more, we mean to find out.
Paul knows more than he will admit. Maybe he carries the drug on him.
That is an idea worth considering. Thank you, Dale.
Come and search him, Prince Zarkov.
Yes, search if you like.
Certainly we shall search. Nothing. He has nothing on him. What is?
His sword. I think we can use it to better advantage than he can.
Tal, a while ago you pressed the point of this against my chest while I asked you questions about Flash.
Well...
One move and you would have run it through me. You said so.
And so I should...
Now I press it against your chest while I ask another question. And a wrong answer, or no answer at all, and I will drive it through you like a tailor's needle through a patch of cloth.
And if his hand falters, mine will finish the job with the greatest of pleasure. Remember that, wizard.
What do you wish to know?
Tell me, how does Azura give Flash the drug of forgetfulness? Well?
Remember what I said, Tal.
He puts the drug in his Baco.
Baco?
His wine. That's why she keeps calling for it and proposing toasts and offering it to him as refreshment.
Why, of course.
Is that true, Tal?
Yes, every day she gives it to him in a special two-handled flagon.
This?
Yes, that is the one. It has some lithium in it now.
Hey, that is the one you took to Azura by Tal's order, soon after they brought me here.
Yes.
So that is how Flash has been given the drug.
Oh, I've been giving it to him myself.
Yes, you have been drugging your own sweetheart and keeping him from recognizing you.
Will Flash ever forgive me?
Why, of course, Princess. You didn't know you were giving him the drug.
I'll never take any more in.
Oh, yes, you will.
What?
Just once more.
That night, when the eyes of the dragon flash, the signal that Queen Azura wishes more Baco brought in, Dale takes in the tray with the same two flagons as before.
Ah, here comes the vodka, my prince. And the slave girl is more prompt than usual.
So she is, my queen. I'm glad of it. My throat's dry.
Help yourself, Flash. The two-handled flagon is yours, you know.
Yes, I'll get it, Azura. Thanks.
No. Wait.
Eh?
What is the meaning of this presumption, slave? Flash, Azura has drugged your vocal. You lie, slave.
What are you saying, girl?
In that two-handled flagon is lithium, the drug of forgetfulness.
Oh, pay no attention to the girl, Flash. She must be mad.
Don't touch that flagon. Every time you have emptied it, Flash, you have renewed this wicked queen's power over you. She has caused you to forget who I am, who you are.
Flash, don't listen to her. I'll have her drawn and quartered for this.
Oh, God! It won't do you any good to call for your guards, Azura. They won't answer you.
Flash, tell me you don't believe what this slave is saying.
Well, it seems hard to believe.
It is a lie.
A lie. Here, Flash. Take this flagon. If she has not drugged it, then let her drink from it.
Yes. Here, Azura. Drink this and prove that the slave girl is wrong.
Flash, you don't believe me, and I thought you loved me.
Don't listen to her, Flash. Words mean nothing. Get her to drink from the flagon.
Of course she'll drink from it. Won't you, Azura? Here.
No, I will not touch your drink.
What?
There, you see? She won't drink it. It's drugged, just as I told you.
I trow. Azora, I believe you did drug my drink. We'll soon find out. Now, swallow this.
No, no.
Come on, swallow it.
Oh, I can't remember anything. Where am I? What happened? Who am I? Who am I?
So it's Trudale.
Yes, Flash, darling. He's been drugging you.
Here, Flash.
What? The man who called me friend.
Charles says this medicine should bring back your memory. If you have not been under the influence of the lithium too long, drink this.
Quickly, Flash.
Yes, quickly, Flash. Drink.
Has Flash been under the influence of the Queen's magic drugs too long? What will happen now? Are you following the picture version of these thrilling adventures in the big full-page comic weekly, which is distributed with your Hearst Sunday newspaper? In order to completely enjoy the radio program, you should know what Flash Gordon and Dale Arden look like. And Paul, Dr. Zarkov, Queen Azora, Khan, and all the other amazing characters who appear in the series. You will find them all vividly portrayed in full-colored action pictures each Sunday in the big comic weekly. And only in the Comic Weekly, the world's foremost collection of humor and adventure, is now published in full-page sizes, not a tabloid, and is just crammed full of the funniest merrymakers and the most daring adventurers in the world of pictures. So be sure that you get the big full-page Comic Weekly next Sunday with your Hearst Sunday newspaper. Get acquainted with all the characters and be ready next week at the same time for another chapter in the amazing interplanetary adventures of Flash Gordon.
Now it's time to pay a visit to the only man in old-time radio who wrote all his own material, Fred Allen.
This week celebrates his 30th anniversary as an entertainer of His Majesty the Great American Public. Meet Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Harry, I wish you hadn't brought up my 30th anniversary. You make me feel like an old man. Now, after all, I'm not creeping around the microphone here, am I?
Well, Fred, you're not exactly bounding around like a gazelle.
Well, I am not here for an adagio audition, Harry. Although
Oh, that was a beautiful leap you took.
Nothing to compare with the leap I once took at the end of 13 weeks on the Linnet program. Well, when the occasion warrants, Harry, speaking about my senility, who's got croup? Is that in the orchestra?
I think that
we ask you to stop bringing those people from the Croup Theater in here. When the occasion warrants, I can give vent to the fawn in me and frisk about like a centaur.
Like a centaur?
Yeah.
That's very good. What is a centaur?
Well, many people think that a centaur is an interlocutor in a football line, but that is not true. A centaur, Harry, is a fabled monster who has the body of a man from the waist up, and from the waist down, the centaur is a horse. Is the picture clear?
Oh, yes. You're a centaur, all right.
Now, look, if I were a real centaur, Harry, and I walked up to you, you wouldn't know whether to shake hands or put $2 on me.
Well, never mind the centaurs, Fred. Is this really your 30th anniversary?
Yes, Harry. I made my first stage appearance doing a juggling act in 1910. By the time I had picked up all of the things I dropped that first show, it was 1912.
Oh, gee, things must have been a lot different back in 1910.
No, it's surprising, Harry. They were just about the same. In 1910, Mr. Hughes was appointed to the Supreme Court. He's still there, isn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
In 1910, Woolworth opened his first store in England. Woolworth is still in business, isn't he?
Yeah, with that necktie you're wearing, you ought to know.
In 1910, I had no answer for that, so I left nothing. In 1910, I'm not kidding either. In 1910, Glenn Curtis flew from Albany to New York. Politicians are still flying out of Albany today, Harry.
That is correct.
In 1910, the big song hit was Come Josephine and My Flying Machine.
Why, the Merrimacs just sang that song on the program a couple of weeks ago.
Well, that's what I mean, Harry. Everything is just the same as it was back in 1910, and that goes for me, too.
Oh, well, back in those days, Fred, you were an amateur.
Yes, everything's the same as it was back in 1910.
Imagine that. Phil Harris, a straight man, trying to get in. Yes, everything was the same. They come on here from We the People. They find out, don't they? A straight line here is better than that comedy on We the People. Give us that line again, a foundation for something that may come off.
Want the build
here.
up, Pete?
Yeah, give it to us again.
Okay, where was it? Well, back in those days,
not
Fred.
you. Give it to Pete. Just Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
Yes, everything's the same as it was back in 1910, Harry.
You see, his lines do not improve with age.
No better.
Yes, everything is the same as it was back in 1910. Everything but your salary, Mr. Van Steeden, and I'm going to attend to that tonight.
Oh, you're going to split the atom, eh?
Any kind of a line you give him, nothing happens. He can get accident insurance very cheap on his lines. Nothing will happen at the end. Well, doggone you, Van Steeden. I'm in a temporary rage. You do it every time. And now, the merriment having reached its peak, we turn to the latest news of the week. Ipana News presents The World in Review. Jamaica, New York. Jamaica Racetrack opens with new pari-mutuel machines replacing bookmakers as a result of recent state law. Pari-mutuels prove instantaneous success as 25,000 racing fans jam Jamaica track and bet over $8,000 on the opening day. Ipana News visits the racetrack to get public's reaction to betting innovation. State Senator Bilbo Tweezer has some interesting statistics on prospective pari-mutuel returns. You have the figures, of course, Senator.
Yes, I've got them right here. Will you hand me the papers out of my coat tail?
Around here, yes, I'll be glad.
That's the worst of these swallowtail coats. A man with short arms can't reach anything in his back pockets.
Couldn't you get a pulley set in the seam or something? I'll get them right out.
Be careful of that bottle in there. It's whiskey.
Oh, you drink, do you?
As a duty. I'm cooperating with the mayor during the water shortage. I'm drinking whiskey.
But the water shortage is over.
Who asked you?
I'm sorry. Well, here are your figures, Senator.
Thank you. This Tweezer report on the pari-mutuel shows that everybody wins.
Everybody wins? How do you mean?
Well, during the racing season, $100 million will be weighted.
Well, how does everybody win?
The state collects $50 million in taxes. The state wins, right?
Right.
The racetrack collects $50 million in revenues. The track wins, right?
Right.
The little man who bets $2.
Little man wins?
He loses.
Ah, the little man loses.
Ah, but he wins.
But how? Now, wait a minute, Senator. If the little man loses, how can he win?
He can't keep betting his $2 forever, can he?
No.
He's got to go broke sometime, ain't he?
Yeah.
That's where the little man wins.
Well, I don't...
What does the little man do when he's broke?
I don't know.
He applies to the state for aid, don't he?
Yes, I guess he does.
The state gives him money, don't it?
Well, yes.
Where does the state get the money to give the little man?
You mean?
Right. From the $50 million, little men like him lost at the track in the first place.
In other words?
It's a vicious circle. Everybody wins, including the horses.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Senator. How do the horses win? All a horse gets for running is a mess of oats.
That ain't hay, brother.
You bet, and thank you, Senator Bilbo Tweezer. A bookmaker who points out the pari-mutuel shortcomings is Hot Horse Sam. Where do the pari-mutuels fall down, Sam?
Well, first, they ain't got no personality.
No.
A horse player don't get no kick out of beating no machine. With a bookmaker, he enjoys it.
Oh, the horse player dislikes the bookmaker.
It's instinct, like Damon and Runyon.
Oh, those historical characters.
Yeah, and another thing. With them machines, the lowest you can bet is $2.
Oh, and you, as a bookmaker, took smaller bets, did you?
Look, if I seen a little gray-haired old lady sneaking a buck out of her stocking, I'd tip me hat and say, "What's on your mind, Ma? A 7-horse parlay?"
No machine will extend that courtesy.
You said it, Butch. Why, if I seen a little boy with a dime in his hand running for a hot dog, I'd stop the boy, get him to put it on a horse. When he lost the dime, they taught him a lesson.
And thanks to you bookmakers,
old ladies and kids was getting action.
Well, thanks a lot. Francis, what are you doing now, Sam?
Oh, well, I'm laying low till them very neutrals blows over.
You're not working?
Well, I got a little spot up in Poughkeepsie, you see. I'm opening a rabbit track.
Oh, you mean a dog track with the mechanical rabbit?
No. I'm racing rabbits. I wake it with an electric head of lettuce.
Oh, my. Well, since you are an old horseman, Sam, tell me, who do you like in the Derby?
Well, I
say, who do you like in the Derby?
Oh, Al Smith.
I'll play him across the board, and thank you, Hot Horse Sam. A young lady who attended the track opening day was Miss Mavis Mildew. You were there, Mavis.
Hey, would you mind using my pen name? It's Bo Bell.
Bo Bell, you're a newspaper woman, are you?
Yeah, I'm fashion editor on the racing form.
Oh, I see.
You see, when a girl writes in a newspaper, you don't use your real name. You gotta coin up a nom de plume.
Oh, wait. Nom de plume?
Yeah, that's French for don't give your right name. So I'm Bo Bell.
And you say you are the fashion editor on the racing form?
Yeah, and I'm also running a dope column for ladies under the name of Feedbag Fanny.
Well, do you play the horses yourself?
Well, if I get a hot one, I'll go for a couple of skins.
Well, this is very interesting. But about the pari-mutuals. Can you give us my turn, wasn't it? I thought I had a show line. It was a place line there. Can you, about the pari-mutuals, can you give us the woman's angle?
Women around the racetracks is dope.
You've seen specific instances?
Yeah, the opening day. One dame hired a horse with scratch. She went around to the paddock with mercuriochrome.
Imagine that.
Somebody yelled there at the post. 20 dames run out looking for Emily.
But society women is...
them dodgers make me laugh.
How do you mean?
I heard one old dame bragging about a mink coat. She set it down.
Yeah?
When the guy blew the bugle, the mink coat went to the post with 6 other horses.
Well, tell me, Bo Bell, did you select the best-dressed woman at Jamaica the opening day?
Yeah, I give her 4 fetlocks in my column Tuesday.
4 fetlocks? I've heard of 3.5 whipple trees in your column, but never... Well, who was the best-dressed woman?
Mrs. Divine Ledbetter of Tuxedo Junction.
Really?
She was the best-dressed woman coming and going.
Mrs. Ledbetter wore 2 different creations, did she?
Yeah, when she arrived at the track, she was wearing a gown by Skipperelli, a hat by Lucille, shoes by Janet, and furs by I.J. Fox.
What did Mrs. Ledbetter wear leaving the track?
A barrel by Rupert.
Thank you very much, Miss Mavis Mildew. A small horse player who feels quite strongly about the pari-mutuals is Tyler Vance. What is your opinion of this new system of betting, Mr. Vance?
Well, them pari-mutuals is all wrong.
Really?
Yeah. They shouldn't have thrown out the bookies. They should have thrown out the touts.
Oh, you mean by touts, you mean those guys who give horse players unwanted advice?
Damn bums. Well, let me tell you what happened just last Saturday.
Do.
I'm at the track. I'm at the track, and I got $10.
Yeah?
In the first race, I like Creole. I'm just getting me dough down.
Yeah?
A tout sticks his thumb in my lapel, and he says, "Psst, buddy, lay off, Creole. Bet Wet Biscuit."
What happened?
Well, I plays Wet Biscuit, and Creole wins.
What do you know?
Yeah. The second race, I'm just about to play High Breeze. The tout says, psst, lay off a high breeze, play sitting bull.
What happened?
I play sitting bull, high breeze wins.
What do you know?
All afternoon, every time I start the bet, I'm grabbed by a tout, and he touts me off. Finally, I'm down to my last 60 cents. I gotta get home. I figure I'll buy my ticket to New York.
Yeah?
I'm on my way to the railroad station.
Yes?
The tout starts walking me over. I tell him I'm only buying a ticket to New York.
What happened?
He touts me off in New York. I end up a Nourish chef.
Well, thank you, Tyler Vance. Too bad you didn't stay there. Well, it wasn't worth the trip down, Tyler, really. Complaints may come and complaints may go, but the pari-mutuals are here to stay. The state can smile as it rakes in the tax money. The pari-mutual officials can chuckle as they get theirs. The winners can be gay. Thank you. While our guest of the evening is being slowly unveiled, I'd like to ask all of you to remember one thing, ladies and gentlemen. Remember Ipana, or the smile of beauty.
Say, Fred, I hope you won't mind a suggestion, but I think that statement is unnecessarily long. Remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
It's too long, Harry?
Yes, Ipana is the largest selling toothpaste in America today.
Thank you. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our guest star tonight... hello, Portland. Say, you're late.
Yes, there's such a crowd, I couldn't get through. The studio is packed.
Yes, do you know the man on the door told me that this is the biggest crowd they have ever had in here?
But why should the studio suddenly be crowded tonight? There must be a reason.
There is. Benny's picture opened at the Paramount today. And people have to go someplace. Apparently they're coming in here.
Did you hear Jack's program Sunday night? Was he funny?
Are you asking me or telling me?
Well, Jack said...
I heard him. I know what he said. He said, I make people laugh with a pair of breakaway suspenders. Now, according to Benny, my suspenders break away, and gravity and my trousers commune.
Do your suspenders break away?
Now, look, I have got on the same suspenders I wear every week. Now, look at this. Do these suspenders break away? I'm taking an awful chance, This could turn out to be Minsky's with no trouble at all. Do then my suspenders break?
No.
Well, that debunks the Benny propaganda, I guess.
But Jack said you had applause written on your underwear, too.
And I shall debunk that underwear tonight.
Mr. Allen, you're not going to take off.
Now, don't worry, Portland. It's warm tonight. I happened to take off my underwear before the show started. And fortunately, I've got it right here. I've got it now. The applause written on my underwear. Well, there you are. Where's my place here? There you are. These sight laughs are no good. Your sight goes away from the thing. Well, there you are, Mr. Benny. We fling the lie in what's left of your teeth. A man who will stoop to underwear for libel fodder is, see who that is, will you, Harry?
Yeah, sure, Fred. Oh, thank you. Well, say you better wait, son. There may be an answer.
What is it?
It's a note, Fred. It's open.
Open this? Oh, read it, Harry.
Yes, it says, Dear Fred, how are you, pal?
Yeah?
The new cinema masterpiece, Buck Benny Rides Again, is now playing at the Paramount Theater to tremendous business.
Wait a minute.
Line forms at 9th Avenue.
That's not a person.
Signed, Jack Benny.
Oh, wait a minute.
P.S.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. They can't pull that stuff on this program. Let them put it up. Why, that Macy's Basement Cowboy? Who brought that commercial over here?
The boy's waiting for an answer, Mr.
Well, bring
Allen.
the boy in here. I'll send Benny an answer. Why, that nobody can tell me. Rochester.
Oh, Mr. Allen?
Why, so you brought that letter from Benny, Rochester.
I cannot tell a lie. I did it with my little fetches.
What? Well, why did you have to bring the letter all the way over here? Why didn't Benny mail it?
It was 2 cents against the wear and tear of my feet, and here I am.
How do you like that? Rochester, that boss of yours is the cheapest guy alive. Why, I'm surprised he even brought you east with him on the train.
What train?
Why, the train from Hollywood to New York.
Is that train still running?
Well, of course it is.
Well, I'll be doggone. Mr. Benny told me they took that train off.
Why, of all that sheep...
Mr. Benny said the engineer saved his money. He said the engineer stopped running the train regular. He was freelancing.
Freelancing with the engine, huh? Well, how did you get here?
Mr. Benny took me down to the Lincoln Highway and handed me a compass.
Yes?
Then he said, Rochester, you know what Horace Greeley said. Reverse it.
And you had to thumb rides from Hollywood to New York?
Only in the daytime. At night, my thumb was a liability.
Why, that's the cheapest trick I've ever heard of. Now, confidentially, Rochester, have you ever seen anyone cheaper than Benny?
Well, so long, Mr. Allen.
No, you don't. Now, while you're here, I want to get the real, unadulterated lowdown on Benny.
I've got an option coming up.
Now, look, we don't want any true confession, Rochester, just a short, educational chat. You know how you run the household, what your routine is.
What you really want is my day.
That's it.
Well, all right. But don't let me say nothing derogatory about Mr. Benny.
You mean you are inclined to make an occasional slip?
Sometimes my subconscious bars my mouth.
Well, I'll watch it for you. Now, let's take an average day in the Benny household. Now, what happens?
Well, the first problem of the day is getting me up.
Who does that?
I've never been able to catch the party.
Well, after you are thoroughly aroused and dressed, what is your initial chore?
First, I wake up Mr. Benny. That takes a bit of doing.
You mean he's a heavy sleeper?
He sure hates to break it up with Morpheus.
I can imagine.
When other people's eyes are open, they're awake. That don't mean a thing to Mr. Benny.
He can still sleep with his eyes open?
He sure can. He's got short eyelids or something.
Well, after Benny is awake, what goes on?
I run his tub and strap on his water wings.
And after the master is bathed?
I assemble him.
You assemble him? Well, don't tell me you have to put Benny together every morning.
Mr. Benny's teeth and hair don't spring into place when he whistles.
Say, will you answer that phone, Harry?
Okay, Fred.
Excuse me, Rochester, the phone rang.
Hello? What? Oh, just a minute, Mr. Benny. Say, Rochester, it's for you.
See, here I come. Hello, boss. Now, take it easy, boss. No, sir. I won't spill another bean, Mr. Benny. Okay. Say, boss, you're all wrong about Mr. Allen. I've been here 5 minutes and I've still got my wallet. Yes, sir. I'll back out when I leave. Well, Mr. Allen, the interview is over. Good evening, friend.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That was Mr. Livingston, I presume.
Yes, and the boss was pretty mad, too. He says he don't like me telling his private business to strangers.
Well, he didn't threaten you, did he?
Mr. Benny's exact words were, quote, watch what you say or else, unquote.
Or else what?
Emancipation is having a revival.
Well, don't worry about Benny, Rochester. I can handle him. Now, let's get on with this expose. Now, after you get Benny assembled, what happens?
Mr. Benny tosses me for my breakfast.
You lose, of course.
With unceasing regularity.
Well, after you drive Benny over to Paramount and get back to the house, what's your next move?
In the general direction of the icebox.
You eat again?
Again is superfluous.
Taking liberties with the syllables. That's right. Well, this time you eat your fill, and when you finish...
I put an IOU in the icebox. Then I wash the dishes in the swimming pool, sweep out the house and the hurricane cellar.
The hurricane cellar? Well, you don't have hurricanes out in Beverly Hills, do you?
No, sir, but we have bill collectors.
I get it. When creditors come around, Benny hides in his hurricane cellar. Is that right? Is that right, Rochester?
That ain't the phone ringing, is it?
Oh, forget about that. Guy Benny can hide from his creditors, but he can't hide from those bills that come in by mail. Now, what becomes of that avalanche of bills?
That ostrich has got to eat something.
You mean that Trudy depends on bills for her sustenance?
That bird is eating so many please remit she's laying eggs in her sister's name.
Rochester, old boy, say no more. You have divulged. Your word cameo of Benny is complete. Why, the man is a monument to avarice.
If that's for me, try the Savoy Ballroom.
Well, what can Benny do now? Go ahead, answer the phone.
Okay. Hello? Yes, boss. Now, take it easy, boss. Yes, I know what happened to Benedict Arnold.
Don't let that guy bully you. Why don't you quit that nail, Hetty Green, and get a real job?
Is that an offer?
Yes, that is an offer. I can use a good man around the house.
It won't take me 2 minutes to write up my references.
Well, how would you like to work for me?
Define that word work, Mr. Allen. Much depends on that.
Well, there's nothing to do. You won't have much work around the house.
That's what Mr. Benny said.
You have Thursdays off, Sundays off, holidays off?
Mr. Benny said that, too.
Now we come to your salary.
That's where Mr. Benny stopped talking.
Say, that reminds me. What does he pay you, Rochester?
Well, Hello, boss. No, I ain't telling, boss. I'm just as much ashamed of it as you are. All right. I won't take Mr. Allen's offer. Why do I listen to him? Well, I can dream, can't I? Okay, thank you, boss.
Well, Rochester, how about my offer?
It's too late, Mr. Allen. Mr. Benny's taken up my option. I guess I'll stick to him.
Well, everything happens for the best. Without you, Benny wouldn't be Benny. Of course, that would be an improvement. But I know you'd rather stay with him.
Yes, sir. Mr. Benny might be frugal, but on him it looks good.
All right, Rochester. I'm glad your boss let you come over tonight. I certainly appreciate this visit. You're doing a swell job on Jack's program, and I hear confidentially you're great in his new picture. And we all wish you every success for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have no serious objections, I'd like to conduct a little experiment at this point. You see, some expert has just burst into print with a statement that radio audiences listen with only half their minds and consequently have only a vague idea of what they hear.
Well, do you think you can change all that, Fred?
Well, no, Harry. All I want to do is to prove or disprove it. Now, if I can just get someone within the range of these tired eyes... this gentleman here in the front row. Pardon me, sir. Do you listen regularly to this program?
Every chance I get.
You're the one, hey? Well, would you mind stepping up? Would you mind stepping up to the microphone, sir? Thank you. Now, will you tell me in your own words what Mr. Von Zell says every week about Ipana toothpaste?
Well, I'll try.
Do.
Let's see. He recommends Ipana toothpaste and gum massage. And my dentist backs him up on it, too. He says if your gums are not firm and healthy, you seldom have good-looking...
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we usually have the question of the week. But today is Fred's 30th anniversary, and there's a gentleman in the studio audience tonight, a very special gentleman. A gentleman well known to all of you, a great friend and admirer of Fred's. Ladies and gentlemen, I take great pleasure in present...
I know what you're going to say. You're going to say presenting to you Major Edward Bowes.
Yes.
Well, unfortunately, Major Bowes was here the first program, Harry, but unfortunately the Major hasn't been well lately, and he had to go home earlier this evening and won't be able to be here to congratulate me this show. But
well, I congratulate
now, wait
you,
a minute. I know, but you're not the Major, after all. On the Crosley, socially or financially. But just so that our show to the coast will sound like the other show, we have a man who's been in the business as long as the Major, who is going to read the Major's lines not as he read them, but the same lines, and that'll make the time come out all right. The sentiment may be lacking, but the time will be on time anyway. But, Harry, Uncle Jim has kindly volunteered to read. Major left his script here, and Uncle Jim is going to read. Now, you're the Major, Uncle Jim. I'll give you the Major's line as I threw it to him as only I can throw it. I threw the line to the Major a little short. He had to stoop over and get it, but I'll give it to you the full length. Good evening, Major. It's certainly a surprise to see you here, and very nice of you to come.
Fred, it's nice to be here.
Don't read it like the Major. I mean, give it... Somebody might be listening on the coast, a Shell Oil or somebody. You might get a show out of this. I tell you what, give us half of the Major and then give the Hawkins the last half.
Thank you, Fred. Fred, it's nice to be here, but in all fairness, I feel I should make a confession. This is the first time I've ever listened to your radio program in the studio.
Now, see, the Major got a laugh on that. I don't know what's the sound. He must have mugged. He had the bifocal. Looked up and...
I rarely miss it at home. Yours is such a pleasant program. It's always so happy, so gay. It's always such fun. I've never heard you say an unkind thing or give utterance to an unpleasant thought. And I always laugh at your jokes, Fred. That is, nearly always.
The Major murdered them with that.
Yeah, he killed them. I know, Fred. Fred, I know the hours of...
straight man all your life.
Fred, I know the hours of thought and anxiety that you put into your program and your desire to justify the faith of your listeners and your sponsors. But whatever the labor, Fred, it's worth it. For the good it does, for the cheer it brings, for the happiness it spreads in every city, town, and hamlet throughout the land. Your program time is tonic time to me. Fred Allen, at the end of 30 years, your star is
you made
still...
a cut in there. What do you mean? What is your cut?
Bill, you want to go through the top?
Well, listen, what do you mean? Now, you're supposed to who cut out? Mr. Shaw? Is Bill Shaw here?
Bill did it.
Where's Bill?
He's hiding in the control room.
Now, you're supposed to be impersonating the Major, and you deliberately make a cut.
Shall we put it up to the top?
Well, I know. Now, it's too late now. The gist, the thread, the storyline is distorted. But how would you like it if I were impersonating Amos and Andy and only did Andy? I mean, same thing. Well, go ahead.
Fred Allen, at the end of 30 years...
We've got enough time. Maybe you don't have to go to the... How's the time going? Got all we want? All right, well, just give us the end for old time's sake. Well, all right, never mind. I'll take it up from there. Thank you, Uncle Jim. You said so many nice things, and that reminds me, I had a cheap gag that was cut out of the Benny routine that I might as well put in now. We cut the thing out. That Benny was so cheap, at night he kisses a hop to save buying dental floss. We cut it out of the first show, and I'm glad that we didn't mention it here because, as you see, it wouldn't have gotten anything. Well, thanks a lot, Uncle Jim, for helping us murder these few minutes. Now, could we get a cord to get out of this? How do you get out? That's right. The Major the Major knew that was going to happen, he'd have stayed out of bed, wouldn't he? But all right.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the Merrimacks. They're going to sing Joshua Fit the Battle of Jericho.
Too bad.
Joshua fit the battle of Jericho. Joshua fit the battle of Jericho. Joshua fit the battle of Jericho. Joshua fit the battle of Jericho, Jericho.
And now, those animated station breaks. The Mighty Allen Art Players. Tonight they present a drama of domestic deceit entitled He Caught His Wife Kissing a Stranger, or One Man's Mate is Another Man's Poison. Overture, Professor. The scene, the home of Cuthbert Allen, the girdle tycoon. Time, the present. Cuthbert Allen is just entering the living room.
Lorraine, my darling wife, goodbye.
Oh, Cuthbert, husband, must away so soon.
The man in the girdle business has to get around, darling.
Business, always business.
Well, goodbye, Lorraine.
Hold it, Allen. Stop that sketch.
Now, wait a minute. Is that somebody heckling? Who is this?
It is I, Allen.
Oh, a college man, hey? What is the big idea of stopping our play?
Now, hold your horses, Allen. Come up, gentlemen.
Okay, TV.
Come in, TV.
Say, what is this? Who are you three guys?
We're from the advertising agency presenting this program, Allen. I'm Bert.
I'm Kirk.
I'm Jake.
Bert, Kirk, and Jerk, the new radio planning board.
Well, if you're advertising agency men, where are your memo pads?
We're incognito tonight.
Oh,
check Kirk.
Check, Bert.
Check Jerk.
Check, boy.
Now, look. Wait a minute. Look, fellas, I'm right in the middle of a sketch.
And that is why we're here, Allen. The planning board, Bert, Kirk,
And Jake.
is checking up on all of the agency's radio programs. We're constantly planning new features. Your sketches recently have not been hitting on all six.
Yeah, they haven't been ringing the bell.
They've had nothing on the ball.
There have been complaints.
Yeah, there's a rumor rampant that your art players haven't gotten a laugh since that eagle broke loose.
Yeah, why can't you release an eagle every week?
Well, eagles are deceitful. They rehearse one thing and do another.
Well, however, that is beside the point. Now, our planning board, Bert, Kirk,
and Jake,
is here to improve your sketch material. Now, what is this skit you're doing here tonight?
Well, it's nothing. A little domestic drama. It's about...
No, that won't do. It lacks humor.
There's no suspense.
It drags at the end.
Well, you haven't heard it yet.
Yes, that's right. We work so fast, we're getting ahead of you. Now, I'll tell you, Alan, here's what you do.
Now, let's have a quick run-through of the sketch.
Right. If it makes us laugh, you can do it on the air.
Oh, now, look, this sketch is 40 minutes long. We haven't got time to audition the whole thing.
Okay, condense
Yeah, boil it down.
Give us the meat of it.
Yes, and if we like it, you can go ahead with the show.
Well, all right, sit down, boys. We'll run through a brief synopsis for you. Give us that overture again, Peter. The scene, still the home of Cuthbert Allen, the girdle tycoon. Cuthbert again enters the living room.
Lorraine, my darling wife, goodbye.
Oh, Cuthbert, must away so soon.
A man in the girdle business can't wait for his hips to come in. Rather good, that.
You're a card, Cuthbert.
That's what I keep telling them down at the office.
And what do they say?
Oh, they just laugh and say, you stole it from Bob Hope. Well, goodbye, dear. I shall be back Saturday.
Goodbye, Cuthbert. Thank heavens he's gone at last. Now to release my lover from the closet. Come out, Drexel. The coast is clear.
Lorraine, my dream girl.
Drexel, kiss me, my Adonis.
Prepare your pretty pucker.
Darling.
I'm back. I forgot my cane. My wife.
My husband.
My hat.
Drexel Scurvy. You, my best friend, kissing my wife.
Lorraine loves me, Cuthbert. Go, leave us a be.
What?
Here is a nickel. This will take you to the Bowery. You can become a bomb.
Why, you insulting dog? Take this.
Don't shoot, Cuthbert. Oh!
I did.
Cuthbert, You've killed him.
Drexel's scurvy went too far, Lorraine.
You mean he was taking me out of your life?
Oh, it wasn't that. The dirty rat gave me a lead nickel. Well, there you are, gentlemen. What's your verdict?
That sketch won't do it.
Yeah, it's too corny.
It sounds like something Orson Welles might have written as a boy.
Now, wait, this sketch is sure fire. It hasn't missed for 20 years. What is suddenly wrong with it now?
Well, frankly, I don't know. It's head of the planning board of Kirk.
Enjoy.
I'll have to ask for comment. Kirk, what was your reaction?
Well, it lacks color and charm. The public today wants stories like Gone with the Wind.
Kirk is right, Alan. People always enjoy a drama laid in the old town.
Yeah, where one character says to the other one, shoot the yam to me, Sam.
All right. Now, we can do that same sketch you just heard in Gone with the Wind style.
Oh, well, yeah.
See how you like this, boys. Some Southern music, Peter. Scarlet, my magnolia bud's yours. I'm leaving yours.
But I'm hungry, Red. There ain't no food in the house.
I'm getting food for you, Scarlet. Some man's inviting me and my regiment to lunch.
Picnic?
Selznick. Well, goodbye, y'all.
Alone at last. Now to get my Lanny pie out of the closet. Red's gone, sugar.
Scarlet, my mint julep.
Ashley, my planter's punch with an egg in it.
I've got a surprise for you all, Scarlet. It's food. Look.
Ashley, a can of soup?
Yeah.
Kiss me, my hero. Sugar, darling.
I'm back, y'all. Scarlet.
Red.
Jeepers.
My best friend, Ashley Wilkie, is kissing my wife.
Scarlet loves me, Red Butler. Skedaddle.
Not skedaddle.
Yes, skedaddle. And take this can of soup with y'all.
Why, you two-timing hound, take this, y'all.
Oh, y'all.
Oh, Red Sugar, you killed Ashley.
He went too far, Scarlet.
You mean giving you a can of soup to replace
Oh, it
my
wasn't
love?
that. Look at the label on this chair soup.
Why, that insulting Red.
That's why I shot him. That traitor had the nerve to offer me, a southern gentleman, Yankee bean soup. Yankee bean soup. Yankee bean soup. Yankee bean soup. Yankee bean soup.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, I never saw a street like that.
Huh? What do you mean, Chester?
Dusty, sir. Just plain dusty. It's only spring and already the plaza's just vulgar with dust.
Streets in Texas are all grass, Chester?
No, sir, but they're better than this. You'd think there'd be some way of fixing it.
Well, Dodge is growing, Chester. Maybe someday it won't look so bad to you.
I don't aim to live that long, sir.
Well, I'm glad you got that much figured out anyway.
I surely have. Oh, now, wait. That's not what I meant either.
Don't let it worry you, Chester. Did you get those posters down to Mr. Hightower?
Yes, sir. He said they'll be ready about noon tomorrow.
All right. Pick them up then, will you?
Yes, sir. Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon, I nearly forgot.
No?
Well,
Forgot what?
after I left Mr. Hightower's, I thought I'd just take a glass of beer. I had to get all that dust out of my throat. You know how bad it is walking around knee-deep in that stuff, and I was hacking and coughing.
All right, Chester. Well, what is it you forgot?
Well, sir, I dropped into the Texas Trail, and Miss Kitty was there, and she said she thinks there might be trouble over there before long, and she said to tell you.
Oh? What kind of trouble?
Oh, the usual thing. Some man fighting over a girl.
Well, you don't seem to be very worried about it.
I'm tired of people fighting. I wish they'd all just go away somewheres and kill each other off and have done with it.
That'd be fine as long as they don't do it in Dodge. Well, come on, Chester. Let's go over and see what it's all about.
Tesada's a new girl, Matt. She's shy as a flower. I don't know what she's doing here anyway.
How do you know the name of the man?
Dorgan, he says. I tried to get her away from him, but I think she's too scared.
Maybe she likes him. Did you ever think of that?
I hope not. Anyway, he won't let anyone else dance with her. Those two over at the bar near Chester there. They've tried twice.
I know one of those men. The tall one. His name's Horn.
Who is he?
Yeah, he's a gunman. Pretty fast, too, so I've heard.
Well, I was over there with Tesada last time they came up, and somehow, from the way they talked, I got the feeling they're more interested in Dorgan than her.
Oh, you mean they're trying to draw him into a fight?
That's my guess, Matt.
All right, Kitty. I'll see what I can do. Miss Tesada?
Yes?
I'm Matt Dillon. I'd be proud if you'd dance with me.
Well, I don't think I'd better.
Now, go ahead, Tesada. It's all right. You can dance with him.
Mr. Dorgan, you told those others that I could...
Hello, Marshal. Hello, Horn.
This here is Watson.
Howdy, Marshal. How are you? Well, what's on your mind, Horn?
We just wanted to let you know, Marshal, if there's any trouble here, we ain't responsible.
Leave me alone, there won't be any trouble.
All we want, Marshal, is our turn with the girl here, and Dorgan's had her hogged the whole evening. And that ain't fair, and that's all. What's funny, Marshal?
You sound like a man at a church social.
I'm trying to be peaceable about it, that's all.
I've seen you when you didn't try, Horn. What are you looking for, an excuse to work this man into a gunfight?
Yeah, he sure is, Marshal. I ain't going to take much more from him or Watson either.
What's the real trouble between you?
There's no trouble, Marshal. We just want to dance with that girl. That's all.
Mm-hmm. You want to tell me, Dorgan?
Nothing, Marshal, nothing.
All right. Tesada.
Yes, sir.
Go over there and sit with Kitty, will you?
Now, wait a minute, Marshal. Tesada's my girl. I've been buying her drinks. She's staying right here.
Go ahead, Tesada. Go on over with Kitty.
I don't know which one...
You just go, Tesada. Nobody will stop you.
Well, all right, then. Thank you for the drinks, Mr. Dorgan.
Go on, beat it.
Chester.
You got a great way of handling things is all I can say.
What is it, Mr. Dillon?
Take their guns, Chester.
Oh, no, you don't. Shut up, Watson. Well, you going to let him do that? We ain't looking for trouble.
You're smarter than I figured, Horn.
Am I, Marshal?
Get him, Chester.
Yes, sir. All right. All right.
Your guns will be at the jail. You can pick them up in the morning when you leave town.
Leave town?
All three of you. Good night, gentlemen. Taking his gun from a man like Horn was the fastest way in the world to get him out of the saloons and off the streets and behind cover somewhere. There were too many men who might show up out of his past and suddenly make their claim on him. And Horn was the one that really mattered. Neither Dorgan or Watson looked like real gunmen. So I thought I'd been pretty smart. till the next morning. I was just crossing the plaza when I ran into Kitty and Chester.
Matt, we've been trying to find you.
Oh, what's the matter, Kitty?
It's Desada. I don't know where she is.
What?
I looked in her room this morning and she'd gone. Nobody's seen her anywhere.
Oh, maybe she went out to buy some clothes or something.
Oh, she was afraid to go out alone. I always had to go with her. I just know something's happened to her.
Oh, like what?
Dorgan. He was real sweet on her, Matt, and I don't trust him at all.
Oh?
Dorgan come by the office real early, Mr. Dillon. I gave him his gun, and he vamoosed. He was in a big hurry to go someplace.
Well, I told him to leave town this morning.
Well, you didn't tell him to take Desada with him.
Did they get back together last night?
Sure. Just as soon as Horn and Watson left. I couldn't stop it.
I see. Tell me, Kitty, can she ride?
Oh, no. I asked her to go out with me once.
All right. There was a stage west this morning. Go see if they got on it, will you, Chester?
All right, sir.
Kitty, if she did leave with Dorgan, maybe it's because she wanted to.
Oh, maybe. She wouldn't say anything about him last night, one way or the other. I told you I think she's afraid of him, Matt, but even if she did want to go, well, she isn't his kind, that's all.
Well, that may be, Kitty, but it's not the law's job to chaperone every girl that hits Dodge.
What if she didn't want to go, Matt? What if he forced her to?
Well, that'd be different. A whole lot different.
You bet it would.
They was on him, Mr. Dillon. The agent described him exactly. Left an hour ago, right on time.
I knew it.
Will I get our horses, sir?
No, wait a minute, Chester. Dorgan might put up a fight, and if he does, we can't shoot around that girl.
Well, then how can you stop him, Matt?
Well, somehow I don't figure Dorgan is a really brave man. I think we can bluff him. He might try to fight two of us, but if there were more, say, maybe a dozen men... Well...
You mean we'll take a posse?
Yeah, well, this time it might just work, Chester. But I'll pick 'em. Men I can trust not to do any hasty shooting. Chester, you go round up Arnold Winters and John Kemp, Marty Walter, and Bob Gast, and I'll get the rest of them.
All right, sir.
And tell them we'll all meet at the jail in 20 minutes.
Everybody's here, Mr. Dillon.
All right, I'm coming, Chester. All right, men. All right, listen to me now. Now, I've picked you men because I know that you're steady, every one of you. Now, there's a girl on that stage, and whatever happens, we can't return fire. Is that clear?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I'll figure out how we're going to stop them when we get there.
Marshal.
Well, what are you doing here?
Hold it. Marshal, me and Watson heard you needed help.
Thought I told you to get out of town, Horn.
We just want to be sure you got Dorgan before we left, Marshal.
I don't need your help. And don't you be here when I get back, either one of you.
How do you like that, Watson?
All right, men. All right, let's go.
It's a-coming, Mr. Dillon.
All right, Chester. Men, spread out in a half circle. When the stage comes out of those cottonwoods, Chester and I'll ride forward and stop her. And then you close in around us.
We got it.
All right, let's go.
What's the matter, Marshal?
It's all right, Jim. I just want to talk to a couple of your passengers. You, Dorgan. Come on out.
You try anything to say to be right in front of me, Marshal.
I figured that, Dorgan. Come on out anyway.
All right, to say to get out. You stand right here to say and don't move. Now, what's on your mind, Marshal?
I want to know if Tessada's here because she wants to be. That's all.
Tell him, Tessada. Right, tell him.
Just tell me the truth, Tessada. If you want to go with him, you may. But if he's forcing you to go, then we're here to take you back to Dodge.
You wouldn't want her death on your conscience, would you, Marshal?
Oh, no, please don't kill me. I'll tell him. I came because I wanted to. There.
That's a good answer, Tessada.
Then go on back to Dodge and leave us alone.
I guess you didn't hear the same thing I did, Dorgan.
I'm warning you,
You
Marshal.
haven't got a chance. How long do you think you can use her for cover? Now, I got 12 men here, Dorgan, and we'll follow you from here to California if necessary. Isn't that right, men? And if she should get killed, I'll just let you imagine what we'll do to you. Now, you drop your gun belt right where you are and step forward. And do it now. All right, get his gun, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right, one of you men get rid of your guns and put Dorgan up behind you.
Mr. Dillon, what are we going to do with Tessada? She can't ride anyway, especially in those clothes.
Well, the Bledsoe place is a couple of miles from here. Go over there and borrow their buckboard, Chester, and for your trouble, we'll let you drive her back to town.
Yes, sir. My. Well, you wait right here, Mr. Sada, and I'll be back in no time at all. Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Chester. What time did you get back with Tessada last night, Chester?
Oh, now, a buckboard ain't like a horse. You can't drive it a lope all the way.
That's all right, Chester. Well, what have you got there?
Here, Dorgan's breakfast.
Well, you'll probably have to wake him up. He hasn't made a sound so far. Oh, there are the keys on the desk.
Yes. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah?
Come here, quick.
What? Open the cell, Chester. Hurry. You might still be alive.
I got a knife.
All right. Cut him free. I'll hold it. No. He's been dead a long time.
Now, who'd have thought he'd go hang himself?
He didn't, Chester.
What?
There's no rope in his cell. Somebody called him over here to the window. Knocked him in the head and slipped the rope around his neck and tied him tight to the bars. This isn't suicide, it's murder.
Horn and that fellow Watson, they did it.
Well, they're the only ones I know who've been wanting him dead.
Will we go arrest him?
Yeah, they just go free again. I got no evidence the court would accept.
I'll bet those two don't think any more of strangling a man than shooting a wolf and throwing his skin over a fence.
Yeah, they're killers, Chester. But right now they got nobody to kill. Except maybe me.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, make sure you're by your radio this Monday evening. For CBS Radio's Monday evening dramatic shows, the Lux Radio Theater and Suspense are putting on two of their top shows of the season. Suspense has a new writer, William Shakespeare by name, and they're staging his wonderful tale of love, vengeance, and murder, Othello, with Richard Widmark as the star. And our Lux Radio Theater is bringing you the charming nostalgic story, Wait Till the Sun Shines Nellie, with David Wayne and Gene Peters in their original movie roles. It's a date Monday night. Suspense and the Lux Radio Theater on most of these same stations. Now the second act of Gunsmoke.
that Horn and Watson were still in Dodge, I figured that they were probably waiting for me to run them out. That they'd be glad for the excuse if I did, leaving Dorgan's murder behind them. Instead, I did nothing and I said nothing, hoping it'd sand their nerves some. Maybe drive them to a bottle and some loose talk. That night, pretending there was nothing in the world on our minds, Chester and I walked into the Texas Trail.
Sure is crowded tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Say, there's Teseda. See her?
You're like a fall hog after ripe acorns, Chester.
Well, now, my gracious, it wouldn't be polite for me not to say hello, would it?
I'll see you later. That fella who just left, is he coming back, Kitty?
He went broke. Sit down, Red. You drinking?
No, not tonight.
Oh, expecting trouble, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
Look at Chester and Teseda there. I sure wish this place were quieter. I'd give anything to know what they're saying.
It may get noisier.
What?
Look over there. Watson just came in.
Oh. Say, he's drunk, Matt. He's real drunk.
Yeah.
He's just going to start trouble again. Look, he spotted Teseda.
I don't see Horn.
Oh, Horn hasn't been in tonight.
I said I was going to dance with her.
You're a local drunk, Watson. Get out of here and leave the lady alone.
What lady?
You take that back.
Matt?
Are you from Texas, mister?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Well, now, if I was from Texas, I'd certainly keep it to myself.
You're wrong, Watson. There's a lot of good, decent people in Texas.
Maybe, since you left. It's a wonder you can even get a woman like this.
Don't you be judging the people of Texas.
Matt!
All right, get out of the way. Let me through here.
Wait a minute.
He drew on me, Mr. Dillon. I was only going to fight him. I didn't think he'd draw.
Everybody saw it, Chester. He had his gun out first.
I shot him twice. He didn't even fire. How come he didn't kill me?
Now, take it easy, Chester. Teseda, go get him a drink, will you?
Yes, sir. Do right away.
Watson. Watson.
Little Texas fella. He shot me.
Watson. Watson, listen to me. Did you strangle Dorgan?
Dorgan. We killed him. Me and Horn. Right in jail. There it comes.
If I take Horn alive, I'll call on some of you men as witnesses to Watson's confession here. Well, a couple of you take him out back. Chester, you all right? You look peaked.
I got him a whiskey, sir, just like you said.
Drink it down, Chester.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Mr. Dillon, if he hadn't have been drunk, I couldn't have shot him.
Well, that may be, Chester. But don't forget one thing. Drunk as he was, he drew to kill you. If you'd given him another second, he would have. You had to shoot him. It was self-defense, pure and simple.
Yes, sir. That's sure true, but I...
Now, you stay here for a while. I'll be out in the plaza.
Teseda, Get me one more drink.
Word of the gunfight would spread fast in Dodge, and the word of the dying man's confession even faster. Wherever Horn was, I knew he'd hear about it. And since he was a gunman of an entirely different breed from men like Watson and Dorgan, it could be depended on that instead of running, he'd shoot it out with me. It was a simple matter of vanity, and there was no way to stop him. The only thing I could do was wait. Expectantly, the plaza cleared. But before Horn showed up, Chester came out of the Texas Trail and walked over to me.
Mr. Dillon?
Are you all right now, Chester?
I'm fine. But say, I just heard that Horn's gone and got himself a shotgun.
Oh, is that so?
You can't meet him like this. I'll go get you one out of the office.
No.
But, Mr. Dillon, a shotgun.
I know. But if Horn's done that, he's lost his nerve. It means he can't face me any other way.
Yeah, but you haven't got a chance against a shotgun.
Well, we'll soon find out. There he comes.
Oh. He does have a shotgun, Mr. Dillon.
All right, get off the street, Chester.
I don't like to leave.
Go on.
Yes, sir.
Evening, Marshal.
You're well armed, Horn.
Yeah, ain't I?
This is the first time, isn't it?
First time what?
You had to get behind a shotgun?
I ain't taking no chances, Marshal.
Sure. But from what I've heard, that never bothered you before.
Meaning?
You're fast enough with a 6-gun to have lived this long, Horn. You must be pretty good. But you're through now. You've lost your nerve. You're not a gunman anymore. You're just ordinary dirt common.
That's enough of that.
I could find a dozen men like you in any saloon in town. It was different before, Horn. You kind of stood out a little. But nobody's going to worry about you after this.
You think not? You think I need this shotgun?
Of course you need it. Everybody can see that.
I ain't scared of you, Marshal. I ain't scared of no man alive.
Talk's cheap.
I ain't talking. Yeah, now. Ain't got no shotgun. Now don't you tell me I'm scared.
You don't have to draw, Horn. You can still take your chances in court.
You was right, Marshal. I was scared. I ain't no more.
Look, I'm giving you a chance. Why don't you take it?
Never mind.
You all right, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Yeah, Chester. It's been a long day. Let's go somewhere and try and forget it.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Tom Tully, Lawrence Dobkin, Paul Dubov, and Lillian Baeff. Harley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. You have to face facts when you talk about Korea, and the facts are that there are more than 35,000 war orphans in Korea. They not only have no parents, but they have no shelter, no warm clothing, no food. They are not responsible for their condition, and some of them can remember no other. Their government tries to help, but the best it can do is a cup or two of rice a day for each. Other Korean War refugees cannot shelter them. Often they can hardly care for their own children. Because these orphans have not had food and have been exposed to all kinds of weather, many of them have tuberculosis. They are all weak from hunger and an easy prey to disease. Yet people over there, like the representatives of CARE, the package sending relief agency, say many of these children can be saved if they get food and clothing now. CARE has stockpiles over there. An order or contribution will send them to those most in need. Package delivery is guaranteed. To save the kids of Korea, send a contribution to your local CARE office, or to CARE New York, or CARE Los Angeles.
Some people wake up like this. And some people wake up like this.
Come on, you lazy bum. Get out of that sack.
But 9 million people prefer to wake up to music, to a breakfast symphony, a popular singer, or news. Because 9 million people have clock radios that turn themselves on in the morning. How do you like to wake up?
America now wakes up to 9 million clock radios and listens most to the CBS radio network.
America's favorite miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny program.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jello program, starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with It's No Fun. Country today, lovely ladies have been parading their latest spring finery. It's one of the highlights of Easter, this display of new fashions, this brilliant array of colors. But in all their springtime brightness, the colors of Easter cannot surpass the glowing colors of Jell-O. However, Jell-O is much more than just a gay, good-looking dessert. It's a downright delicious one as well. It was always delightful, but nowadays Jell-O tastes twice as good as ever before. That real fruit flavor is put there by a modern secret process and sealed right in so that it can't get out. That's why every one of Jell-O's 6 grand flavors has the keen, refreshing goodness of fresh, ripe fruit. No other gelatin dessert can equal Jell-O's extra-rich fruit flavor. So accept no substitute. Always ask for Jell-O by name. Always insist on the one and only genuine Jell-O. And now we bring to you from Cleveland the pride of Waukegan, the idol of California, Ohio's favorite son, Jack Benny of New York.
Thank you. Well, hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you from all over the country. Listen, Don, as long as we're here in Cleveland, why did you let on that I come from New York?
Well, don't you?
Yes, Don, but I had a swell gag all worked out about Cleveland. You nearly spoiled it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
Look, Don, now look. There's a famous street here called Euclid Avenue, see? It's known all over the country.
Euclid Avenue, eh?
Yeah, now you ask me how I like Cleveland.
All right, Jack. How do you like Cleveland?
Well, Don, I love my wife, but oh, Euclid. Oh, boy.
Wow.
Boy, am I hot tonight?
Yes, sir. Are you killing you?
Well, anyway, folks, we're here in Cleveland and having a great time.
Oh, by the way, Jack, how are you doing at Low State Theater this week?
How am I doing? Why, Don, haven't you read the reviews, the notices? They're terrific. Look, I just happen to have this write-up. I usually throw them away, you know.
Where is it?
Right here, pinned to my pocket.
Let's see it.
Oh, it's nothing much, Don. The usual stuff. You know. Here, read it.
Oh, yes. This week, Low State Theater offers the outstanding show of the season. On the screen, Myrna Loy gives a magnificent performance in that sparkling romantic film, Petticoat Fever.
Read on, Don. Read
However, for sophisticated comedy, debonair personality, and gay
That's nonchalance, Don.
Gay nonchalance, we also have that smooth, suave comedian, Robert Montgomery.
Read on, Don. Read on.
The stage show this week includes the Yazid Arabs, the Stuart Morgan dancers, and a man with a violin.
That's me. That's me.
Congratulations, Jack.
Oh, Don, it's the same everywhere I go. It means nothing, really.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. I was just showing Don the write-up I got in the paper. You know?
Can I have it, Jack? I want to give it to my father.
Why?
He's got a hole in his shoe.
Oh, yeah? Well, my shoes come first.
Say, Mary, you should read that write-up.
Well, what's so funny about it?
It's a knockout.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah? You leave Jack alone. He's got more talent in his little finger than you'll ever have.
I don't believe it.
Neither do I, but that's what he told me.
That a girl, Mary.
Shut up.
Oh. It's a nice way to talk on Easter Sunday. But you look swell, Mary. Is that a new spring outfit?
Uh-huh. Do you like it?
I sure do. Who gave it to you?
You did.
I did? Say, that was darn sweet of me. Did I give you anything else?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh. Well, if I do, let me know, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Hello, Jack. Here I am, large as life and twice as tempting.
Well, hello, Kenny. Say, where's your Easter outfit?
Oh, I'm wearing it.
You look the same to me. Mary, do you notice any change in Kenny?
Sure, he had his hat blocked.
Oh, yes. Now I notice it. Look, Mary, he's got a flower in his buttonhole, too. Get it?
Is that what it is?
Yeah, is it funny looking? What is it, Kenny, a violet or a carnation?
Oh, I don't know. It fell off a lady's hat.
Well, anyway, Kenny, you look fine. You're some dresser.
Oh, thanks, Jack. You know, you wear swell clothes yourself.
Oh, I don't know. Of course, I do pride myself on the way I take care of my suits, you know.
That suit looks like you forgot to take it off the hanger.
Yeah, you nearly killed that joke, too. Oh, well, anyway, folks, it's Easter, and I want to tell you it's nice to see people out in their new spring finery, new hats, new dresses, new suits.
And don't forget Jell-O's new extra-rich fresh fruit flavor. Remember, it tastes twice as good as ever before.
Well, that's a nice Easter greeting. Yeah.
Say, Jack, that reminds me. I wrote a poem about Easter.
Mary, will you stop writing those poems? That's the only trouble with this program.
Well, just listen to this one.
All right, all right.
Easter's here but once a year, even as you and I. A rag, a bone, and a hank of hair. A laugh, a tear, a sigh.
Well.
Easter bonnets soon appear in the rain or fall.
Playtime.
And after that, we put them So the man worthwhile is the one who can smile on a happy Easter day. Hey, hey.
That was Mary Livingston by Johnny Green and his orchestra.
That's the last poem I'll ever write.
You see? They like that, huh? Well, anyway, that was Goody Goody, played by Johnny. But really, that was swell. I don't know, Johnny. You know, your music does something to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. You know, Johnny, there's something about you when you stand there leading that orchestra that, oh, I don't know. There's a word that fits you, and I just can't think of it. It's,
how about genius?
Well, that's cute, yes. I really had another word in mind, but genius will do. I mean, Mary, what are you laughing at?
Imagine a genius with a haircut.
Mary, listen, don't forget the struggle behind Johnny's musical education. Night after night, with the wind howling and tearing at his clothes, he trudged 6 miles through blinding snow just to get to his piano teacher's house. Is that right, Johnny?
No, he came to our house.
Well, you don't know the struggle that piano teacher went through. After each lesson, fighting every inch of his way back through 6 miles of blizzard and snow, didn't he, Johnny?
No.
Well, anyway, Johnny, you deserve your success.
Oh, thanks, Jack. You're white.
It's all right, Johnny. You're green.
I'm Livingston, monkey with that.
Well, that finishes this routine. Say, Johnny, how do you like Cleveland? Are you having any fun here?
Oh, sure, Jack. I have lots of friends in town and relatives, too.
Oh.
Yeah, by the way, where are you stopping?
Stopping? Oh, I got a little room at the Statler. It's nothing pretentious, but it's comfortable, you know. After all, I just sleep there. Where are you living, Johnny?
Oh, I'm there, too. Of course, I've got quite a large room.
Well, you've got quite a large orchestra. I mean, How do you all get in there?
We checked the drums downstairs.
Oh, you could have checked that joke downstairs, too, I think.
Say, Jack,
Yeah?
I have some relatives here who are great friends of yours, and I'd like you to meet them right after the broadcast. Do you mind?
Oh, of course not, Johnny. I'll be glad to. Are they distant relatives?
No, they're right outside.
You could have checked that one, too.
Yes. And now, ladies and gentlemen, that tonight we are going to offer you a real treat. You remember in the past we gave you the best plays that money could pass by. We gave you Noel Coward, George Bernard Shaw, and we have also given you the works of Shakespeare. Well, maybe not Shakespeare, but we have given you the works. And this evening, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present Eugene O'Neill's stage and screen triumph, Our Wilderness, with a cast that needs no introduction. I, Jack Lionel Bennymore, will play the part of the father. Miss Mary Livingston, who used to live near Catherine Cornell, will play the part of the mother, while Kenny Baker, who was once hit by Clark Gable's car, will play the part of the son. Don, do you like the part of the uncle played by Wallace Beery?
Yes, and I like strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Just for that, you can't be in it. Nah. Oh, Mary, while Kenny is singing his number, you better rehearse a little bit. You know, that's a pretty important part you've got there.
Oh, yeah? I don't need rehearsing. I was in a stock company for the past 3 months at the Princess Theater in New York.
Mary, the Princess Theater has been closed for 2 years.
Oh, no wonder I didn't get any applause.
Well, anyway, folks, tonight we are presenting Our Wilderness. The scene is the home of the Bennies, the time right after Kenny Baker's song. Oh, by the way, Kenny, do you think you can play the part of...
I don't know, but I'll try.
Sing, Kenny.
Let me ride on a trail in the hills of old Wyoming, where the coyotes wail in the gloaming, for it's there that my heart's at home. In the night, let me rest with a blue sky for my ceiling, till the wind's lullaby comes stealing from the hills where my heart's at home. Wake with a song, wake with the sun, saddles to mend, cattle to tend, plenty to be done. Let me live on the range, where a man has learned to roam in, and dream of his love in the gloaming, in the hills of old Wyoming. Let me ride on a trail in the hills of old Wyoming, till the wind's lullaby comes stealing from the hills where my heart's at home. In the hills, in the hills, in the hills.
That was Kenny Baker singing in the hills of old Wyoming. And now we bring you our version. of Eugene O'Neill's masterpiece, Our Wilderness. The scene is a small town in New England years and years ago, when children were seen and not noticed. Now, as the scene opened, what was that noise, Mary?
O'Neill just turned off his radio.
Oh, well. Curtain. Music, John.
Oh, Forrest. Forrest,
Yes, Teresa.
where's our son Wilderness?
He ain't home yet. Here it is, 8:27, and that boy of ours is still gallivanting around.
Well, don't worry. He's a good boy and smart, too. He got the biggest marks in his school and stood at the head of his class.
Well, where he got the marks, he had to stand. I tell you, Teresa, I don't know what this younger generation is a-coming to. On the way home tonight, I actually saw a young couple holding hands before it got dark.
Well, what's the matter with that?
Well, when I was young, boys never thought of doing the things they do today.
That's why they didn't do 'em.
Never thought of that.
You know, Pa, I've been thinking, you really got to talk to Wilderness and tell him the facts of life. He's going on 29.
Guess you're right, Ma. He ain't a child anymore. Has he got a shaving mug?
Yes, but he never shaves it.
You know, I have a suspicion he's raising a beard.
Are you sure, Pa?
No, but when he comes in, I must stash him. Ooh.
That hurt me, too.
Yeah. But that boy's at the age now where he must be protected.
Yes, Pa, and it's up to you to talk to him.
Gosh, Ma, I don't know what to tell him.
Why don't you ask the voice of experience?
No, not tonight, Teresa. I feel kind of drowsy.
Drowsy?
Yes.
My mistake.
Come in. It's Uncle Ferncliff.
Hey, give me a glass of water, please.
Well, what's the matter, Uncle?
Make it 2 glasses.
Why, what's wrong?
First, I got something to tell you. I got bad news for you.
You don't mean you come to live with us?
It's worse than that. Do you know that Simpson girl who wears high heels and smokes cigarettes?
You mean Annabelle Simpson?
That's the bimbo.
How do you know she smoked a cigarette?
There was lipstick on it when I picked it up.
What, lipstick, too?
And that's not all, Forrest. Would you believe it? Your son has been writing her letter.
He has?
Surprised, eh? I just found the love letter. Look at that fancy stationery. Hey, feel that material.
Not bad. And you say my son wrote this letter?
Yes, indeed. Here it is. It says, Dear Annabelle.
Wait. I can tell from the beginning of that letter this ain't going to be fit for a woman's ears. You want to leave the room, Teresa?
Give me that letter and you leave the room.
Carry on, Ferncliff. I got to know what's in it.
Dear Annabelle, roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweet, and so are you. Yours truly, Wilderness.
My son wrote that? I can't believe it.
Well, here it is in black and blue.
Well, then I reckon it's true. I wouldn't have minded so much except for those last 4 words. And so are you. That's a going too far.
Now, don't be too hard on the boy, Forrest. Maybe he wasn't himself when he wrote it.
He must have been. Every word is misspelled.
That's exactly my conclusion.
Here he comes now. Forrest, you must talk to him.
Oh, Father. Oh, Mother. Oh, Uncle.
Oh, Wilderness.
Young man, do you realize what time it is?
9:13.
Exactly. You had your mother all upset coming in at this hour. She was a-walking up and down in her bare feet with tears in her eyes. And why?
There were cats on the floor.
Yes, son, we were all worried. Where were you tonight?
Playing jacks.
Oh, gambling, eh? At Annabelle Simpson's?
Yeah.
You better be careful, my boy. I knew many girls when I was a young man. Ah, but your mother was different.
Sure I was different. I said yes.
Wilderness, Uncle Ferncliff found a love letter you wrote to Annabelle. What do you say to that?
Oh, gingerbread.
Watch your language, son. Did you have a drink before you came home?
Yes, Father. A malted milk.
A malted milk, eh? Was there an egg in it?
Well,
Answer me, son. Was there an egg in it?
Yes, Father.
That's the last straw.
But I couldn't help it, Father. I couldn't help it. I was driven to it.
I don't care how you got there. It doesn't matter.
You don't know the aches of a lonely heart. I asked Annabelle for a lock of her hair, and she told me to jump in the lake.
Did you do it, son?
Yes, but it wasn't there.
Well, I can understand that. When your mother first turned me down, I drank a glass of iodine.
Was there an egg in it?
Leave the room, Teresa. I'm going to have a talk with Wilderness about the facts of life.
Well, I hope you learned something.
She infumigated.
Come here, son. You're getting at the age now when you ought to be told some of the facts of life. Sit down, my boy.
I am sitting down.
Then stand up. You're going on 29 and approaching manhood. There are a few things you ought to know.
Gee, it's a thrill. What is it, Dad?
Wait a minute. Lock that door and shut that window.
Yes, Pa.
Now close that transom.
Yes, and turn off the steam.
First, I'm going to read you that letter you sent to Annabelle.
I'm scared.
Listen to this. Dear Annabelle, roses are red, violets are blue, sugar is sweet, and so are you. Yours truly, Wilderness.
Gosh, did I write that?
It wasn't Eugene O'Neill.
Quiet, I'll handle this. How, Wilderness, how would you feel if you got a letter like that?
I don't know, Dad, but I can find out.
How?
I'm going to sit right down and write myself a letter.
Write yourself a letter, son?
And make believe it came from you.
Millions of soldiers across the sea fighting for democracy.
I'm going to say those things so sweet.
Hot doggy.
That will knock me off my feet.
Yeah, man.
With kisses at the bottom.
Gee, I'm glad I got 'em.
We'll write and say, I hope you're feeling
Sophisticated
better.
lady, you're a fascinating baby.
And sign with love the way you do.
My honey do.
I'm going to sit right down and write myself a letter.
And make me
Now, son, and now I'm going to tell you the facts of life.
Well, tell him already. He's getting older.
Listen, my boy, it's like this. I can't go through with this. I got cold feet.
All right, I'll turn on the steam again.
You better tell him, Ferncliff.
All right, I'll do the honors. Wildernuts, my lady boy. There's only one way to win a woman, quote. Always give them the cold shoulder, unquote. You see? Quote, never show them that you love them, unquote. Are you listening? Quote.
Stop. Your uncle is wrong, my boy. There's only one way to win a woman. Show her that you admire her, cherish her, go to see her, and make love to her.
Abbott, I can't listen to such a tamaraj there. You're wrong.
I'm right.
You're wrong.
I'm right.
You're wrong, and I'm leaving.
Pay no attention to your uncle, son. You listen to me.
Tell me more, Father.
A woman needs love, affection, and correction. I may be wrong about Annabelle, but if she's the girl of your dreams, go to her, my son. Go to her.
But I fear it's too late, Father. She can't see me from a hole in the wall.
Well, there is a resemblance. But I'll fix it. I'll call her up on the telephone. What's her number, Wilderness?
Spruce. Tree, tree, tree.
Did you hear that, operator? Well, get it. Don't worry, son. I'll fix everything, and I'll show you that I'm right. I'm always right. All a woman needs is love and affection. Hello? Hello, is this Annabelle Simpson's house?
Hello, Franza.
What, you?
Who else?
I can't understand this. What have you got to say for yourself?
Only one thing. You were right.
Play, Johnny.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in A Star is Born. Lux presents Hollywood,
Back on the air again after a summer vacation, our first production brings you Janet Gaynor, Robert Montgomery, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson in one of the greatest stories the screen has ever known, A Star is Born. With us also, here on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater on Hollywood Boulevard, we have as guests Sid Grauman, founder and managing director of one of the most famous motion picture theaters in the world, Grauman's Chinese, and John Leroy Johnston, managing editor of Screen Book and Hollywood magazines. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. Now, I turn the microphone to our producer, discoverer of stars, director of 63 motion pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 9 weeks have passed since I last stood here to ring up the curtain in the Lux Radio Theater. Tonight we return, as we shall every Monday night at this time, bringing you Hollywood's celebrated stars in the most distinguished plays of stage and screen. We've had a vacation, but more than that, we've had an opportunity to plan ahead. As a result, the greatest series of dramatic treats it has ever been our pleasure to offer is in store for you. We alone could not have made this possible. You, through the friendship shown our products, are equally responsible. For a fitting inaugural, we made a long and careful search. We found it in the stars and story we're about to bring you. Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in the brilliant Technicolor screenplay from Selznick International Studios, A Star is Born. From these same studios has recently come another record-breaking film, The Prisoner of Zenda, which, starring Ronald Colman and featuring Madeline Carroll and Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., is now duplicating the sensational success of tonight's story. Miss Gaynor's performance in A Star is Born is bringing her a national acclaim, approached only by her debut performance several years ago in Seventh Heaven. She was scarcely more than a child then, and if you could see her now, you'd realize she's still a little girl. In fact, there's only 100 pounds and 5 feet of her, topped by large brown eyes and dark red hair. Among her treasures is a little pair of black low-heeled shoes that once pattered from studio to studio as their owner searched for work. They never stopped at my door. I wish they had. As Esther Blodgett, Miss Gaynor makes her first appearance in the Lux Radio Theater. Compared with her, our co-star, Robert Montgomery of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, is a veteran. His portrayal tonight of Norman Maine is his fourth on our stage. Bob's popularity wherever pictures are shown, his versatility in all kinds of difficult roles, leaves me little more to say than welcome home to an old friend of our theater. Bob's new MGM picture with Rosalind Russell is Live, Love, and Learn. Lionel Stander resumes the role he played on the screen, Libby, the publicity man. Also from the original cast as Granny comes that actress now in her 54th year of trooping, May Robeson. Lou Merrill is heard as Oliver Niles. And now for our play. The Lux Radio Theater returns to the air, bringing you Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery in A Star is Born. An isolated farmhouse on the wind-swept plains of North Dakota. The house is silent, sleeping, but moonlight streams through the window of one of the upstairs rooms, where a young girl is still awake. She lies across her bed, sobbing quietly into the pillow. The door is inched open, and an elderly woman in an old flannel wrapper calls to her softly.
Esther? Esther? Yes, Granny? Oh, I thought you'd still be up. Oh, now stop crying. That isn't going to do you any good.
Oh, I'm crying because Aunt Mattie and Alec and everyone else in this family makes me so mad.
Aunt Mattie, Alec, fiddlesticks. They're not important. You're the only one who counts.
Oh, but I could be an actress, Granny. I could be. And I'd go to Hollywood, too, if I had the chance. But they just laugh at me because I want to make something out of myself. They think it's funny.
Esther, everyone in this world who ever dreamed about better things was laughed at. Don't you know that?
Oh, I suppose I do, but...
but there's a difference, dear, between dreaming and doing. You modern girls give me a pain. Why, when I wanted something better, I came across these plains in a prairie schooner with your grandfather. And don't think for a minute it was easy, Esther Blodgett. We burned in summer, and we froze in winter. We used our guns when we needed food, and then fought the Injuns to keep it. But we kept on going, and we didn't complain, because we were doing what we wanted to do. Can you understand that?
Yes, I can.
Could you do it? Could you do it even if it broke your heart? Because for every dream that you make come true, you'll pay the price in heartbreak.
I'm not afraid, Granny.
All right, then. Here. Take this money.
Oh, but Granny...
Go on, and go to your Hollywood.
But I can't take your money.
And why not?
It's your savings.
Well, I haven't got anything to save up for now, except my funeral. And I'm never going to die.
Oh, Granny, how can I ever thank you?
Good night.
Oh, Granny, Granny, darling.
On Hollywood Boulevard, the heart of the movie metropolis, on your right, Grauman's Chinese Theater. Notice the paved blocks containing the hand and footprints of your favorite star. And in just a few minutes, we'll be in Beverly Hills.
Hello? Oleander Arms Apartments. Yeah, we got a vacancy. $4. Running water, convenient to all studios, and you can look at it whenever you want. What do you do? Huh? Listen, wise guy, don't waste my time. The ad said no cowboys.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Blodgett.
Mine's Randall. Day, week, or month?
Well, it's a little hard to say. You see, I'm going into the movies.
Well, take it for a week. It'll break the jump to Beverly Hills. Sign here.
Are all the studios really near here?
All except Gaumont British.
I suppose the best way to get a job is to go straight to the studios, isn't it?
Oh.
I haven't any illusions, you know. I'm perfectly willing to begin with a little bit of a part, or even as an extra.
$4, please, in advance.
Come in.
I beg your pardon. Is this the Central Casting Office?
Yes.
I'd like to register for extra work, please.
To register? How long have you been in Hollywood?
It's nearly a month now.
Well, you know, we have 12,416 extras registered with us now. That's 16 times as many as we can use each working day. Why, we haven't put anyone on our register in over 2 years.
Oh, I see.
Come over here. I want to show you something.
Yes, Central Casting.
Those 4 girls operate our switchboard.
Yes.
Every time one of those little lights flashes, it's someone asking for a job. And every time a girl says, try later, it means there isn't any job. We can't keep the girls at the switchboard long. They go crazy. And every one of those little lights thought it was going to be a star. Do you still want to go into movies? You know what your chances are. 1 in 100,000.
But maybe I'm that one.
Afternoon, Miss Blodgett.
Any phone calls for me, Mr. Randall?
No, Jesse Lasky and Sammy Goldwyn must be writing you letters instead. How was their luck today?
There wasn't any.
Maybe you don't go at it right.
If I haven't learned in 3 months, I guess I never will. But I'm not giving up.
Hey, Esther!
Hello, Danny.
Hello, McGuire. How's the big assistant director? And say, how's about some rent?
Never mind that. Listen, Esther, I gotta speak to you right away. Come in the parlor.
Danny, what's the matter?
Remember when you first came here, I said I'd keep my eye out for a job for you? Well, believe it or not, I've got one.
Danny, that's wonderful. When do I go to the studio?
Well, you don't exactly go to the studio.
Oh, it's on location.
Well, it isn't exactly on location either. It isn't really a movie job at all. It's to be a waitress.
Oh.
Yeah, well, it is kind of a movie job in a way if you look at it right.
You said it was a waitress.
Yeah, but it's waitressing for Casey Burke, the big director over at our studio. He's throwing a party tonight, and there'll be a lot of big people there. I bet there'll be any number of big directors. And if you're there, maybe they'll notice you.
I could make them notice me.
Sure you could. This is your chance, Esther.
My chance. All right, I'll do it, Danny.
Good girl.
Hello? Mr. Burke's residence?
Let me speak to Mr. Oliver Niles in quick.
Who, sir?
Oliver Niles. Niles, the producer.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Niles.
Yes?
It's for you, sir.
Thank you. I'll take it inside. Hello? Oliver Niles speaking.
Hello, Niles. This is your publicity department.
Well, what is it, Libby?
Your publicity department begs to advise you that your star, Mr. Norman Maine, has once again been thrown in the Los Angeles jug.
What?
Yes, Mr. Norman Maine, America's Prince Charming, was apprehended driving down Wilshire Boulevard with a siren going full blast. He explained he was a tree surgeon on a maternity case.
Well, where is he now?
I bailed him out an hour ago. He ought to be at Breaks any minute.
Will it be in the papers?
No, it won't be in the papers.
Oh,
But that's a nice, expensive hobby of yours. Keeping Mr. Maine's informal entertainments out of the public press.
Now, look, Libby, I don't care what it costs, but...
Evening, Norman.
Never mind, Libby. He's here now. I'll call you back.
Hi, Oliver. You look worried about something.
Do I?
Well, go ahead and say it. I've got it coming to me.
Oh, don't make it any tougher for me, Norman. I don't want to stand here and preach.
Yeah, I know. The costs are going up and the grosses are going down.
Oh, no, it isn't that, Norman. I've made a lot of money with you. I can stand a loss or two, but, well, I hate to see you go the way of so many others.
I tell you, why don't you get Lloyd's to insure you against me?
You're a great star, Norman, but you're starting to fall apart.
And just what do you mean by that?
Oh, the first signs are always the same, Norman. Not being able to remember your lines, the cameraman struggling to cover up your hangovers, all because you've got to have a good time every day, every night. I've warned you for a long time, Norman.
Okay, Oliver. You're a swell guy. You won't lose any money on me, I'll promise you that. I'll be ready for the curtains when the time comes. And when it does, here's my epitaph. For amusement only. Let's get back to that party.
Hors d'oeuvre, Mr. Maine. The caviar's very good.
No, thank you. Oh. Yes, please. Very beautiful. I mean, very good. Never seen you around here before.
I'm just working for the night.
Hey, come back here. I'm starving. Well, let's see. Which would you take?
Well?
I believe I'll take caviar.
Norman.
Hi, Anita. Where have you been?
Looking for you, mostly. Come and join the party.
Wait a second. Caviar, anchovies...
Oh, take the tray away, please. Mr. Maine doesn't care for any more. Do you, Normie?
No, Normie doesn't care for any more. Greetings.
Oh,
You mind if I help?
in the kitchen. Won't they miss you?
Oh, no, they'll just look under the table, and when they see I'm not there, they'll forget the whole matter. What's your name?
Esther Blodgett.
My name's Maine.
I know.
What's so funny?
I was thinking about all your fans. How surprised they'd be if they could see you now helping me put plates away.
They don't know my finer side.
He'd be pretty envious of me, meeting you in person this way.
Tell me, you disappointed?
Yes. Now you've done it.
Never mind. It makes the room look lived in. Why are you disappointed in me?
I was sitting right behind you in the Hollywood Bowl that night you didn't want to be photographed and you smashed the photographer's camera.
Yes, I'm told I crept into many a heart that night.
Oh, I'll never be able to explain this.
You've got very pretty
You
hair.
better get out of here.
And a sensitive mouth. And a charming little... Anita, darling.
Precisely. Why are you in here instead of with the rest of the guests?
I just want to be helpful.
Oh, I see. Are you sure there was no other attraction?
Well, it might be that my old mania for putting plates away is coming back on me again.
It's rather odd that I always know where I can find you if there's a pretty girl around.
It's not only odd, it's embarrassing. And we aren't married, darling, so...
You're being deliberately insulting, Norman. I put up with enough...
dear, don't lose your temper. Remember, we must try to keep the voice low. I know you'll excuse us if we go on with our work.
Oh, please. Let me help.
Put that plate down.
Oh, Mr. Maine, get up. He's unconscious.
Unconscious? Now see what you've done.
Oh, but I didn't do anything. I didn't...
Hey,
Oh,
help me up, will you?
are you hurt?
No more than usual. Listen to that. The wolves are on us. Come on, we've got to get out of
But
here.
I can't. The dishes aren't finished.
Oh, yes, they are. What? Come on.
That's my house, Mr. Maine, the one with the oleander bush.
Oh, right.
Well,
I'll bet I know what you're going to say now.
what?
Good night.
Good night, and thanks.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Do you realize that all I found out about you is that you're foolish enough to want to go into pictures?
Why is it foolish? Look at you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now, I'd like to go into this matter rather thoroughly.
Oh, that's
so why don't we
awfully
go
nice
up to
of you.
my place and talk it over?
Oh, no. Thank you very much, but I really must say good night.
Oh, now, wait a minute. The least I can do is to see you to your door. Will I see you again?
I hope so.
Has anyone ever told you that you're lovely?
No?
Well, now you know.
Thank you.
This is hard to say, but I want to say it anyway. On the screen, I'm a, well, you know. In private life, I'm, well, you know. But whatever I do, I still respect lovely things. And you're lovely. Do you understand that?
Yes, I think I do.
And it's not that bump on the head that's doing this either.
I'm glad.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look?
Good night.
Good night.
The Lux Radio Theater presentation of A Star is Born continues in just a moment. In the meantime, let's imagine we are in the living room of an American home. A husband and wife are listening to the Lux Radio Theater. It's intermission time.
Oh, this is a marvelous play, Joe.
Sure is, but then I go for Gaynor anytime.
She is lovely.
Come to think of it, she reminds me of you a little. There's something about you that...
Joe, if I'm anything like Janet Gaynor, the only resemblance is in our complexions. I take care of my skin the same way she does, with Lux toilet soap.
It's really that good, is it?
Good. It's a soap with active lather. It really gets your skin thoroughly clean.
Thoroughly clean? What do you mean?
Well, if you let dirt and stale powder and rouge stay on your skin, they work in and stop up your pores. That ruins the complexion. Your pores get enlarged. Haven't you ever heard of cosmetic skin?
Cosmetic skin? What's that?
Well, who is there who has it? Oh, Sally Hanford. You know how dull-looking her skin always is.
Pity she didn't know about that soap you use. One look at you ought to sell Lux soap to any girl.
Shh. Here comes the second act.
Robert Montgomery, Janet Gaynor, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson continue in A Star is Born. A few hours have passed since Norman Maine left Esther at her doorstep. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. In the bedroom of Oliver Niles' home, the telephone jangles wildly. Niles, half asleep, gropes blindly for the receiver.
Hello? Hello?
Hello? This is Oliver Niles?
Yes, it's Oliver Niles.
This is Norman.
What is it? Who?
Norman Maine.
Norman? What have you done now? You're not in jail, are you?
Oh, no. Oliver, I have met a girl.
Oh, so that's it again.
Oliver, this girl, she's beautiful.
Yeah, she's beautiful, yeah. Yes, I know. You want me to give her a screen test?
Oliver, this girl has wonderful possibilities. She's got something. I know it.
You know it. You knew all the others had something, too.
No. I tell you, Oliver, she has that sincerity and honestness, that makes great actresses. I'm so sure of this girl that I want to do the test with her myself. Tomorrow morning, Oliver. Oliver.
What?
Tomorrow morning, screen test.
Yes, anything.
That's fine, Oliver. I knew you'd appreciate this little tip. I've got another one in the 6th tomorrow. Now, you try and get a little sleep, old man. Good night, Oliver.
Is this light too hard?
Move that gobbo over there.
Get that inky spot in there.
All right. This is just a test, gentlemen. Get going.
All set, Mr. Burke.
All right, then, let's take it. Ready, Norman?
Ready?
Ready, Miss, what's your name?
Esther Black.
Okay.
He'll soon know your name, Esther. The whole world's gonna know it.
But I'm so scared. Maybe I better not try it today.
Oh, come on now, don't be foolish. They all had to go through this. Crawford, Lombard, Myrna Loy, and Esther Blodgett.
All right. I'm ready.
All set, Burke.
Quiet.
Quiet. This is the take.
Roll 'em.
Quiet, everybody. Please.
Action.
The last time I saw you was the only time in my life I ever wanted to be a man.
I think I prefer you as a woman.
You know why I wanted to be a man?
No, why?
Cut.
You'll sign right there, Miss Blodgett.
There, Mr. Niles.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niles.
I may as well tell you that my whole organization thinks I've gone a little nuts to sign you. Maybe they're right.
I hope they aren't.
Well, we won't know either way for a while, will we? You look like a nice girl. I think I'm going to like you. That's not important. I think the public will like you. That is important.
I know it is.
We're going to change your name, of course. Esther Blodgett is, well, you understand. From now on, your name is Lester. Vicky Lester.
Vicky Lester. Vicky Lester. Why, it's beautiful.
Good evening, everybody. This is Billy Moon, your own Billy the Hollywood Star Chaser. Flash. Oliver Niles Studio discovers a new starlet, a Cinderella of the Rockies. Her name is Vicky Lester. Those who have peeked tell me she couldn't be more Davoon. She's putting in her training period now, and in a few months we may get a look at those fair features. The best of luck to Vicky Lester from her future fans.
Listen, you dress people. We're shooting on the set this morning, not in the commissary. Shake it up! Shake it up!
Morning, Mabel.
Good morning, Mr. Maine. What'll be this morning?
Oh, the usual, Mabel.
Orange juice and bicarbonated soda.
Make it 2 bicarbs, but it was a very successful party last night.
Acme Trucking Company. No, the Mr. Smith is not in. Hello, Acme Trucking Company. No, Mr. Smith's not in.
What goes on over there?
Vicky Lester. She's rehearsing again.
Bring that stuff over to her table, will you?
Acme Trucking Company. No, the Mr. Smith is not in.
Hello, Acme. No, Smith ain't in.
Acme Trucking Company.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith is not. Oh, Norman.
What's this between you and Smith?
I've got a part. It's one line, but it's in a picture.
Oh, so it's ambition that made you break that date with me last night, eh?
Well, I had to be here so early this morning.
Yeah, so did I. I had to stay up all night to make it, too.
You started your picture, haven't you?
Oh, we're still in the testing stage. Can't seem to find a girl for the lead.
Gee, you think with all the girls there
Yeah,
are...
but this girl's got to be different. She's got to be little and cute and sweet and... Well, blow me down.
What?
Well, close these tired old eyes.
Norman, what's the matter?
Come on, hurry up.
Where are we going?
Oliver Niles' office, on the run. I tell you, Oliver, it's surefire. You've gone through the whole casting directory, haven't you?
I'll work day and night, Mr. Niles.
And I'll work with her, Oliver.
I can be mean or nasty or anything you want, Mr.
If
Niles.
she clicks, Oliver, you've got a star overnight. Well, what do you say?
Okay, she's in.
Esther, she's faded.
And just as your Star Chaser predicted on this program some months ago, little Vicky Lester has made good. Just how good was known early this evening after the preview of her first picture, in which she plays a featured role opposite Norman Maine. Norman may be starred, but he is decidedly not the main attraction.
Yeah, it's cooler out here. You see those lights, Esther? Down there? That's Hollywood.
It's wonderful, isn't it? A crazy quilt.
No, that's a carpet spread for you. It's yours from now on, you know. It's come, Esther. A star is born. You'll have everything in the world you want. And I hope it'll make you happy.
Hasn't it you?
Well, there's one thing I've never had. Lots of times I've told myself I'd found it, but I always knew I was lying. Still, I never stopped looking for it.
Maybe it'll come.
I think it has come, Esther. And I wish It weren't too late.
Oh, but it's not too late.
You can't throw away your life the way I've thrown away mine. And have anything left that's good enough now.
You can. Norman, you can.
Oh, you mustn't tell me that, Esther. I'm so afraid I'll believe it.
I want to, Norman. I want you to believe it because I love you, too.
No, folks, maybe I'm not thinking fast this morning. What are you two trying to say?
Just this, Oliver. We're going to get married.
You're going to what?
I guess I didn't read that line very well. I'll try it again. We're going to get married.
Both of
to
us.
each other. What do you think of that?
When? Where?
Well, we're going to elope in the conventional manner.
What's the matter, Mr. Niles?
He's trying to decide whether it's good for the studio.
Is it?
It is. And bless you, my children. When's it going to happen?
Well, we thought we'd just sneak out sometime.
Sure, but you mustn't hurt people's feelings. Matt Libby, for instance, he has a very sensitive nature. He'd feel offended if he didn't have a chance to congratulate you. Get Libby in.
I've been trying to keep him out.
Listen to this. The screen's ideal romance blossomed into breathtaking reality today when Vicki Lester and Norman Maine, America's dream lovers, slipped quietly through the portals of holy matrimony. How does that sound?
Horrible.
But you see, we're going to elope.
Sure you are. It'll be the biggest elopement this town ever saw. We'll get a tie-up with the Army. I'll have you escorted all the way down to Yuma, Arizona by 20 of their new bombing planes. From there, you can make personal appearances in Denver, Salt Lake, Seattle, Vancouver. Let's make this thing international.
Norman, is he going with us?
Say, Niles, don't you think we can work this thing out better alone? No use bothering the happy couple with all these details.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We didn't realize we were in the way. While you're settling the details, you don't mind if I go out and buy this woman a ring, do you?
Sure, go ahead. We want everything legal.
Come on, honey. See you later, Oliver.
There's a charming couple for you. A nice girl like Vicky and public nuisance number one.
Norman's all right, Libby. You'll pardon my pointing Vicky's business as her own. It doesn't require any comments.
I didn't comment. I just said it's a rotten
You go
shame.
ahead and plan the elopement.
What's the matter? You sore or something about this elopement?
No, I'm not sore. Go on, Libby, beat it. I'm busy.
And here's the Hollywood question mark for this week, folks. What famous star, since his marriage to another famous star, has turned over a brand new leaf and is now taking a non-alcoholic honeymoon? But why do his friends think his bride came about 6 performances too late as far as the public is concerned? Because the star's last 6 performances have been what is politely known as turkeys, box office flopolas. Yes, sir, folks, it was a gay life and a short one.
But, Norman, I just can't believe it. Would you mind telling me again, very slowly?
That's your new house. This is your new grass. And those are your new trees, and here's your new husband. Now, come on. The garden's been waiting long enough for you. Do you like it?
It's the most wonderful surprise anybody ever had. And there I was, thinking we were going to live in the beach house.
Oh, we'll keep the house at the beach. But this is special. This is our castle, where we'll never use ugly words like contracts and pictures and careers. When we come in those gates, we'll check the studio outside.
Oh, Norman.
Hey, hold that pose. That's it. Get it, Otto?
Got it.
Caption. Their honeymoon never ends. How are you?
Well, this is a surprise, Libby, and a very unpleasant one.
Oh, just dropped over to welcome you home. How are you, Mrs. Maine?
Fine, thanks. Hello, Otto.
Hello, Miss Lester. Hiya, Norman. Nice little place you got here. Very tasty.
Otto, if you didn't like it, we'd sell it.
All right, let's get some pictures. Now, if the bride will just sit here and the groom stand behind her, we'll have something unique. Swell. All right, Otto. Caption, their honeymoon still continues.
Hello.
Ah, the producer. Their honeymoon ceases abruptly. Hello, Oliver.
Hello, Norman. Glad you're back. Hello, Vicky.
Hello, Oliver.
Am I interrupting?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, we just want a couple more.
Well, that's enough of both of them. What they're asking for is the exclusives of Miss Lester alone.
Oh, I see. Come on, Oliver. Let's you and I get exclusive.
Sure.
Stay for dinner, Oliver.
All right now, Miss Lester. We'll take one of you right over here.
Well, Oliver, what's on your mind? How's the dividend situation?
Oh, very pleasant. I think we'll show $2 million on the next quarter.
Oh, boy. That was a smart move of mine to sell my stock, wasn't it? Well, anyway, you can thank me for some of those dividends of yours.
can't you?
Oh, sure.
That was a little too quick. The Enchanted Hour was a smash hit, wasn't it?
Made Vicky a star overnight.
Yes, and it should have. Well, what about me?
Let's wait and talk business at the office, Norman,
Didn't they like me?
Well, maybe the part wasn't just right.
It was the best part of the year. Now, look here, Oliver. Do you think I'm slipping?
Norman, can you take it?
Go ahead.
The tense is wrong, Norman. You're not slipping. You've slipped.
Well, my fan mail's still pretty big.
Norman, fans will write anybody for a photograph. It only costs 3 cents for the stamp. That makes photographs cheaper than wallpaper. But every quarter they pay for a theater ticket. Buys them the right to be a critic. Your last few performances, Norman, haven't pleased your critics.
Oh. Remember I told you I'd be ready for the curtains when the time came? Well, here it is. Let's call off the contract. And no hard feelings.
Oh, we're not quitting yet, either of us. There's no explaining these things. We've all seen how quick the public turns. Well, maybe we can turn it back. I've got a swell script lined up for you.
Oh, about Esther. If you think I'm going to get in her way...
Well, as a matter of fact, as it happens, there isn't anything for her in this story. I'd more or less planned to star her in a picture of her own, maybe with that young Pemberton opposite her. He's coming along very nicely.
Good for young Pemberton. All right, Oliver. We'll make a try at it. And let's hope it's not too late.
Yes, Norman. Let's hope it's not too late.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's been our custom between the acts of our plays to bring you little glimpses of Hollywood, to give you a view of film activities from backstage. We continue that custom with a word from John Leroy Johnston, Western manager of Fawcett Publications and managing editor of Screen Book and Hollywood Magazine. The last time we met, he interviewed me. Tonight, with the tables turned, I'll drop my first question by asking Mr. Johnston what he'd like to be interviewed about.
Well, Mr. DeMille, that's easy. After all, the product that makes this program possible is Lux Toilet Soap. There's a commodity that's dedicated to charm and beauty, as evidenced by its tremendous popularity among the screen's most attractive women. From what I've found out myself, visiting the stars, and from what our writers tell me, Lux Toilet Soap has no more enthusiastic boosters than the biggest names in Hollywood.
I still would like to know the subject of our interview.
Well, I'd like to express a few of my views on beauty, or rather on the most beautiful women of motion pictures in 20 years. They say a fool walks in where angels fear to tread, so here I am, a perfect casting job.
What's the basis of your choice? The best subjects for your magazine covers?
No, magazine covers are chosen to acknowledge the popularity of certain established or rising young players. I'm guiding myself by what strikes me as being the typical American conception of beauty. By this I mean normal, charming, finely chiseled features, clear, expressive eyes, intelligence, poise, well, to be brief and honest, loveliness.
Which predominates in your list? The old-fashioned type of yesterday or the athletic girl of today?
Frankly, I don't believe the American ideal of real beauty has or will ever change. I think every man admires the lovely, dainty, feminine woman. If she's truly beautiful, she'll look beautiful in crinolines or slacks. So, from the silent days onward, here's my all-American team. Selections representing every section of the continent. Alice Joyce, Corinne Griffith, Clara Kimball Young, Billy Dove, Mary Nolan, Joan Crawford, Janet Gaynor, Jeanette MacDonald, Dolores Del Rio, Norma Shearer, and Madeline Carroll. And for a second team, I'd say Anne Harding, Carol Lombard, Joan Bennett, Anita Louise, Madge Bellamy, Virginia Bruce, Mary Astor, Gloria Stewart, Olivia de Havilland, Mary Bryan, and Marla Shelton.
Now, offhand, I can't say whether or not I agree with your choice, Mr. Johnson. But I wish I could have all your all-American beauties in one picture.
And I wish you'd provide a police escort so that I can sneak out of here before folks start throwing things. I'm on my way.
Good night. Back to Robert Montgomery, Janet Gaynor, Lionel Stander, and May Robeson in A Star is Born. One year has passed. As Esther rose steadily in public favor, Norman dropped just as steadily into oblivion. At his own request, his contract was canceled, and he began to devote his time to making Esther happy. But she was busy at the studio, shaping a career such as he had thrown away. And left to himself, Norman slipped gradually back into his old ways. It's the night of the Academy Award dinner. At a table in the corner, Esther and Oliver Niles wait anxiously for Norman to arrive. The master of ceremonies is speaking.
We have already applauded with our hearts as well as our hands. While awards have been given to those gentlemen...
I wish Norman would come. Do you suppose anything's happened to him?
Well, of course not. He's just been held up in traffic. Now, you think about that nice statuette you're going to get.
Or rather,
go on, listen.
One lady, we present to her the Academy Award for the finest performance of the year. The unforgettable Anna in Dream Without End. Miss Vicki Lester.
Go on. Go on, Esther. Get your award.
I wish Norman were here.
Miss Lester, if you please.
Thank you.
What more can I say, Miss Lester? This statuette says it for all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, when something like this happens to you, and you try to tell how you feel about it, you find that out of all the words in the world, there are only two that really mean anything. Thank you. All I can do is say them to you from my heart. All I can do is tell you that I'll keep...
Ray!
Norman!
That was a very pretty speech, my dear, and I want to be the first to congratulate you on that valuable little piece of bric-a-brac. And now I want to make a speech. Gentlemen of the Academy and fellow suckers, I got one of those once for the best performance once. It don't mean a thing. People get them every year. What I want's a special award.
Norman, please.
Something nobody else can get. I want a statuette for the worst performance of the year. I want 3 statuettes for the 3 worst performances of the year. I earned them, and everybody that saw those last masterpieces of mine knows I've earned them. What I'm here to find out is, do I get them or do I get them? Answer me yes or no.
Music, quick.
Answer me yes or no.
Norman.
All right, Esther, all right. I've got him. Come on, Norman. Come over to the table.
Huh?
Oh, hello, Vicky, dear. Allow me to congratulate you. You must be terribly proud and happy tonight.
Thank you. Norman, dear.
Oh, God. What have I... Somebody give me a drink.
Who is it?
Oliver Niles calling.
Oliver, come in.
How are you, Esther?
Oh, Oliver, I've missed you. Everybody's missed you. Sit down. Did you have a nice trip?
Well, a 3-month tour over the theater circuit scarcely comes under the head of pleasure. By the way, they're screaming for your pictures all across the country. Miss Lester, if I may talk shop, you're a knockout.
Thank you. That's good to hear.
You've been crying.
A little?
Why?
Why, I guess maybe I'm a little worried about this next picture.
Oh, you needn't be. I've seen the first week's work. You're headed for another Academy Award this year. How's Norman?
He's trying awfully hard, Oliver.
Has he been... Is he all right?
He's gone to a sanatorium. You see, he really wants to stop drinking, and I think he could only...
Well, perhaps if he were going to work again, it'd be some encouragement.
Oliver, could you do that?
I might be able to manage it.
Oh, thank you. But he mustn't ever know I told you.
He won't know, Vicky. And you mustn't worry. I want you to be good in this picture.
I'll try, Oliver. That's the least I can do for you.
And one more for the book folks. What star, recently released from a sanatorium where he underwent a rescue, is now hanging around the Santa Anita racetrack while he gets into shape for a comeback? Your guess is as good as mine, and mine's no guess.
What do you pick for today, Joe?
Hello, Charlie.
Well, hello, Mr. Maine. Haven't seen you in a long time.
Oh, no, I've been resting. Ginger ale, please.
Ginger ale and what?
Ginger ale and ginger ale.
A new leaf?
A whole new book. Thanks.
Shake it up, Charlie.
Hello, Libby.
Why, it's Mr. America of yesteryear. Do they let you wander around now without a keeper?
I'm a trustee now. I didn't expect to find you here at Santa Anita. What do they do with the actors when you're away?
Oh, they cut them in slices and fry them with eggs. I suppose you'll be here all the time, now that you've retired from the hurly-burly of the silver screen.
Well, we're staying down at the beach house now, and it's pretty lonesome with Esther away working all day.
Well, I wouldn't squawk about that if I were you. It's nice somebody in the family's making a living.
Say, go a little slow, Libby. I don't want to forget we're friends.
Friends, my eye. Listen, I got you out of your jams because it was my job, not because I was your friend. I don't like you. I never did like you. Nothing made me happier than to see all those cute little pranks of yours catch up with you and land you on your celebrated face.
Pretty work, Libby. Always wait till they're down and then kick 'em, eh?
Hey, listen. You fixed yourself nice and comfortable. You can live off your wife now. She'll buy the drinks and put up with you even if nobody else will.
Why, you...
Take a swing at me, will you? Get up, you four-star ham, and I'll knock you down for keeps.
Yeah, throw him out.
Get up and get out of here.
Yeah, throw him out.
Don't bother to throw him out. He's harmless.
Well, all right, Mr. Libby, if you say so.
Sure, let him go. What can he do? He can't fight any better than he can act.
Sixth race, coming to the varsity.
You okay, Maine?
Yeah, I'm okay. Give me a scotch. Double.
Vicky, you'll be ill. Why don't you try and get a little sleep?
But he's been gone 4 days. 4 days and not a word. Oliver, I can't. I just can't. Will you?
Surely. Hello? No, this is Oliver Niles speaking. What? Oh, thank heaven. Where? In the night court. He's all right, Vicky. He isn't hurt. I'll go right down and get him out.
What is it? What's wrong?
He's been arrested on a disorderly conduct charge.
I'm going with you.
Oh, Vicky, please, it isn't any place for you. If it gets in the papers...
What do I care about the papers? Norman's in trouble, and I'm going to him.
Alfred Hinkle, known as Norman Maine. Where is he?
Here.
Drunk and disorderly. Crashed car into tree. Resisted arrest and injured one of arresting officers. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you Norman Maine, the actor?
Yeah.
You've come pretty low, haven't you? 90 days in the city jail.
Wait, please. Your Honor, I'm his wife.
Yes, I recognize you, Miss Lester.
Please, I promise you, Judge, this will never happen again. I'll be responsible for him if you'll just not send him there.
Do you realize that this man, when drunk, is obviously a menace to public safety?
Yes.
Do you realize, too, the responsibility you would be assuming to the court and to the Commonwealth?
I do.
Very well. Sentence suspended. Prisoner remanded to custody of wife. You may take him home, Miss Lester.
Norman, are you all right, dear?
Yeah. I'm so tired, Esther.
How is he, Esther?
Talk low. He's still asleep in there.
Oh, well, that's the best thing for him.
Oh, it's awful to see this happen to someone you love and know in your heart that it can't get any better.
You still love him, Vicky? Or do you just feel sorry for him?
Oh, it's so hard to tell where one leaves off and the other begins. I only know that all I can do now is stay with him and try to help him.
So will I, Vicky. Between us, we'll take care of him.
You're very fond of him, aren't you, Oliver?
I'm very fond of both of you.
That's why I know you'll understand what I have to tell you. And I think that after what happened last night, you already know what it is. I can't do any more pictures. I'm going away for good, with Norman.
But, Vicky, you can't do that. Well, you're at the very peak of your success. You worked so hard to achieve it.
Yes, I've worked hard, Oliver, and what difference would that have made if you and Norman hadn't worked harder to help me?
Oh, no. No one can help people to careers. You made your own career, and it's your life.
That's what's been wrong, Oliver. I've thought it all out. Maybe if I hadn't been away from him so much, last night and what went before, it wouldn't have happened. Too late to think about that now. But it may not be too late to go away with him and start over again somewhere.
It's your life you're giving up, Vicky.
So I can try to give Norman back his. Can you honestly tell me I'm wrong to do it?
No. No, Vicky. I can't honestly tell you that.
Then there won't be any more Vicky Lester, Oliver.
Goodbye, Vicky Lester. You're a swell girl. And good luck, Mrs. Norman Maine.
Goodbye, Oliver. And thank you. Norman.
This is Maine coming in to apologize again, darling.
Norman, have you been out there long? Oliver, Niles was here.
Yes, I know. I thought you would be. You're looking sad, darling. What other troubles have you got?
None. I was just playing a scene with myself.
Now, look. I'm just coming out of the jitters, and you're just going into them. This is a swell household.
Isn't it?
I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll promise to brace up if you'll go on the wagon.
I guess I have been drinking too much.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be an athlete.
Gee, you mean with great big muscles and everything?
Roughly speaking, yes.
Are you going to join the YMCA?
No, that costs too much. I'm going wading in the Pacific.
Now?
Sure.
You won't go out too far, darling.
A little water once in a while wouldn't hurt me any.
Crazy.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll be running along. Could you have a hot some hot soup for me when I come back?
Some hot soup.
And I'll make the sandwiches.
Norman, do you have to?
Give me a kiss, honey. I'll see you later.
Don't be long.
I won't. Oh, darling.
Yes?
Do you mind if I take just one more look? So long, sweet.
Norman Maine drowned. Read all about it. Norman Maine drowned at Malibu Beach. Paper! Norman Maine commits suicide.
Will that be all, Miss Lester?
Have you packed everything?
Yes, ma'am. The bags, the trunk, everything.
Have the car brought around, please.
I'm her granddaughter. Can't go in.
Esther. Granny, darling. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. What made you come?
Oh, I know when I'm needed. Here, girl, please get out, will you? I want to talk to my granddaughter.
Yes, ma'am.
I got here just as quickly as I could.
But I'm going home. I sent you a wire yesterday.
Sit down. Now, is it true that you're going to quit the movies?
I never want to hear of them again.
What are you running away from, child?
I'm not running away. It's just that I can't go on. My heart isn't in it anymore.
You remember I told you once, if you got what you wanted, you'd have to give your heart in exchange. And you said you were willing. Do you remember that?
I remember.
Well, you got more than you bargained for. More fame, more success, even more personal happiness. And maybe more unhappiness. But you did make a bargain. And now you're whining over it. I wouldn't be very proud of myself if I were you, Esther.
I'm not, Granny, but my mind's made up.
Oh, well, then I'm very sorry I lent you that money to come here. It was just thrown away, wasted.
I know. Well, I want to be strong, but I can't go on. I can't.
But you must. Tragedy is a test of courage, Esther. I never knew Norman Maine. He was sweet to me in the letter he wrote when you were married. He said that you told him how much I had meant to you. And I know how much you must have meant to him. I can't believe that wherever he is, Esther, He's very proud knowing that all that his love did for you was to make you a quitter.
The car is ready, Miss Lester. We'll have to go now to make the train.
Put the car back in the garage. We're going to stay.
Oh, Granny. Oh, my Esther, my darling.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great occasion. The entire picture industry has come to the Chinese Theater for this opening tonight. It has come to pay tribute to a great star on her return to the screen. The girl who has won the heart of Hollywood, the girl who has won the heart of the world, Miss Vicki Lester. And now, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Lester's car has just driven up. Yes, it is her. I'll see if I can get her to say a few words. Here she comes now. No, wait, she's stopping, folks. What is it, Jim? Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Lester has stopped at the footprints of her late husband, Norman Maine. She's a little upset. I don't think we're going to get her up here. No, wait now. She's pulling herself together. She seems to be all right, ladies and gentlemen, and she's approaching the microphone now. Miss Lester, will you... Miss Lester, this microphone is on an international hookup. Throughout the world, your fans are hoping you'll say a few words to them. Will you, please?
Of course. Hello, everybody. This is Mrs. Norman Maine.
For their splendid performances, our thanks to Miss Gaynor and Mr. Montgomery, who will return in a few minutes. It was most appropriate that our play should end with a scene at Grauman's Chinese Theater. It was there that the most thrilling premieres in Hollywood history have been held. There also originated the spectacular stage productions, copied though never equaled the world over. Grauman's Chinese is also famous for the hand and footprints of the stars, recorded in the courtyard of the theater. To make your mark there means lifelong membership in Hollywood's Legion of Honor. The founder and guiding light of that theater is here tonight. One of the greatest showmen and best friends that motion pictures have ever had, Sid Grauman. Sid, how did you happen to get that idea of the hand and footprints?
Well, before answering that, Cecil, I'd like to say something you overlooked. That it was your picture, The King of Kings, that opened the Chinese Theater. It was a great break for me. For your question, the answer is pure accident. I walked right into it. While we were building the theater, I accidentally happened to step in some soft concrete, and there it was. So I went to Mary Pickford immediately. Mary put her foot into it.
And so became the first to sign your concrete autograph album, huh?
Yes, along with Norma Talmadge and Douglas Fairbanks. But the latest we have done, so are William Powell and Myrna Loy, who used to dance in my prologue.
Well, with your theater and footprints, Sid, few people realize that you've helped scores of players on their way to fame, like Raquel Torres, who started as one of your usherettes, Raymond Navarro, or Jackie Coogan, whom you discovered.
Yes, it's a strange how things work out, Cecil. I used to put on Sunday morning concerts in the $1 Million Theater in Los Angeles. Before the prologue and picture was shown, a young singer asked me for... After hearing him, I said, "You're on, but the price is only $10 for the concert." He said he needed the work, and if I'd give him 6 concerts in a row, the $10 would be all right. I did. His name, Lawrence Tibbett. To this day, one of my best friends is Charlie Chaplin. Before he ever appeared on the screen, Charlie worked for me on the stage in San Francisco, and I gave him a letter of introduction that brought him to the screen. I claim no credit for this. It just happened. And now a little Shirley Temple story. When footprints, she asked me if I mind if she took off her shoes and socks. I told her that we couldn't do that because she'd get her feet all full of concrete. As usual, she had an answer ready. "We can get some warm water and a towel, and I'll wash them very carefully. But why, I asked? Do you want to make your footprints in bare feet? Mr. Grauman, she said, I vessel, if I don't stop now, there's no telling when I will. Good luck to you and to this splendid radio theater, which has come to be as much a part of Hollywood as the excellent commodity it represents. Lux Toilet Soap. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Goodbye. And now, as the stars they are, Janet Gaynor and Robert Montgomery.
I'm glad to be able to take this curtain call, Mr. DeMille, because it gives me a chance to say something that I really want to say as regards A Star is Born. Often when a picture is a success, all the credit goes to the individuals who happen to star in it. We're inclined to pass by the off-screen personalities who made that picture possible. To Mr. David O. Selznick, the producer of A Star is Born, and Mr. William Wellman, who so brilliantly directed it, and all the others who contributed, I am very grateful. But now, what about Mr. Montgomery? I hear some talk around town that you're to go east.
Yes, Montgomery the actor is about to become Montgomery the farmer. I'm going back to the farm for a spell.
Yes, you told us that some months ago, and you haven't reached there yet. I'm beginning to think that your back to the soil movement is just a fable.
At least it provides Bob with some swell stories about that neighbor of his back there, Zeb Davis.
Yeah, Zeb is on the way to becoming a national character. What's he done lately, Bob?
Well, Zeb probably won't speak to me for telling this one on him, but here goes. Zeb has a wife who likes to keep him, well, shall we say, under control. Not long ago, she decided that Zeb ought to get a new car. Zeb couldn't quite figure that out because the one he had was only 11 years old. So he got a new car. Well, the Davises were having a little party one night when Mrs. D told Zeb to drive to town for some ice cream and to be very careful of the car. It's a 16-mile trip, and Zeb sort of hit her up on the way back. He was just about to turn up the road to the house when he stepped on the gas instead of the brake. He ran into a ditch, turned over a couple of times, and ended up with the car on top of him and the ice cream in his hand. A couple of the boys ran up and tried to pull him out, but Zeb was stuck. He didn't say a word until the boys started to get the car off him, and then he let loose. "Leave me alone," he hollered. "Leave me alone and get that ice cream home before it melts. There's enough trouble around here as it is."
That's very good, Bob. I hope you'll find Zeb completely recovered and with a lot more stories.
As you said, Mr. DeMille, this was my first appearance here. But really, I felt quite at home because I'm well acquainted with the product behind this program. I'm happy to say that Lux Toilet Soap has been in my dressing room and in my home, too, for several years. I wouldn't be without it.
Thank you, Janet. And you, too, Bob, for launching our program in such distinguished fashion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good night.
And thank you, Mr. DeMille. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. News of next week's thrilling show comes to you in just a moment from Mr. DeMille. Assisting in tonight's cast were Lou Merrill as Oliver Niles, Chester Clute as Pop, John Gibson as Danny McGuire, Margaret Brayton as Anita, Edwin Max as Master of Ceremonies, Forrest Taylor as Judge, Frank Nelson as Moon, Lucille Meredith as Maid, Grace Kern as a waitress, Myra Marsh as Miss Phillips, Sidney Newman as Director, James Eagles as Otto, Gil Patrick as Police Officer, and Ross Forrester as a photographer. Miss Gaynor and Miss Robeson appeared through courtesy of Selznick International Pictures, Mr. Montgomery, Metro Goldwyn Mayer, Mr. Stander, Columbia Pictures Corporation, Mr. DeMille, Paramount, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, Wife, Doctor, and Nurse. And here is our producer.
Not because he happens to be the star of my new film, The Buccaneer. Not because he starred in two of our biggest successes last spring, but because he happens to be, on and off the screen, a citizen of whom Hollywood is most proud. It gives me particular pleasure to announce that next Monday night, the Lux Radio Theater stars Frederick March. And with him, Florence Eldridge, who in private life is Mrs. March. Our play is from the stage and screen success, The Outsider. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Frederick March, Florence Eldridge, and an all-star Hollywood cast in The Outsider. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard on tonight's program was Afraid to Dream from You Can't Have Everything. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
warrior of the woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
The young fellow you just heard selling his papers is Tommy Woodruff. There's quite a story involved in his young life, a story of love, understanding, and a close walk with the Lord. Tommy set the whole town of Knotty Pine afire with his problem. Everyone was interested in him because Tommy quite unconsciously lives a very real and practical Christian life. But say, this isn't getting into our story, is it? This is the story, A Lesson in Love. Let's go over to the Knotty Pine Grammar School and listen to a certain young man tell his classmates a story. This young fellow has the reputation of being the best storyteller in the school.
And there they were, all lined up, ready to fight each other. God's people on one side and the Philistines on the other. And they stood there looking at each other and trying to decide how to get the jump on the other guy. And suddenly, a great big man stepped forward from the enemy's army. You know who he was? The giant Goliath. He looked terrible and tough, and he was covered from head to foot with armor, and he carried a big sword that'd take 2 regular-sized guys to swing it, and God's people shook with terror when they saw the giant. They didn't have anybody that could fight him until David stepped up, and he says, "I'll fight him." Well, Goliath laughed and roared. You could hear him for a mile. But David wasn't scared, not a bit. He knew the Lord was going to help him. The king offered to let David use his armor, but he didn't even want it. Instead, he picked 5 good stones for his slingshot, and then he went out to meet Goliath. And the big man laughed when he saw him. He made fun of God's people for sending a boy out to fight him. But suddenly, David began whirling the slingshot around over his head. He made it go faster and faster and faster till he let one of the strings go, and then powie! The stone hit Goliath right between the eyes, and he fell down deader than a doornail. The Philistines took off in retreat. And God's people won the battle.
That was a good story, Tommy.
Oh, thank you, Tommy, for that wonderful story. I'm sure we all enjoyed it.
It was wonderful. It sure did.
Now we'll have to go back to our books. After school is out, I'd like to see you, Tommy.
Yes, ma'am.
You needn't worry about it. Just want to ask you a few questions. This isn't discipline. All right, class, turn to your workbooks and we'll get started.
You wanted to see me, Miss Amy?
Yes, Tommy. Where do you get your Bible stories?
From my grandpa.
You live with him, don't you?
Yes, ma'am. Since my mother and father are both dead.
Your grandfather must be a wonderful man.
Oh, yes, he is. I learned a lot of the Bible from him, Miss Amy. He makes it terrific. When he tells me Bible stories, it makes me wish I lived in the olden days.
Old days, not olden days, Tommy.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to meet your grandfather. He must be a wonderful man.
Oh, he sure is, Miss Amy. You could stop by any time, and he'll be glad to see you.
Oh, thank you. I will pay a visit someday soon.
It's getting late, and I have to deliver groceries for Mr. Bodkin and then sell my papers.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tommy. You go right along. I hope I haven't kept you.
Oh, no, ma'am, you haven't. I still got time to get to the grocery store. Bye.
Goodbye, Tommy.
You're 10 minutes late, young man.
Yes, sir, Mr. Bodkin. I'll make it up.
Well, you'd better. Fine businessman you'd make not getting your work done on time.
Yes, sir. I'll try real hard to do better.
Tommy, don't you ever get angry at anybody for anything?
No, Mr. Bodkin. Jesus wouldn't like it if I did. Jesus wants me to be cheerful and polite always.
I thought that's what you'd say. Now, here are the orders to be delivered. You'd better run along so you can get back in time to sell your papers.
All right, Mr. Bodkin. I'll load up my bike and get going.
What's the big idea of ringing the doorbell? Can't you read the sign that says I'm sleeping?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't see any sign.
What? Oh, I guess I didn't put it up. What do you want, kid?
Well, here are the groceries from Gotkin's store.
Land sakes, what kind of pork chops are these, young man?
Oh, aren't they nice, ma'am?
Nice. I wouldn't feed them to my dog. Now, you take them back and bring some more, so I'll have them in time for supper. You ought to know better.
Yes, ma'am. We'll try to do better next time.
Are you still working at this hour, Tom Woodruff?
Oh, yes, and I work this late every day, Mrs. Bixby.
And then you sell papers after you're through this job?
Well, yes, ma'am. I love to do it. It helps make Grandpa's pension check last longer. Extra! Extra! Read all about it. United Nations opens big debate on world crisis. Get your evening paper here. Extra!
How's your favorite newsboy tonight?
Oh, I'm just fine, Pat. Thank you, mister. How are you, Officer O'Rourke?
Oh, Officer O'Rourke, is it? Getting kind of formal with your old pal, aren't you, my boy?
Thank you, mister. I'm just joking, Pat.
What's wrong with you, laddie? You're not smiling quite as big a smile as you usually do.
It's all right. I'll be okay.
Oh, come on now, Tommy boy. I have 5 stalwart lads of my own, and they've always seen fit to tell their problems to their old Irish father.
Well, it's Mrs. Bixby.
Oh, and what's wrong with that old biddy?
I oughtn't to call her that, Pat. She's a nice elderly lady, and I'm sure she means well.
Means well about what, son?
Well, she's always telling me I shouldn't be working like I do. She doesn't like my clothes, and she keeps telling me she's going to see to it that I get a good home.
Well, don't bother your smiling heart with the likes of her, Tommy. She's meaning well, and I'm sure she hasn't anything better to do than keep her eye on you. But you let me know if she gets out of hand.
Well, thanks, Pat, but I don't like to tell Grandpa about this. He'd only worry, you know.
Sure, and that's using your head. Do you feel better now?
I sure do. I was feeling kind of bad, but now I'm cheered up. Thanks a million, Pat. Extra! Extra! Read all about the United Nations today. I'm home, Gramps.
So I hear, Tommy.
What's new?
Nothing today. How was school?
Oh, fine. Miss Amy said she's coming over to see us someday.
Well, that'll be nice. You'd better wash up now. Supper's about ready.
Okay. I'll be back in a jiffy.
What's the matter, Tommy?
What part of the Bible are we going to read tonight?
Oh, I've got a portion of the New Testament picked for tonight, where it tells about Jesus healing the sick and the blind, and also when he talks with Nicodemus.
Oh, boy, that sounds great.
Tom.
Yes, sir?
You'll have to do your schoolwork, too.
Oh, sure. Business before pleasure.
this is Judge Harper.
Judge, this is Mrs. Bixby.
Oh, yes. How are you today, Mrs. Bixby?
Well, it all depends how a person looks at things, Judge Harper. My health is good, but my heart is heavy.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, it most certainly is. Every time I think of that poor Woodruff child, my heart is heavy. Working all hours of the day and night, living in a shack, not having any parental guidance, I think it's high time we stepped into the picture.
Hey, now, just a minute. This is serious. Are you sure things are as you say they are?
If you think for one moment that I spend my day fabricating stories about overworked and ill-kept children, you're sadly mistaken, Julius Harper. That boy is 10 years old, and I dare say that he hasn't had a day's happiness in his life.
Does the boy appear to be unhappy?
Well, no, not on the surface. He's always smiling and singing Sunday school songs, and he's very pleasant and polite. But that's only on the surface.
All right, Mrs. Bixby. I'll drop by in the morning, and we'll drive to the boy's home and take a look. Goodbye.
I'll be ready in a minute, Gramps.
All right.
Ready for inspection, sir. Made a clean scrub down from stem to stern. Put on clean PJs, and my bed is ready.
Well, that's a fine report. Now, make yourself comfortable here, and we'll start our Bible reading in the 3rd chapter of Mark, the 7th verse. But Jesus withdrew himself with his disciples to the sea, and a great multitude followed him. Tommy, if you went out to the mission field today, you'd find that the missionaries not only bring in the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ, but they also teach the people how to farm and how to take care of the sick. Missionary nurses play 2 parts. They preach and teach the gospel, and they help the doctors care for the sick.
That was wonderful, Gramps.
I see the Sandman's rapidly closing your eyes.
Yeah.
Let's have our prayer before you fall asleep. Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for this day's blessings. We praise Thee for the Lord Jesus Christ and His saving power. Bless Tommy. Make him a fine, true Christian lad. And Lord, help me to mold his young life according to Thy will. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Now, son, off to bed.
Well, I guess I am kind of tired. Night, Gramps.
Good night. Sleep tight, little fella. Thy Lord watcheth over thee. Come in, please. The door's open. Why, Judge Harper and Mrs. Bixby. Well, won't you sit down, please?
Thank you, Mr. Woodruff.
I'm sorry I couldn't meet you at the door, but my leg's been acting up today.
I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you won't be laid up long.
Thank you. It always passes over in a day or two.
Who does the housework when you're in this condition, Mr. Woodruff?
Well, Tommy does the legwork, but I do the chores that can be done sitting down.
I see. Judge Harper, this just goes to show you that I'm right.
Perhaps.
Right about what, Mrs. Bixby?
Well, that you're not fit to give Tommy the kind of home he needs and deserves.
What did you say?
I said that you're not giving the boy what he should have. His clothes aren't good. This shack is worse. And you're not able to take care of him. Instead, you've got a 10-year-old boy taking care of you and working all hours of the day and night.
Is this why you're here, Judge Harper? To see for yourself?
Yes, Mr. Woodruff. That's why I'm here.
Well, Tommy's clothes ain't the newest, I'll agree. But they're warm and clean and neat. This home of ours ain't the best as far as buildings go because it's old. But it's a decent shelter. Yes, I'm an old man, too, but my health is good, except for my bad leg, which acts up periodically. And Tommy's an ambitious boy, and I believe that his business enterprise is doing more good than harm. He also gets in a fair share of boyish fun to boot. I'll also admit that the money he earns does help stretch out my modest monthly pension. However, he'll be repaid when I pass on because I have a life insurance policy naming him as beneficiary.
That may all be very good, but the boy needs a normal home and good clothes and something he can be proud of. And now that your health is going bad, you're not able to take care of the poor child. Well, Judge, aren't you going to say anything? Tell the man he's got to give up the boy for the boy's good.
Where do you intend to find a home for Tommy, Mrs. Bixby?
Why, Knotty Pine Orphanage. They raise fine children there, and they get all the comforts of home.
You'd take Tommy away from me and put him in an orphanage where he wouldn't get the love he gets from me?
Love doesn't put food in his stomach and clothes on his back. Well, Judge, I think we have a good case. Will you order the boy away from this bad environment?
Well, it's not as easy as all that. Thank you, Mr. Woodruff, for letting us visit you. Well, we must go now.
It's all right, Judge. I just hope you take everything into consideration. Goodbye, sir. Mrs. Bixby.
Good day.
Gramps, I'll wash the dishes. You go sit down and rest your leg.
Oh, that's all right, son. I'll finish the dishes. You go along and do your homework.
What's wrong, Gramps? What's wrong with you?
Oh, I guess I'd better tell you before you hear it from other places.
Hear what?
Mrs. Bixby was here today with Judge Harper.
She was? What did they want?
Well, it ain't good news. They want to take you away from me.
I knew she was up to no good, that old busybody. I won't go. They can't make me go.
No, son, calm down. Remember, the Lord's still running the universe, and he knows all about our problems.
I'm sorry, Gramps. Sure, I know everything will be okay. He won't let anybody break up our home.
That's right. We'll pray about it.
Tommy, what's wrong? You're not the same boy you used to be.
Oh, I'm all right, Miss Amy. I just got a problem.
Tommy, you delivered the orders wrong again today. What's wrong, son?
I'll try to do better, Mr. Bodkin.
Say now, Tommy, me boy, where is your smile?
I'm sorry, Pat. I guess I shouldn't lose my smile, huh?
Hey, you! Pull over to the curb.
I wasn't violating the law, Pat. What's wrong?
I'm sorry to give you a scare, Mr. Bodkin. It's not you that's wrong. When I saw you go by, I got an idea flashed into me Irish brain.
Oh, Pat? What in the name of common sense are you talking about?
Tommy Woodruff, that's what.
Oh, so you've noticed it, too.
Aye, and a man would have to be stone blind not to see the change that's come over the lad. What do you make of it?
I don't know. He's carrying a terrible problem, and he won't tell a living soul.
You're telling me? He keeps his mouth closed tighter than a sea clam's jaws.
I just wonder if all this extra work he does is too much for him. Perhaps his grandfather can't take care of him anymore.
Aye, and you might have something there. But if it's true, then the boy should be put into a good home.
Bill, are you busy?
Always, Miss Amy. Don't let that stop you from coming in. Please have a chair.
Oh, thanks.
Now, what brings Knotty Pine's #1 teacher to Ranger headquarters?
You.
Mm-hmm. Well, I must say this is unusual. Why me? What have I done?
Nothing. Bill, I've come to you for help.
I'm listening.
Tommy Woodruff's in trouble. Better, I should say that both he and his grandfather have a tremendous problem. It all started when Tommy began to live in Russia. Furthermore, I think Mrs. Bixby is going to make good her threat, and we don't know yet how Judge Harper feels about this. I visited Tommy and his grandfather this afternoon right after school. In fact, I walked the boy home. Bill, Mr. Woodruff's a wonderful man. He's as close as I can imagine a real saint of God to be, and this thing is wrecking both of them, absolutely ruining them.
I can well understand that.
Will you help, please?
I certainly will. I'll do everything I can to block Mrs. Bixby. She's wrong as a person can be.
Oh, thank you. I'm sick about this myself. If that busybody breaks up that home, it'll be a crime, a terrible crime.
Bill, I got bad news. Tommy's in the hospital.
Hospital? When, Mr. Woodruff?
He went early this morning.
What's wrong? What happened?
Well, after Miss Amy left, Tommy complained that he had trouble with his left eye. Mm-hmm. I called the doctor, and the boy was rushed to the hospital right in the doctor's car. He may lose the sight of one or both eyes.
Oh, no. Well, what I have to say won't be much comfort to you now. But I came to tell you that I'm on your side in this fracas with Mrs. Bixby. Miss Amy talked to me early this evening.
Oh, thank you. But, Bill, Mrs. Bixby seems so far removed now. Why, I'd gladly give the boy up if only the Lord would see fit to save his sight.
You really love him that much?
I don't count, Bill. Do all you can for Tommy, but forget about me.
Mr. Woodruff, I'm going to do all I can for the boy and for you, too. Let's get to the hospital.
Well, good morning, Mrs. Bixby. What can I sell you today?
Groceries aren't the most important thing at this moment, Mr. Bodkin. I suppose you know Tommy's in the hospital.
Yes, I'm very sorry to hear it. Wonder what brought the sickness on.
Neglect. Mr. Bodkin, criminal neglect of a child.
You know, Pat O'Rourke and I were talking about that.
Well, the whole town's going to be talking about it before I'm through. It's a shame to neglect a boy the way that lad's been treated.
Well, can't he be put in a good home?
Yes, but it'll take the people of the town to do it.
What do you mean?
I mean we should get up a petition to Judge Harper and get some action in this case.
This is a private room, Mr. Woodruff. You can come and go as you please. A small bed will be brought in here for you to sleep on if you wish to do so. Tommy will be down from the examining room in half an hour or so.
Oh, well, I'm very grateful for your kindness. You've given me a great deal of comfort. The Lord has strengthened me in this very trying time by your help.
Bill, may I see you, please?
Yes, Henry, I'll be right there. Excuse me, Mr. Woodruff.
Sure, Bill. I'll see you later.
What's wrong, pal?
Amy's got some bad news.
Hmm?
Oh, Bill, everything's turning for the worse.
What do you mean?
Well, Mrs. Bixby's got the whole town in an uproar. She's getting petitions signed, and Tommy's sickness has been the oil she needed to pour on the fire.
I'll say, why even men like Pat O'Rourke and Mr. Bodkin believe her lies?
I see. This is serious. Henry, get Stumpy and Grey Wolf. Tell them to guard Tommy's room. No one is to be let in there except the right people. I'll take full responsibility for this action.
Okay. Are you going to see Judge Harper now?
You said it. Now you have the other side of the story, Judge Harper.
Yes, Bill. You're well aware that I can't side with either party in this fracas.
Yes, sir, I am. But may I ask, will you accept a wire recording in your court?
Yes. Well, I won't be able to enter it as legal evidence.
Will you allow me to speak on behalf of the boy?
Why, sure, Bill.
Won't the attorney for the plaintiff object to this?
I don't think so. But let's cross that bridge when we come to it, huh? See you at the hearing.
Yes, sir, you most certainly will.
I have read the petitions presented to this court and find them to be in good order. Now, I'll hear the defense counsel, Mr. Bill Jefferson.
Your Honor, I would like to ask you to listen to a wire recording of a conversation between Tommy and his grandfather.
I object.
Objection overruled.
May I point out to the court that this is a most irregular proceeding?
And this is a most irregular case, my dear fellow.
That's true.
You may proceed, Mr. Jefferson.
Thank you, sir. Here is the recording.
Tommy, I wish with all my heart that I was in your place. Please, don't become bitter about losing your eye. Don't blame the Lord. And look, son, don't be angry at Mrs. Bixby.
I'm not, Gramps. You taught me better than that. After all, if the Lord wants it that way, then that's the way it'll have to be. I can see through you, Gramps. If only they don't take you away. I don't care about my eyes so much as I do about losing you. They can't take you away from me. Nobody loves me like you do and takes care of me like you do. Don't let them take us apart, please, Gramps.
No, don't worry about that. I've talked with the Lord, and he's told me that everything's gonna be all right. What you've got to do is rest so the other eye don't go bad. You know, maybe the doctor can transplant one of my eyes, and then you can see all right again.
No, you can't do that, Gramps. I wouldn't let you. Who'd read the Bible to me and make Jesus so real? Why, you're my eyes, Gramps.
Well, that's all right. Now you rest.
Your Honor, I would like to read a statement from the doctor to the court.
Proceed.
Tommy Woodruff's eye condition was precipitated by abnormally high emotional and nervous strain. It appears that there will be no improvement unless the boy is relieved of this intense emotional pressure. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may I speak?
Yes, Mrs. Bixby.
I'm a foolish old woman, and I want to say in front of these people that I shall be forever shamed of my sins. And my deepest prayer is that God will forgive me. And to show my sincere sorrow for my error, should he need it, I'm going to offer one of my eyes to be transplanted to Tommy.
Do you realize that you've just made a commitment and promise in front of all these people? You haven't any choice now but to give the lad one of your eyes, or offend all of society and God. This is a serious and solemn pledge.
I'm aware of all these things, Your Honor. This is my way of repaying a debt to a certain boy who taught me the greatest lesson in love I've ever had.
And that's our story for today, boys and girls. See you next week when there'll be more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Hans Conried, Elliot Lewis, Bea Benaderet, Frank Nelson, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night's comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
3 years ago, George put his name on the waiting list for a new car. And at long last, that glorious moment has arrived.
Gracie, the man from the automobile agency just called. A trainload of new cars arrived from Detroit, and we get one of them.
Oh, wonderful. At last we'll have something newer than Joe and Clara Bagley. Clara's always rubbing it in that my things are older than hers.
Well, she's right. Your refrigerator is older. Your vacuum sweeper is older.
Well, even my dishwasher is older.
But, Gracie, I wash the dishes.
I know.
Well, grab your hat, honey, and let's go and get that new car. I can't wait to drive by the Bagley's house and show it off.
Oh, let me do it, George. I'll drive right into their living room.
You can't do that.
Well, why not? I drove into our living room once. It's much smaller than this.
I know, I remember that, yes. Well, let's go and get the new car.
That's right, Mr. Burns. Your name's at the top of the list. And your new car is out in the service department now being checked over.
Swell. What'll it cost us?
Oh, just the list price, Mr. Burns. We don't accept bonuses.
Oh, that's fine.
Now, let's see. List price on your car is $1,750.
Okay.
With the extras, it comes to $3,400.
$3,400? What extras?
Why, extra equipment that every car needs. Things like a compass and barometer, a radar detector, Venetian blinds at all the windows.
Now, wait a minute. If you...
Built-in chrome-plated cuspidor.
What do I want with a cuspidor?
Well, sure, he can use the regular door.
Gracie.
And then there's the dashboard television set.
I can't look at a television and drive an automobile.
I see you're not a native Californian. Now, look, then there's the silver-plated fog lights that go on the front of the motor.
We don't need that stuff.
Well, certainly not. You can just leave the motor off.
Look, mister, I'm not going to take all those extras.
You're not, huh? But what do you know? I've been holding the list upside down. Your name's on the bottom.
Take it. I'll pay anything to get a new car before Joe Bagley gets one. When will the car be ready?
About an hour. They're just installing the garbage disposal unit.
Couldn't live without it. Well, I've got a meeting at the office, Gracie. Here's enough money for a down payment. When the car is ready, drive it home and put it in the garage.
All right, dear.
Put that in the garage, and I couldn't get it out. But for heaven's sake, drive carefully. Keep your hands on the wheel. Your foot on the brake. Your mouth closed. Your ears open and your eyes on the road.
Uh-huh. Is it all right if my nose just hangs there and rests?
I'll see you at home.
Meantime, George's arch rival, Joe Bagley, is hearing the news at Pop's Cigar Store.
You mean to say George is getting a new car before I get mine?
Yeah. Gracie's waiting down to the auto place right now to drive it home.
Darn it. I'd give anything to get my hands on that new car.
Well, now I'll sell you my car, Mr. Bagley. It's as good as new, latest model made.
Latest model what?
Stutz Bearcat, 1918. Got a raccoon tail on the radiator cap.
Oh, Pop,
Nobody would be dumb enough to buy a 1918 Stutz Bearcat. It's not... Wait a minute. Gracie would. Yeah, that's it. Pops, I think I'm going to wind up with George's new car. How much do you want for your Stutz?
Well, now it's in A1 condition.
How much?
Auto prices are sky high right now.
How much?
Got to make a little profit on it.
How much?
$25.
All right, here's your money. Where's the car?
Parked out in front. Now, you be careful when you get into it, Joe. Don't sit on my ukulele.
Well, Joe Bagley, how nice to see you. Did you come in here to buy a new car?
No, Gracie. I heard that you were getting one, so I came by to push it home for you.
Push it. Want it run?
Gracie, you're an intelligent woman. Figure it out for yourself. Where are the new cars made?
Detroit.
How do they get them out here?
On the train.
If they run, why bring them out on the train?
Oh, you're right. I never thought of that. My goodness, every time I wanted to go somewhere, I'd have to put it on the train.
Exactly.
It's hard enough to find parking space for a car, let alone a train.
Sure. Now, there's no two ways about it, Gracie. They just don't build good cars anymore. In fact, the last really good car was made in 1918.
1918?
There was a vintage year. They built sturdy, dependable cars.
But where could I find an automobile that was made in 1918? It was 20 years ago.
30.
No, 20. I know because that's the year I was born, and I'm 20.
My mistake. But getting back to 1918 cars, I'm afraid I have the only one in town. There it is, parked out in front.
Well, I don't see it, Joe. Is it behind that concrete mixer?
That's the car.
Oh.
They don't make them like that anymore.
I didn't know they ever did.
That's a genuine Stutz Bearcat, made of the finest steel smelted in Pittsburgh. There's a car that'll run 1,000,000 miles.
Really?
It did it once, it can do it again. And what a historical background that car has got. It was built in 1918, the year of the armistice. When the Kaiser was defeated, General Blackjack Pershing rode triumphantly down Fifth Avenue in that Stutz.
Oh, really? I don't suppose you'd want to sell it, huh?
Gracie, would be like selling my own wife.
Yeah. They do look a little alike.
Darned if they don't. All right, Gracie, you can have it.
Oh, thank you, Joe. You're making a great sacrifice. How much is it?
You couldn't possibly pay what it's worth, so take it for nothing. Just give me $25 to transfer the ownership. Then I'll give you my white slip.
Oh, no, the car's enough. I won't take your underwear.
Excuse me, Mrs. Bird.
Yes?
Your new car won't be ready until tomorrow morning. We're removing the speedometer to make room for a mixmaster. Here's the priority, which will entitle you to the car when it's ready. I'll see you tomorrow.
But Mr. Oh, dear.
Oh.
Will he be mad if I don't take the new car?
Yes, he will. Gracie, I'll carry my sacrifice even further and buy it myself.
Oh, Joe, you should.
In friendship's name, I'll do it. I'm a skilled mechanic. I can probably make it run.
Oh, George, I'll never forget you for this. Here's the priority for your car.
Thank you. Here's the crank for yours.
Oh, boy, I can hardly wait to look in the garage and see my new car. I hope Gracie got it home all right. Yeah, there. Oh, no, she had a wreck. I'll never see her again. Nobody could be in a wreck like that and live.
Oh, well, how do you like it?
Gracie, thank goodness you weren't killed in the accident.
What accident?
Didn't you hit something when you drove the car home?
No, I was very careful. I didn't even hit my front fender when it fell off.
Gracie, where'd you get this car?
From Joe Bagley.
Joe Bagley?
Yes, he took the priority for our new car and sold me this one.
This pile of junk?
Junk? Well, I'll have you know this is a genuine Dutch polecat.
What?
They smelled it clear in Pittsburgh.
I don't doubt it.
And it has a historical background, too. In this car, General Person defeated Henry Kaiser in a game of blackjack.
This is murder.
Howdy, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Hiya, Tex.
I was passing by and seen you out here in the garage. Say, ma'am, where'd you get the old relic?
I met him in vaudeville.
He means the stuff.
Yeah, I know, dear. I was just joking to cheer you up.
Well, I'm very happy. Mr. Judson, look at this car that Joe Bagley stole Gracie.
Car? Why, it looks more like the covered wagon my great-grandpappy had when he founded the city of Dallas.
He founded it?
Yep.
Who lost it?
Who lost it? Oh, I like your sense of humor, ma'am. No, come to think of it, I ain't leaving yet.
Good, because I want to tell you what else Bagley did. He talked Gracie out of my priority for a new car.
Well, now that's a real mean trick. A man who'd do that would feed California oranges to a Texas hog. Come on, little man. You and me's going over to Joe Bagley's and force him to give you back your priority.
Good.
Oh, hello, George.
Listen, Joe. Either you take that old stuff and give me my priority, or Mr. Judson here is going to beat you up.
That's right, Bagley. Anyone who cheats the friend of a Texan is in for a licking.
Texas.
Say, what part of Texas you're from, partner?
Dallas. Why?
Well, I'm a Fort Worth boy myself.
Huh?
Do tell. So you're a Texan.
Why, sure. My pappy's got 7 oil wells.
Oh, I'm awful sorry to hear your family's on wheelies.
Wait a minute. Mr. Judson, you came over here to whip him.
What did you say, Yankee?
This man cheated me.
Why, you falsifying little weasel. I'd skin you alive if I was sure that you was.
If you were sure that it... Oh, I like your sense of humor, partner.
There's no mistaking those great Gershwin melodies, Meredith. It's the music of America's most famous composer.
Gershwin earned that title, Toby. He was an absolute perfectionist. He'd work round the clock till a melody was set just right. Then he worked just as hard on the harmony or a tricky rhythm effect.
And when he'd put them all together, another great hit was born.
Right. Gershwin might have worked like mad on the different parts of the song, but he never lost sight of the complete musical result. Here's one of his songs all America knows by heart, but try to recognize it from just his mellow harmony. Or now, with this rich counter melody added.
both themes are wonderful, Meredith, but we need more.
All right, Toby, then we'll add the vigorous rhythm. And now we'll blend in George Gershwin's melody and complete this favorite of favorites.
Yes, the beautiful and popular The Man I Love. Friends, you see how America's favorite songs demand the expert blending of many perfect orchestral parts? Well, it's the same way with the creation of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Not one, but many varieties of choice Highland-grown Latin American coffees must be blended to achieve the satisfying, good to the last drop flavor of Maxwell House. Our Maxwell House experts, with careful skill, select Manizales for mellowness. For richness, they add Medellin. For vigor, they select other choice coffees. And for fine, full body, they add Bucaramangas. All blended in one great coffee, radiant roasted to flavor perfection, and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh. Tomorrow, discover the extra flavor, extra satisfaction of America's favorite brand of coffee. Discover why now, more than ever, all this extra flavor and satisfaction makes Maxwell House today's outstanding coffee buy. Tomorrow, ask for Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, this is great. Bagley's going to get my new car, and I'm stuck with a 1918 Stutz bed.
Oh, now, George, stop worrying.
With a raccoon tail yet.
I got you into this, and I'll get you out.
Got any ideas?
Oh, I've got so many ideas in my brain, I can just rattle them off. You're talking to a real rattlebrain. That didn't sound right, did it?
Did to me. Well, I'll go over and see if Bill Goodwin can help me. I'll see you later, dear.
Well, Gracie, you've gotten your husband into a mess. I know it. You ought to be ashamed. I am. You're beautiful but dumb. I'm not dumb. Well, how are you going to get that priority back from Joe Bagley? I could get it back if I went over and told his wife Clara a few lies. Gracie. You wouldn't lie. Oh, you don't know me very well, do you?
I'm glad you dropped by, Gracie. I want to thank you for giving Joe this priority for a new car.
Oh, that's all right, Clara. Just give me half the bobby pins you find in it.
Bobby pins?
Mm-hmm.
Gracie, are you insinuating that Joe might pick up girls?
Oh, no. It's just the girls can't resist the new cars. Why, when one drives by, they all hop on it.
They do?
Sure, haven't you heard of a car hop?
But Gracie...
Oh, now, there's nothing to worry about, Clara. They're mostly young college girls around 18 and 19 with sweaters and short skirts.
Oh, but Gracie, those college girl flirtations are harmless.
Of course.
Why, I was a college girl the first time Joe dated me. I remember we just got in his car and drove to the beach, and I'll kill him. If that worm tries to buy a new car, I'll kill him.
Oh, yeah. You're being smart, Clara. When a man gets a new car, his wife becomes a gas widow.
Here, Gracie, you take the priority. Even in a new car, your husband is safe. And as for for Joe, I'll get him the oldest, most broken-down car in the world.
Well, there it is, parked in your driveway. Goodbye, Clara.
Meantime, George has gone to seek help from his friend Bill Goodwin. We find him now in Bill's apartment.
So that's the story, Bill. Bagley gets my new car tomorrow morning, and I'm stuck with a 1918 Stutz Bearcat.
Well, gee, I don't know how I can help you, George.
With a raccoon tail yet.
Well, I might buy the old Bearcat from you. I'll give you $10 for it.
Thanks, though, but you wouldn't want it. You'd get a girl and drive out on some lonely road, and the darn thing would stop on you.
Give you $100 for it.
Bill, it hardly runs. It's got no pickup at all.
I'll provide the pickup. It'll be loaded with dames in no time.
I doubt it, Bill. Looks like a tin can.
You know something better to fill with tomatoes?
Well, okay. Come on over to the house and you can have a look at it.
Well, ring for the elevator while I grab my hat.
Okay. Here's the elevator, Bill.
Well, look who's here. Professor Korkendorfer.
Somebody spoke?
Yeah.
Can't you see us?
Of course I see you. I got eyes like a house. You're very slow waitresses.
Waitresses?
I've been here in the coffee shop 15 minutes, and no one has taken my order yet.
Why didn't they tell me that?
I'm so hungry, my stomach keeps going up and down.
Professor, this is the elevator. I'm Bill Goodwin, and this is my boss.
Glad to meet you, Mrs. Goodwin.
I'm George Burns. You should get glasses, Professor.
Who needs glasses? I got eyes like a house.
My wife had eyes like a hawk. Wouldn't be stuck with that Bearcat.
Bearcat?
Yeah. She bought a Stutz Bearcat with a raccoon tail yet.
Why, that's priceless. For that, I would pay $2,000.
$2,000?
Sure, to add to my collection.
Oh, boy. This'll turn Joe Bagley green. Professor, I could kiss you.
That'll turn him green.
Come on, let's go home and get the Bearcat.
Well, hello, Bill.
Hi, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Professor Korkendorfer.
Somebody spoke?
Gracie, I've got wonderful news.
Oh, no. Let me tell my wonderful news
But
first.
this is...
No. I got back the car priority and sold the stuffed Bearcat to the Bagleys. Now, what's your wonderful news?
We just lost $2,000.
Oh, I think my news was better.
Gracie, Professor Korkendorfer will give us $2,000 for the Bearcat. Give me that priority. I'll trade it back to Joe. Wait right here, Professor, and make yourself at home.
Yeah, I sit right here on this nice chair. Ooh, it's so soft and comfortable.
Hurry back, George. He's awfully heavy on my lap.
I've been waiting already an hour for your husband to bring the Bearcat. I can't wait no longer.
Oh, please, Professor, don't go. Bill, give him another cup of Maxwell House coffee.
Here you are, Professor. Steaming, fragrant Maxwell House. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, sure it's wonderful, but I have had already 16 cups. I love that Maxwell House coffee, but the donuts are very tough.
Donuts? What donuts?
The ones here on the table.
Those are my napkin rings.
No wonder they didn't dunk so good.
Well, we'll make up for the donuts. Gracie, put on the coffee pot and make the professor another 16 cups of Maxwell House.
Another 16 cups I couldn't drink. Better just make me 15 cups.
All right, And while I'm doing that, you can be making out the check for $2,000.
No, maybe I better shouldn't. What if I write a check for $2,000 and he don't bring back the beer cat?
Well, you've still gotten your money's worth, Professor. 16 cups of Maxwell House coffee are worth $2,000 of anybody's money. It's a superb blend. In Maxwell House, they put Manizales, Medellins, and Bucaramangas.
They put them there. I find them. I got eyes like a house.
No, you don't see them, Professor. You only taste them. And what a flavor they give us.
Oh, yeah, it's good coffee. But I come here to buy a stuffed bear cat.
A stuffed bear cat?
Sure. And it's got a raccoon tail yet. Somebody crossed a bear, a cat, and a raccoon. And then they stuffed it. For this weird creature, I pay $2,000.
Oh, this is terrible. Oh, I hate to have George come home.
Well, why, Gracie? If you pay $2,000 for a weird creature, have George stuff.
Professor, there's been a terrible mistake.
Well, I gave Joe the priority slip and got the bear cat. I had to push it 7 blocks. The darn thing died.
It just died? They stuffed it while it was alive?
Stuffed it? George, the professor only wanted a bear cat because he thought it was a stuffed animal.
Oh, no. I've lost the priority in $2,000. Oh.
Gracie, he's fainted. Bring me some ice and spirits of ammonia.
Oh, well, that's fine. George is fainted and you want to mix yourself a drink. Take care of him, Bill. I've got things to do. I got him into this mess and I'll get him out.
After a sleepless night, George received a surprise visit early the next morning from Joe Bagley.
You got a nerve coming here, Bagley.
George, old pal, I'm here to apologize. I've come to slap you on the back and bury the hatchet. Here's your new car priority, and I'm taking the stud.
Joe, I misjudged you. You're a real gentleman.
That's me, Gentleman Joe. So long, George.
So long, Joe. Gracie.
What is it, dear?
Bagley just gave me our priority and took back the stud.
Oh, I'll bet this ad in the morning paper had something to do with it.
What is?
Oh, I'll read it to you. Movie studio will pay $3,000 for 1918 stuffed bear cats for use in pictures.
Oh, Bagley rooked me again.
No, he didn't, George. I put that ad in the paper.
You mean you put it in so Bagley would...
Uh-huh.
Bagley, you're a genius.
Yeah, and I'm smart, too. I've already gone to the automobile agency and made a deal with them.
A deal?
Yeah. Now you'll only have to pay $1,750.
For the new car?
No, we're just getting the extras. The garbage disposal unit, the mix master, the Venetian blind.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
I'm so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop.
Good night, folks. We're a little late.
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Keith Fowler and Paul Henning. And now, stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet.
Well, Reed, what's the Daily Sentinel going after this time?
Gunnigan, the Daily Sentinel's got a lot of readers. We're going to give them a close-up of a racket that's being worked every day all over the country.
Page 1 stuff?
The fake accident racket, Gunnigan, worked by experts who can make it appear they've been hit by an automobile.
Fake, eh? Keep going, Reed. The Daily Sentinel can feature it.
These accidents are fake, Gunnigan. Then the claims are turned over to shyster lawyers, and they collect plenty. Now, the only way to smash a racket is to turn the spotlight on it. So listen with both ears. For all we know, we may be able to save some victim a lot of grief.
With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed as he races toward another thrilling adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again.
Hurry, Cato! Here's where we smash a fake accident racket.
Have you ever seen a racket like this worked as you walk near a busy intersection?
Look out! That man's stepping right in front of us.
Why doesn't he...
You hit him. He's lying there. Is he hurt?
Or again, when the traffic lights change and the driver close to the curb starts out.
Watch where you're... Ah! I've seen it. He stepped off the curb and you hit him.
It doesn't look like a racket? No, it doesn't. You wouldn't think that a man could deliberately throw himself in the path of a speeding car and...
Stop! Help, officer!
Don, you hit him.
Are you all right? I tried to stop, lost control, and hit the post.
Don't talk about it. Hurry, call an ambulance.
No ambulance. I'm all right. What you ought to see is a lawyer. You got a case against this guy.
No, you might not call it a racket, but there are others who do. For example, in the office of the publisher of the Daily Sentinel...
There's no doubt about it, Reed. There's a ring of accident racketeers hounding the city. Why can't the Sentinel use it?
We're going to, Gunnigan, and it'll be page 1 stuff, out where people can see it.
Yeah, that's more like it. Now, we can spot it near the fold. Give it a...
As soon as we hear from Axford.
Now, Reed, do we have to wait for that ape to get a picture?
What else have we got to go on, Gunnigan?
Well, we can see...
We have no names, no facts, just a lot of guesswork.
Now, Reed, we know 2 of them. Creevy is the lawyer who handles those fake accident claims. And Hopper is the traffic official who makes them sound on the level. Let's name them.
And have the Sentinel clipped for libel? No, Gunnigan. But you can't disprove a picture. Axford will run into one sooner or later. Oh, Miss Case. Miss Case?
Maybe she's out to lunch, Reed.
Oh, never mind. Let me know when Axford shows up.
It isn't my old pal. Oh, fancy meeting you here, Axford.
Huh?
Well, this is a pleasant surprise.
Casey, what are you doing here?
Well, it's this way, Axford. I went out for some lunch, and the weather was so nice, I thought I'd
you
just
ain't
take
fooling
a-
me none. You know, Reed sent me out to see if I could grab some pictures of one of them fake accidents. You come along for the fun.
Is there any?
Nothing ain't happened yet. I've been hounding the street corners for a
Axford.
couple... He called me on.
Look, over there, right across the street.
Huh?
That man standing on the corner waiting for the light to change.
Yeah, I see
You
him.
better
but
get your camera ready. Look at the way he's watching that car. Hurry.
Golly, you're right, Casey. Stand back so I can get a clear shot in case you
There,
strike it.
the light's changing. He's jumping in front of that car. Take it, Axford.
I got it.
Did you see that? Well, that car never touched him.
Nah, he just made it look good. Come on, Casey, let's go over and talk to the driver. It's the racket, all right.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Don't look now, but I have a funny feeling somebody's going to try and get that camera away from you. Let's get out of here.
Golly, we can't do that. I got to learn the guy's name.
Give me the camera.
Huh?
They won't notice me. Give me the camera, and I'll take it back to the Sentinel.
Sure. That's a good idea. Then I can stick around and ask some questions.
Hurry.
Here you are. Nobody see me slip it to you. Go on, Casey. Go on. And tell Reed I'll be coming in pretty soon with some facts, or I won't be coming in at all.
And I'll be there. Oh, gosh, I guess I had the jitters for nothing. I must have imagined someone was after this camera.
Sister. Hand it over.
Well, if you want money, I haven't got any.
Sister, the camera.
I have no camera.
The big guy handed it to you back on the street corner. Now, where is it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't like to get rough with a lady.
Look, it's a case of mistaken identity. You've got the wrong sister. Now, you go your way, and I'll go...
ain't you? Give me that.
Hey, my purse.
Is it in here?
Well, there's a lipstick and a compact and some hairpins and a comb and a mirror and
I got it. And you said you didn't have no camera.
Look at my bag. You dropped it on the ground. Well, you got what you want. Now let me go.
Wait a minute, sister. There ain't no film in this.
You can buy some at the nearest drugstore. Now, if you'll
Come
please...
back
Let go my arm. You're hurting me.
You got that film and I want it, see? Now, where is it? What do you think I'm calling you for? I okayed it one way. What'd you have to change it for? That page one makeup should stand it. Casey.
Hello, Gunnigan.
For Pete's sake, what? I'll call you back, Denny.
Speaking of makeup, what do you think of mine?
What happened to you?
Plenty. Well, I should have known better than to go through the newsroom on my way to the office.
Wait a minute.
Leave me alone.
I'm coming with you. Here's the door. What happened to you, Casey? Tell me all about it. What happened?
Oh, never mind, Gunnigan. I'll tell you later.
Good Lord, what's this?
Casey ran into something, Reed.
What was it, Miss Casey? A 10-ton truck?
It's not funny. How would you like to have a gorilla hold you and grab a roll of film?
A roll of film? Say, were you with Axford?
I was on my way back. He'd gotten a picture of one of those fake accidents, and, well, I said I'd take it to the office. Someone must have seen him give it to me.
He got a picture? Oh, where is it?
I haven't got it. That gorilla took it.
Why didn't Axford bring it in himself? He ought to know better.
Don't blame Axford, Mr. Reed. He stayed to get some dope on the accident. I thought I could
bring it.
You
got a look at this guy?
Where did it happen?
The alley was dark. I was taking a shortcut, and he had his hat pulled down over his face.
Did you know him if you saw him?
I don't think so, no. Where's my handkerchief?
Well, here, use mine.
No, thanks. Mine's in my purse right here.
Hey, Casey, I thought you said you lost the film. There's the camera.
He didn't take the camera.
But you just said...
I took the film out of the camera, but he found it anyway. I had the roll of film hidden under my hat. When he shook me, my hat fell off.
Under your hat?
Yes.
Oh, now, take it easy, Miss Case. Did that ape hurt you?
No.
Well, then what are you bawling for? If we had that picture...
Lay off, Gunnigan. She couldn't help losing the film. Why shouldn't she cry? That hoodlum must have scared her half to death.
I'm not crying because I'm scared. I'm crying because I'm so darn mad. This was a new hat. Now, look at it. It's ruined.
Cato.
Yes, it's Red.
I stayed at the office late waiting for Axford. Has he been here?
No, sir. Is something wrong?
Oh, you know Axford. He'll show up. But I've got something more important on my mind, Cato. The Sentinel almost grabbed off a yarn on the fake accident racket.
Yes?
Yeah, almost, not quite. The film was taken from Miss Case, and she doesn't know who took it. But at least she remembers the license number of the car that was involved in the accident. It belongs to a man named Carson.
I see.
We called Carson from the Sentinel, but he wasn't in. He hasn't been in all day. I've got a hunch he's already settled that accident claim and doesn't even know it was fake.
You think so?
Sure. Phoebe's smart enough to know that the quicker he gets in touch with the sucker and collects, the less chance there is of exposing the fake. And that's where we come in, Cato.
The Hornet, Mr. Red?
Yes, Cato, the Green Hornet. I don't know just exactly how their system works, not yet. But that's what we're going to find out.
And the Hornet mask and gun?
That's right. We'll check out in the Black Beauty and stop at Creevy's place. If Creevy isn't in, we'll get after Hopper, the politician in it. We'll keep on their trail until we catch up.
going now, Mr. Red?
We've drawn a blank so far. Both Creevy and Hopper are out. What time is it?
9:30, Mr. Red.
9:30. I'm due back at the Sentinel at 10:15. I told Gunnigan I'd drop in. I'll leave the Hornet mask and the gun with you. You can take the Black Goody back to the hideout.
Yes, sir.
There's still time, a little time. Head across town, Katie. We'll see if Carson is in.
Is that you, dear?
Yes, it's me, Emily.
There's been a newspaper calling you all day. The Sentinel.
I took care of that accident claim. I've been with that man's lawyer since early today.
Was he badly hurt?
Well, Creevy said his leg was broken.
It happened so fast. The lights changed and he stepped off the curb before...
Let's not talk about it. It's all over. I paid his lawyer, and that's all.
Did you see him? Is he all right?
Emily,
Yes.
I wonder if I've been made a fool of. I wonder if I should have taken the case to court instead of settling with Creevy.
What makes you say that?
Oh, nothing, only... Do you think it could have been a racket?
How can you talk that way? Why, I was in the car with you. That poor man, I saw him fall.
Well, I've heard of people who were expert at falling in front of cars without getting hurt. And if that accident was a fake...
But a broken leg, dear. How could
But that's just it. How do I know that man really did break his leg? Oh, I saw the cast. He was in Creevy's office. But I'm no doctor. Then the way Creevy acted. Now that I think of it, he was sort of anxious to have the case settled out of court.
Oh, you're imagining things. I'm going upstairs to look at the children. I'll be right down.
All right, dear. Oh, I wonder.
Carson.
Huh? Why, who are you?
Don't raise your voice.
You're masked. A gun.
If you want to know who I am, here. Look on the table.
The table? Why, a piece of paper. Some sort of a mark on it. Wait, you're the Green Hornet.
Now, you were taken in by that racket, huh?
What are you here for?
I came here for information, but I already heard enough. They played you for a sucker, Carson. You sap. You should have taken it to court. What was the name of that man you thought you hit?
Why...
Come on.
Are you in the racket?
Don't be a fool. I've got my own. But I just don't care for Creevy and Hopper. Now, come on, what was his name?
Freeman.
Freeman, huh? Thanks, that's all I want to know.
Is that all you...
More than enough. Goodbye, sucker.
Yes? John? Oh, well, there you are. I thought I heard the front door.
Huh?
What's the matter with you? Is someone here?
Emily, I've been a sucker. Just like I said, it was a racket. That man wasn't hurt. The Green Hornet said so.
The Hornet?
Yes, he was here. I don't know what he's got against Creevy and Hopper. Crooks are always fighting against each other, I guess. But Creevy isn't going to get away with it. He can't take me in with his racket.
What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I'll do something. And right now.
Oh, there you are, Reed.
Good evening, Gunnigan. Miss Case?
Oh, Mr. Reed, what are you doing here at the Sentinel? Don't tell me they've closed the nightclub.
I said I'd drive around. Holding down the lobster shift, Gunnigan?
Reed, have you seen Expert?
No, hasn't he been here?
We haven't heard from him since I left him on that street corner.
That's odd.
We've been checking all over, Reed. Not a sign of him.
Miss Case, didn't you say that Axford was going to follow through on that accident?
That's what I'm afraid of, Mr. Reed.
Oh, Expert can handle himself.
I don't know, Gunnigan. After the experience Miss Case had with the hoodlum who grabbed that film, we can't be sure. 2 or 3 of those gorillas with brass knuckles and knives with... Have you called the police yet?
No. Can't, Reed.
Don't do it. You see the phone. I'll answer this one. Hello? Axford. It's about time. Why didn't you call in?
Reed, I'm afraid of something hot, but I got to talk fast.
What's that?
It's a fake accident racket, Reed. The Green Hornet's mixed up in it.
Where are you, Axford?
I'm over there. I can hear something. The door's opening, Reed.
Axford, what's wrong?
Go me. Reed, I can't.
Axford! Mike! Did you hear that, Gunnigan? Those were shots!
Here's an important announcement for all Green Hornet fans. Wednesday night on this program, the Green Hornet himself will call into session another meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable. Be sure to be on hand for this important discussion of rackets and the men behind them. Remember the date, Wednesday night, for another meeting of the Law and Order Roundtable conducted by the Green Hornet in person.
Green Hornet mixed up in fake accident racket. Sentinel reporter attacked. Read all about it. Police investigate. Sentinel
right, on the telephone. When you didn't answer after those shots, we thought it was murder.
It would have been Reed. Only Carson come home in time.
That's right, Mr. Reed. You see, my wife and I had gone out suddenly. I must have left the door open in my haste.
Sure. Then I come along, Reed. There ain't no answer. The door is open when I lean on it, so in I go. You see, I wanted to talk to Carson about that accident he had yesterday.
Then you heard something?
Heard and seen, Casey. There was this Hornet sticker on the desk. Then I heard footsteps someplace around.
You must have been scared to death.
No, not me. But it wasn't no picnic. There'd have been somebody following me all along. So I phoned the Sentinel in a hurry.
You have no idea who shot at you, actually?
It happened too fast, Reed. I grabbed the guy and struggled around. The gun goes off twice, and that's all. Excepting for this bump on me head like a geese egg.
Yeah, there must have been two men after you. While you grappled with one, the other one clipped you with a blackjack.
Or a ton of lead, Reed.
When my wife and I came back, Mr. Reed, he was lying on the floor.
What made you go out so suddenly, Carson?
Well, I told you. After what the Hornet said, I wanted to talk to that crooked lawyer.
Creevy?
Yeah, but he wasn't in.
Reed, it's as clear as 6s and 7s. Creevy and Hopper ain't running the racket all by their lonesomes. The Green Hornet's in it, too.
Carson, it's too bad you settled that accident claim so fast. But it's still not too late. If we can prove that this man Freeman hasn't got a broken leg, it's a clear case of fraud.
Well, that's one thing that can't be faked. A broken leg.
Hey, Reed.
Well, Gunnigan, have the police located Freeman?
Located him. They can't even find a trace of him.
What?
Freeman is gone. Vamoose skipped out.
This case, get Creevy on the phone.
But, Mr. Reed, if Freeman's
Creevy's his lawyer. Tell Creevy to come down here to the settle. I want to talk with him, and I won't take no for an answer. Yes, Miss Cage?
Mr. Creevy decided to come, Mr. Reed.
Well, that's nice of him. Show him in, Miss Cage.
Mr. Creevy?
Reed, I can't say I care for your high-handed way of ordering me down here.
I see you came.
Not because I had to. Your newspaper men can't order me around.
Creevy, where's Freeman?
I don't know.
You're his lawyer, aren't you?
That doesn't make me his guardian. Why don't you try his home?
Creevy, Freeman can't be located. There's a lot of doubt as to whether he really has a broken leg. Now, who's the doctor who treated him?
I'm afraid I don't know that either.
In other words, you collected money for a man who had an alleged accident, and that's about all you do know.
There's no reason why I should answer you, but I will. Freeman called me in to handle his case. I made a settlement with Carson, took my fee, handed Freeman his compensation, and that's all there is to it.
You'd never seen this Freeman before?
No, nor since.
Fortunate that he's disappeared, isn't it?
Reed, I know what you're thinking. Your newspaper's been barking about a fake accident racket. Well, you can't pin anything on me.
You're a pretty shrewd operator, aren't you?
I'd call myself a good lawyer.
And a crooked one. You've gotten yourself a group of experts like Freeman, people who can fake accidents by falling in front of cars. Then you offer the victims a quick settlement. Tell me, what happens if they act stubborn, if they threaten to defend in court? That's where Hopper comes in, isn't it?
You're telling this fairy tale?
Yeah, well, Hopper has political connections. He goes to the stubborn defendant and gives him the impression that he hasn't a chance of winning in court, that he'd better settle. And usually that settles it.
Very interesting.
And if the victim still acts stubborn and does go to court, why, you just drop the case. And that happens so seldom that you still clean up.
Is that all?
It is. Until Freeman is located. Now, why not admit you're a racketeer and...
Reed, I've heard you. Now, you listen to me. There are no witnesses to what you've said, otherwise I'd sue you for slander. You made a lot of statements and you can't back them up. What do you expect me to do, break down and confess?
Might as well.
I know the law and I know my rights. Besides, you haven't got a leg to stand on unless you get hold of Freeman. And you won't. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. And I hope it chokes you. Goodbye.
Cato. Creevy and Hopper in the clear as long as Freeman can't be located.
I see.
Carson filed a complaint with the police, but it won't do any good without Freeman. He's the key to the whole racket.
What can we do, Mr. Smith?
Creevy laughed in my face this afternoon, Cato. He knew I was trying to bluff, and he knew it wouldn't work. There's only one answer. Find Freeman.
Where is he?
I don't know. But we're going to find out.
How?
The police have tried and failed, and the Sentinel tried with the same result. That puts it right up to the Green Hornet.
No, Mr. Smith.
Can you think of any other way?
But the
What else is there? Sure, the police have an alarm out for the Green Hornet. Axford found that seal at Carson's home, and they're all hopped up.
If they
should corner us, they learn what only you and I know. That I'm the Green Hornet. It'll mean curtains. But they've got to catch us first. Come on.
Must be Creevy. All this fuss about Freeman and... Coming. Yes, what is it this time?
Inside, Hopper.
Say, you're
Inside.
not... You're masked. You're the Hornet.
Talk fast. Where's Freeman?
What business is it of yours?
Where is he?
Now, look, Hornet, if you want a cut of our racket, we can
We'll talk that over later. First, answer my question.
I don't know.
Hopper, do you want me to use this?
Now, wait. That gun won't do any good. I tell you, I don't know. Creevy didn't tell me.
I see. Creevy knows, eh?
Yeah. Freeman had to get out in a hurry, so Creevy sent him out. I don't know where. Why don't you ask...
That's an idea, Hopper. Where's your phone?
Here, right here.
All right, use it. Call Creevy.
Me? But I thought...
He knows your voice. Pick up that phone.
All right.
Remember, I'm behind you with a gun. Find out where Freeman is. I don't care how, but do it.
Yes, Hello? Creevy? I want to... Yes, this is Hopper. Where is Freeman now? Just thought I ought to know, as we're in this together, and...
Find out.
Yes, Creevy, just in case something comes up, we're partners, aren't we? Huh? Yes. Oh, no, nothing wrong. Thanks.
Well?
Hornet, if you have a proposition...
Where is he?
The Hill Road, 6 miles past the county line. Creevy owns a farmhouse out there.
Okay.
Now you know. How much do you want? What sort of
We'll
cut?
discuss it out there.
Out there?
At the farmhouse. You and Creevy start for it in an hour.
But I
Now
thought
make sure you don't start earlier. Take it, Hopper. You'll recover. It's only gas.
Gas?
See you out at the farmhouse. All right, kid. I got it. Let's roll. It's about 20 miles out.
Brett, we need a
We'll
gas.
get it on the way. We can't stop for gas in town, kid. We'd be spotted. Now, come on. Let's get moving. Okay, that's enough. What's the bill?
Well, that's $1.60, mister.
Here's $2. Keep the change.
Okay. Oh, nice-looking job you got here. I didn't notice before. You're masked. Hey, what's the idea of the gun?
You won't be hurt. Just answer me.
What do you want?
How much further to the farmhouse on the Hill Road? It was 6 miles from the county line.
1 mile more. You're 5 miles out now. It's a house with 3 Hold on, man. Robbers, that's what. Whew, that mask he was wearing had a car. It sounds like... Holy cat! I've got to call the police. Hello? Give me the police, the city police. I just seen the Green Hornet.
Listen, Dutch. Do I gotta keep this cast on my leg? It ain't broke.
Yeah, pipe down, will you? Creevy gave the orders, not me.
Yeah, I'm getting sick of staying cooped up in this old
You think
farmhouse.
I like it? Creevy said you got to stay here for a couple of weeks until the heat's off. Yeah, it was that guy Carson. He balled up the works by changing his mind, deciding to fight the case.
How long does it take a broken leg to heal?
Take your choice. Either you stay out here until it's time enough...
I'll leave the state. I'll go someplace else.
Sure, smart guy, and be out of the racket, eh? Don't be a bullethead, Freeman. Creevy's got your dough.
Yeah, fine. I can't go back to the city because they find out my leg ain't broken. And I can't scram on account of Creevy won't hand over my dough.
Maybe you should have stayed with the circus doing acrobatics.
Yeah, laugh. I handled a tough routine in this racket. I fall in front of them cars. I time it to the split second. But what do? Snatch rolls of film from Dames, that's all.
Why, you weasel.
Hey, now take it easy. I got this cast on my leg.
Then take it off, Freeman.
Who's the devil?
It's the Hornet. You heard me. Get him, Dutch. He's go.
Oh!
That takes care of him.
You knocked him cold.
Now it's your turn, Dutch.
No, wait. You're holding a gun.
I thought you were a tough gorilla, Dutch.
No, listen, Hornet.
How'd you get here?
Creevy and Hopper do soon, but first I'll take care of you.
No, wait a minute.
When they come, tell them I changed my mind. I don't want any part of their racket.
Oh, listen, get back. You got a gun, that ain't...
So you act tough with women, Ed.
Let me alone. I just
You
worked
can't
for the...
back up any further. That's the wall. Just a cornered rat, Dutch.
Now, wait. There's a car coming. I can spot the headlight.
A long way off.
You can see it. It's coming here. There's a green spotlight. It's a police car.
I don't need my gun to take care of you.
It's a police car, I tell you, Hornet. It'll be here in 5 minutes.
That's long enough.
Oh,
What if your hands? You're taking the licking of your life.
What's the matter with Dutch? You can hear that horn.
Looks all right, Creevy.
Shut up, Hopper. If you hadn't spilled to the Green Hornet, we wouldn't be worrying.
Maybe that's it. Maybe the Hornet's inside. He won't let him answer. There's a light on.
You're right. The Hornet has to be cautious, I guess. Let's go see him.
You understand, he had me in a spot. I couldn't tell you over the phone. He had a gun.
David Hopper, you already told me that.
I'd have known he had gas in that gun instead of slugs.
Hey, inside there.
Come in.
Okay, that's Freeman's voice. Well, Freeman, where is he? Where's the Hornet? He just left before the... Well, just before what?
Nothing.
Where's Dutch? He's supposed to be here with you.
He ain't here either.
I can see that, you fool. What's been... Wait a minute. I told you to leave that cast on, didn't I?
Yeah.
What'd you take it off for? If anyone learns that you didn't even have a doctor, that your leg was never broken at all, why, you...
Creevy, that's all we want to know.
Wait, who's the police? Where'd you come from?
We've been behind the door, Creevy, waiting for you.
Freeman, you chiseling double-crosser, how did you...
I didn't tell him, Creevy, honest.
If you want to know, Creevy, we got a tip from a gas station. The Hornet was out here.
Why, you...
We got here too late for the Hornet, but Freeman and your hoodlum was lying on the floor, out cold.
That has nothing to do with me.
It ain't, huh? We couldn't get nothing out of Dutch. He was unconscious. So we took him out and back and handcuffed him to the squad car. But Freeman talked plenty.
What?
Yeah, Creevy. He spilled all about your dirty racket. You're due for a nice long stretch in the cooler.
Why, you... Let me at him. I'll show
No,
you.
you do nothing, you rat. And what's more, me and Sergeant Moran owes you something for Casey.
Casey?
Yeah, Casey. Your hoodlum Dutch acted rough with her. And on account of we can't take it out on him, me and Moran decided to take it out on you and Hopper.
I've got Hopper, expert.
And I got Creevy. All set.
Let go of me. You can't hit me.
No. Let her go, expert. And now ain't that a shame, Moran? All we had to do was hit him once. And I thought racketeers was tough.
Accident racket smashes, crooked lawyer confesses, racketeers admit guilt. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel extra paid fair.
VintageRadioshows.com.
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with The Lone Ranger.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. When the West was young, the law of might makes right ruled the frontier. But through the length and breadth of 7 states, the masked rider of the plains rode his great horse Silver in the cause of justice. History does not record his deeds. His real name was never known, but his memory still lives. A man who dedicated his life to the winning of the West. Now let us return once more to the thrilling days of yesteryear. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy. There's trouble up Valley Center. We've got to meet Tonto. Hi-yo, Silver!
Melting snow and floodwaters swept over several communities near the army post at Northfield. After the flood had subsided, the government sent food and supplies for distribution to those in need. Lieutenant Spade Calhoun was in charge of the post in the absence of Captain Curtis. He saw a chance to make some money with the aid of a civilian partner, Squint Merkel. As our story opens, Merkel, astride his horse, is watching the muddy trail to the fort. When Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, guided his white horse along the trail, Squint stopped him.
Hi there. Hold on a second, Injun.
White fella,
I aim to speak with you. You heading for the fort?
Why, you won't know.
Hankering to get some of that army food, huh?
Plenty white man need food, so Indian not get 'em.
No, that's where you're wrong. I'll tell you, Injun, my folks are in bad shape. We need cash bad, and that's why I'm making a proposition to you.
What? That?
The distribution of the victuals is in the hands of Lieutenant Calhoun. Of course, he does the best he can to serve everyone in turn, but that'll mean you'll wait a week or so for your turn to come, you see?
Oh.
Now, me, I've been waiting for some time already. I'll be getting my victuals in no time at all, maybe today.
That's good.
No, it ain't. You see, there's things my folks need worse than food, so I've got to have cash money. Now, if you got any cash, I'll let you have the food that the lieutenant has set aside for me.
Me not got cash.
You ain't? Well, maybe swap your horse, eh?
Me not want food.
Well, why didn't you say so? Blast you, I should have known better than to waste my time with the redskin. Get on your way. There's somebody else coming.
Get him up, white feller.
Hey there, stranger. Rein up. I want to speak with you. If you're heading for the fort, you better wait and talk to me first. I may be...
Tonto rode directly to the Lone Ranger's camp. The tall masked man was waiting for him and listened intently to the news he brought from the fort.
You saw him take the cash from several others before he stopped you?
That's right.
But how much food does he think is coming to him, Tonto?
Me not know. Steady, white feller, steady.
When you saw several transactions, you rode past him yourself and he stopped you too, huh? Tonto, whenever a community is stricken like this one, there are men who take advantage of the situation.
Them heap bad feller.
The worst kind of crooks. Men who rob the homes of those who are helpless and charge huge prices for everything they have to sell. Looks to me, Tonto, as if this man who stopped you is one of those crooks.
That's right.
He's taking money from the people who come to the fort for help. He's promising them army food, and he can't possibly keep his promise.
That heap big trouble.
What?
Tonto see...
What did you see?
Feller come back from army post with food.
You mean to say that after they pay this schemer, they go on to the fort and get the food?
That's right.
In that case, Tonto, we're going to the fort ourselves. Here, Silver. Come on, Kimosabe. Here, ride with me. Hi-yo, Silver!
Get him up, white feller.
While the Lone Ranger rode toward the fort, Squint Merkel went there to report to his friend, Spade Calhoun. The lieutenant was waiting for him in the captain's office.
Half a dozen men come here with a slip of paper from you, Squint, and got their food.
Yeah?
Meaning you got the cash. Here's the orders. Now let's settle up accounts.
What's the hurry about it, Calhoun? We ain't but started on this scheme.
I'll take my share as we go along. And I'm sure I got it. Shell out now.
All right, then. Seems like you don't want to trust me.
I'll feel better with my share in my pocket instead of yours.
There you are.
Yeah, that's better.
I'm afraid you're in for some trouble, Calhoun. I met a critter named Del Sturgis on his way here.
Sturgis?
Yeah, from Valley Center way.
Valley Center. Do they need food over that way?
Sure they do.
That's out of our jurisdiction.
Sturgis is coming here with the idea that the Army will deliver a pile of grub there.
Where'd he get that notion?
I don't know. It's a darn shame we couldn't get some cash from him. He'd pay you plenty. He wants food for a whole doggone town.
I don't reckon we can go much further with the business.
Why not?
A scout come in bringing word the captain will be coming back in a day or so.
Doggone. Just when we was got going good.
I know, but we made a good thing of it while it lasted.
This'll be the wind-up then?
It all depends on how much food Cap lined up. If there ain't enough, he may make another trip. And if he does, we can work the same thing all over again.
Here's hoping.
Who's outside?
That's him.
Who?
Sturgis. I better scoot out the back door. It wouldn't do for him to see me with you.
All right. Stick around, though. I'll let you know when he's going. Come in.
Here's where the food supplies are being handled.
Yeah?
This is the place I want in. I'm from Valley Center. The name is Sturgis, Del Sturgis.
Valley Center?
Yep. We're down right up against it there.
Yeah, let me look at this map.
The sheriff's office is rationing what food is left.
Sorry, Sturgis.
Huh?
That's out of our territory.
It's what?
We don't handle food for Valley Center.
Oh, now hold on, Lieutenant. We're starving. We need food.
Can't be helped. There's others in the same fix. We're doing the best we can.
No, just wait a minute. I was told that you'd be handling food for Valley Center. That you'd be able to send men there with a wagon load of it.
Who told you that?
A man that said he was a friend of yours. And said that if I'd pay him, he might be able to fix it up.
I don't know nothing about that.
If you can do it for cash, you can do it for nothing. If you got food to sell, you got food to give.
Now, see here. Just who do you think you are talking like this to me? I told you.
All right, you told me. Now I'll tell you. I happen to know the rat that stopped me. Maybe when the captain gets back, he'll be anxious to hear about you and Squint Merkel.
You seem to know a lot.
I do.
All right, go ahead. Do what you blame, please. See where it gets you.
Maybe I will. Maybe I'll find a way to make Squint Merkel tell the captain the truth.
You don't know the truth.
No? I can make a good guess at it. And I do know enough to put Merkel in jail if he don't squeal.
Yeah, the devil. He might make trouble at that. Squint.
I heard what he said, Spade. I don't know how he found out about me.
There any truth in what he said about making you talk?
I done things that I might be jailed for.
You fool.
Gosh, now what'll we do?
Close his mouth. It's up to you. You got a gun, ain't you?
Yeah.
All right. Follow him and use it.
You mean?
I mean close his mouth once and for all.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto overtook Del Sturgis as he traveled back toward Valley Center.
Hold on. I want to speak to you.
And I suppose you're going to drill me, so as I can't tell what I know.
What are you talking about?
Go on, shoot. That's just about what I'd expect from Merkel and the dirty crook in charge of the fort.
I'm not going to shoot you. Tonto, is this one of the men who talked to Squint Merkel?
Me not sure.
Did you?
Yes, you bet I did.
And you paid him money?
I didn't have none to pay. And I wouldn't if I had.
Good for you.
Say, just who are you? Ain't you sent to get me by Lieutenant Calhoun?
No.
But that mask.
Just who are you and where are you from?
The name is Sturgis, from Valley Center. I've been looking for a shot from ambush most any time. I tell you, I'll find some way to show what a crooked deal the folks around here are getting from the fort.
Wait a minute. Is it the fault of the government or the fault of one man?
One man, Lieutenant Calhoun. But he's working with a rat named Squint Merkel. If only there was some way I could prove what they're doing. But I guess I can't.
Sturgis, you might be the man I'm looking for.
Huh?
I came this way to find out just what sort of crooked scheme is being worked with the government food. Come on. I'm riding back to Valley Center with you.
That suits me.
Tonto, you watch the back trail to be sure we're not followed. Come on, Silver.
Get up there.
Squint didn't report back to Spade Calhoun until the next day. He entered headquarters cautiously, approached the desk, and said,
Lieutenant Calhoun.
What ails you? What's the idea of coming in here this way?
Is the captain back?
No.
Oh. It's different then. I guess everything's all right.
I expect you'll be back sometime today. Did you follow orders yesterday?
No.
You didn't? You mean you let Sturgis get back to Valley Center?
I couldn't do nothing else.
Why couldn't you? Oh, now look at the mess we're in.
But we ain't in no mess. That's why I'm here. Have a look at this.
Where'd you get that?
Valley Center, folks.
What?
Yep, for food.
Listen here, get to the point. What happened yesterday? Why didn't you get Del Sturgis?
Yeah, I followed him till I was sure I could shoot without being overheard by someone.
Yeah?
And just as I was about to close in on him and use the rifle...
Rifle?
I took a rifle so I could shoot at longer range.
Go on.
A couple of men rode up to meet him. One was an Injun, the other was masked.
Yeah? Outlaws?
I don't know. I talked to the Injun before, and they rid off together, the three of them.
So you let them go?
Sure. The Injun kept watching the back trail. I couldn't get close enough to get a shot.
Well, where'd this cash come from?
That's what I'm getting at, Spade. I hung around outside of Valley Center wondering what to do. I thought maybe I could sneak in and get Del Sturgis in the night.
Yeah?
I was still on the outskirts of the town when Sturgis started back here again.
Where's he at now?
Back in Valley Center. He came up to meet me, and at first I didn't know what to say, but when he started talking, he was like a whipped cur with his tail between his legs.
Go on.
Sturgis brought his horse to a stop as soon as he seen me and yelled out that he wanted to talk.
Hey there, Squint. Wait a minute. I want to talk to you.
What do you want?
Look here, I reckon I was wrong yesterday.
Wrong? What do you mean?
Look here, Squint. The folks in Valley Center have got to have food. Women and children are starving there. We've got to do something.
Well,
I shot off my mouth to the lieutenant. I reckon he must have told you. But it was just a bluff, Squint.
So you don't know nothing about me after all?
Shucks, no. Look, will you let bygones be bygones?
What are you getting at, Sturgis?
Well, I talked to the folks this morning. We need food, and we're willing to pay for it. I brought all the cash the folks could get together.
What am I supposed to do about that?
Take it back to the lieutenant and send us some food. You got to do it, Squint. There's women and children starving. You got to do this for the sake of the folks in Valley Center.
I'm telling you, Spade, he almost got down on his knees and begged me to take the cash.
But we can't send them food. Valley Center's out of our jurisdiction.
That's all right. We can handle it the same as we did the rest. Split the money and I'll pull stakes, and they won't never find me.
And they can't prove a thing on me. Squint, you done all right. Give me my share and then you clear out. Put lots of miles between us before the captain gets back. This is a swell haul to finish up our game with.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. The government had sent food to the army post to be distributed to the starving people of a flood-stricken community. Lieutenant Calhoun, in the absence of the commandant of the fort, forced the townspeople to pay for their food. The Lone Ranger and Tonto planned to defeat the scheme. Del Sturgis from Valley Center, a community out of the jurisdiction of the army post, paid the lieutenant's partner, Squint Merkle, for food for the whole town. Merkle took the money and divided it with Lieutenant Calhoun. Our next scene opens in a small camp outside the town of Valley Center, where the Lone Ranger and Tonto review their plans.
We've staked everything on your Indian friends, Tonto.
Tonto, go see him.
Del Sturgis trusted us to the extent of taking every penny he had in the world.
That's right. Tonto get Indian to help.
We've got to count on something else. We figured there'd be more supplies brought to the fort.
That's right.
And that's what the captain left for. If he hasn't secured them, Valley Center and Sturgis will suffer.
Tonto, go now. Find Little Beaver tribe.
You know what to tell them? I'll send you a smoke signal from Pine Hill.
Tonto, watch.
Here, Silver.
White fella.
They'll keep Merkel where he can be found when he's needed.
That's good.
Yep. Until we meet, Kimosabe.
Get him up, white fella.
Hi-yo, Silver!
Once again, the Lone Ranger raced toward the fort with a daring plan in mind. He questioned several people near the army post and learned that Squint Merkel had left the community. The masked man started out to follow the trail, knowing that Squint played an important part in his scheme.
Come on, Silver!
Meanwhile, Captain Curtis returned to the army post and received the report of Lieutenant Calhoun.
So we doled out the food as best we could, sir. And that's that.
Very well, Lieutenant. I managed to secure more food at Red Bluff. We'll have to send a detachment of men there to get it.
Yes, sir.
Enough food to help everyone through this crisis.
Good.
You'll take 5 wagons and mules.
Very good, sir.
And get to Red Bluff as quickly as possible.
Leaving right now, sir?
Immediately. I think you can be back here by tomorrow. With the urgent need for food, delay will cost lives.
I'll start at once, sir. Is there anything else?
Nothing further at the present time.
Make those mules get along. We've got to load that food and start back at daybreak.
Lieutenant Calhoun.
Well?
Who was the squinty-eyed galoot that was hanging around the past few days?
I don't know much about him. Wanted to join the army, but I told him we couldn't use his kind.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time around the fort.
What about it? Drive them mules. I want the wagons loaded tonight so we have no delay in starting back.
Frankie, this will be food enough for everyone. It's some to spare.
Stop talking and load. And you can sleep here and start back at daybreak. Step them mules lively. We'll be back by evening mess.
Get up, Doc. Get up. What's more stubborn than an army mule?
Who's that coming to us? One of the scouts?
It looks to be. He's riding hard, too.
Lieutenant Calhoun!
What's the matter?
Indians ahead.
How many of them?
Too many to fight.
I hear them.
They're coming this way fast. They know we got food.
There they are, coming over that rise.
I see the wagons now.
Cut for the west.
They're closing in from north and east.
The only way to go is west.
Cut over. We can't stop to fight them. Too many of them.
If we get to the next town west of here, there'll be men enough to help us fight them. Come on.
Get up now. Get up.
100 Indians pursued the wagons, but the mule skinners lashed the small, strong beast to frantic speed. The heavily loaded wagons bounced wildly along the uneven ground.
Keep going there. Keep them mules going. We're holding our own. Why don't them redskins close up? They can travel faster than us. They figure we may abandon the wagon. Get up there. How far is the town? Just ahead, right across the bridge. At Valley Center. It's what? Valley Center. Why? Great conduct. Why didn't you say so? What's the difference? Look, there's folks crowding the other side of the bridge to meet us. They see the Indians chasing us. Valley Center. Get up there. Get along there.
When the army wagons stopped at Valley Center, the townsmen crowded around, and the Indians retreated. The scout and the mule skinners congratulated themselves on their escape.
They've gone. They seen they couldn't fight the town. Now we're all right. We can ride back to the fort for a guard to get the food in.
All right, boys, unload the wagon.
Hold on. What are you doing? Get away from them wagons.
What do you mean?
Sturgis, you again.
Sure, it's me. It was darn nice of you to fetch this food so quick, Lieutenant.
But I tell you
I reckon I went at getting the food in the wrong way, didn't I?
This ain't your food.
Valley Center don't get this food. Valley Center's got it, soldier.
You can't have it. Now get back or I'll order my men to shoot.
Hold on now, Lieutenant. I'm the sheriff around here.
I don't care who you are. Keep away from that food. We was chased by Indians and brought the food here so there'd be men to help us fight them.
You mean to say this ain't our food?
No, it ain't. Valley Center is out of our jurisdiction.
That's curious. We bought and paid for this food.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do, Calhoun. I gave Merkel the cash yesterday. He agreed to have you bring food here.
You're crazy.
And everyone is counting on it. I wouldn't take the chance of trying to get it away from here, soldier. I'm the law, but I couldn't keep the men from killing if need be to get food for the folks to home.
But I tell you
this... Here. We paid for the food, and we're going to have it.
I look mighty determined, Lieutenant.
There's Quint Merkel. You can ask him.
Let me go! Let me go!
Don't give it a counting, Merkel. Sturgis, is this the man you paid?
Yes. He's got our cash.
We all chipped in for this food.
You doggone fool.
I couldn't help it. That masked man got me.
Search him and see if he has some of the money bags.
I'll handle that.
Who's the masked man?
What sort of mess have we got into?
Say, Calhoun, maybe these folks are right.
What's this bag?
That's mine. That's mine, I tell you.
With the letters DS on it?
That's one of the bags I gave you, you dirty crook.
So you took cash and promised food. And now they say the hoop food ain't for us.
Listen, give me a chance to talk, Al.
Lieutenant, there ain't but half of what he paid us here. Where's the rest of the cash?
I don't know. By thunder, Calhoun, you look as guilty as sin.
Where did you put the rest of this cash?
Let me alone. Leave me be.
Tell the truth, Merkel.
You dirty rat, I'll show you. Oh!
Not quite fast enough, Spade.
My hand. The masked man.
You can't shoot like that.
Steady. All I did was to shoot away your officer's gun before he murdered the man who could tell the truth.
You was going to shoot me.
My hand's busted.
Your hand wasn't touched by that bullet. Now, will you talk, Merkel?
Merkel stole from these folks. He took money he had no right to. That's why I was going to drill him.
You lying crook. Try to kill me, will you?
You keep still.
I won't keep still. You try to murder me. I'll squeal. I'll tell him the truth. You did get half the cash. You got half the cash from everyone. Sheriff, I'll talk. That skunk's going to jail with me. You got to keep him there so he won't kill me.
He'll be taken care of.
Captain Curtis. The cab. You here?
I've been here for some time, Calhoun. Long enough to hear all that was said.
Captain,
Hand over that money.
But
He's got it. He's got it all right. Search him.
Hand it over.
I got it.
There. You see?
That's what I got. That's all I got. I don't know how much he got.
Sheriff, you will see if this money's returned to those who paid it.
I sure will. It's yours, Sturgis, and the town owes you a plenty for what you done.
It wasn't me, Sheriff. The suggestion come from the masked man.
Captain Curtis, these two men have taken money from everyone who has been issued food since you left Calhoun in charge.
You explained that when you brought me from the fort.
He brought you?
I wouldn't believe you, sir, but thank the Lord you compelled me to come and hear the truth about a man who was trusted by the government.
Should I jail him, Cap?
He'll face court-martial. He'll be dealt with. I only hope that you treat Merkel with equal severity.
He'll get all that's coming to him all right enough.
But, Captain, are you going to take the grub away now?
After you've taken what you need, there'll be enough to supply the other communities. We leave one wagon load here.
Captain.
Yes?
One of us will have to ride to the fort for troops to get the other wagons back.
Why?
They'll need guarding, sir. Bad Indians out yonder.
Those Indians won't trouble you.
But they chased
The Indians
us.
are friendly. They were summoned by the masked man's friend. And they were only following instructions when they forced the wagons to come here.
Then it was all of Prima.
It was the only way, Calhoun, to bring proof against you. Thanks to that man who wears the mask. The Lone Ranger.
Come on there, Silver, old boy. Santa was waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver! Come on!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is money. M-O-N-E-Y.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Don't be afraid, he's harmless. Hey, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples tonight. George Fenneman, who gets first whack at it?
We invited some railroad conductors and some longshoremen to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected conductor Carl Putt and longshoreman Clarence Blake. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, gents, to You Bet Your Life. And if either of you says the DeSoto Plymouth secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. A conductor and a longshoreman, eh? Conductor, where are you from?
Originally from Des Moines, Iowa.
Tell me, who do you conduct for, the Los Angeles Philharmonic?
I'm a conductor for the Union Pacific Railroad.
What train do you work on?
City of Los Angeles.
Where do you go in your train?
I handle a run from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, Nevada.
The city of Los Angeles goes to Las Vegas?
The city of Los Angeles goes all the way to Chicago.
Must leave an awful big hole between Glendale and Long Beach. Well, that's where the city was yesterday. I was looking for it. Longshoreman Blake is your name? Where you from?
Originally from Rome, New York.
How long a showman are you, Mr. Blake?
I don't think I know what you mean.
Well, frankly, I don't know what I mean either. Let's have another go at it, huh? How long do you have to be a longshoreman?
Oh, not very much.
You mean size has nothing to do with it, huh?
Not particularly.
Then you could be a short longshoreman, huh?
I suppose so.
Longshoreman, where do you work?
Down in San Pedro.
Where in San Pedro do you work?
On the docks.
I thought the docks worked on each other. Huh? What made you decide to become a longshoreman? Was it an urge to do uplifting work?
No, I believe I love the water.
Mm-hmm. Get that in the bathtub. You like the ocean, huh?
Yes, I do.
If you like the sea, why aren't you a sailor instead of a landlubber?
Well, that's not a very good way to raise a family.
That's not necessarily true. Fish manage pretty well. Huh? How far out to sea do you get as a longshoreman? Huh?
Oh, about 25 feet.
Clarence, your anchor is dragging. Huh? Now tell me, Whistle Stop. What are your duties as a conductor?
Well, to collect the tickets, see that the space is properly assigned, and to maintain the schedule.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thought the engineer maintained the schedule.
No, I'm the head of the train.
I thought you looked familiar. You're the cowcatcher, in other words. Well, let's take an average day. What's the first thing you do when you report for work in the morning?
Compare your watch with a standard clock, and you check against inferior and superior trains.
Well, how do you tell an inferior train? Is it come from the wrong side of the tracks? What time does your train stop at San Pedro?
In which direction?
Going along the track. Isn't that the customary direction?
Well, I mean going east or west.
It doesn't make any difference. East is east and west is west. And never the train shall meet. Well, tell me, conductor, what was your most unusual experience on your train?
Well, perhaps the most unusual was having babies arrive while en route.
You had a baby en route?
Well, yes, I've had 2 or 3.
Well, was it an upper or a lower berth? Well, tell me, did you throw the kid off because he didn't have a ticket, or...?
No, the new arrival and the mother was put off at the first stop for hospitalization.
Oh, I see. That was probably the first time your train ever had an arrival ahead of schedule. Now, incidentally, suppose you're racing along and the stork decides to make a landing on your caboose and you have to stop the train. How do you instruct the engineer?
We have a system of whistle signals.
I have a whistle signal, too, but no one stops for it.
Well, one whistle, when running, means look to your orders.
Well, what do you stick your head out the window and whistle? Or?
No, we have a system of air whistles within the train. You pull a cord.
Okay, well, what's two whistles?
2 whistles when standing means to start. 2 whistles when running is stop the train at once.
You want to throw the kid off, huh?
Yeah.
And what's the next one? 3 whistles.
3 whistles when standing is back the train. 3 whistles when running is stop at the next station.
Mm-hmm. Sounds to me like you're always on a toot on that train. How do you get the train started again?
We give the engineer a highball.
No wonder you're always on a toot, huh? What time does your train stop at San Pedro?
Yesterday it was 7:21 westbound and 6:21 eastbound. I don't know what it is today.
Oh. Well, as soon as it stops, will you signal for a highball for me? Now that I know all about railroads and longshoremen, you're going to get your chance to win a lot of money, you bet your life.
car owners all over the country are familiar with the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. There are more than 3,000 of these signs from one end of this nation to the other. And each and every one of them is a cordial invitation to you to come in and get acquainted. These dealers are certain that once they have a chance to serve you, you'll come back whenever you need service for your car. The folks at a DeSoto Plymouth dealers will do their utmost to treat you fairly and squarely. That's their creed. It will pay you to give them a chance to show you what good service really means. So drive in next time you see the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth.
Now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of four questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected farm animals and birds as your category. Is that right? Now you got $20. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
What kind of a farm animal is an Aberdeen Angus?
Cow.
A cow is right.
And they're off to a great start with $30.
You conductor, you've been looking out the window. That's it. All right, now you got $30. How much you going to bet?
$20.
$20. What kind of a farm animal is a percheron?
It's a horse.
Is a horse is right.
They're climbing. They have $50.
You stevedore, you've been loading horses, haven't you? All right, now you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you try?
$40.
$40. What kind of a farm animal is a Toggenburg? Toggenburg.
I think it's a goat.
A goat is right.
They're really climbing now. They have $90.
How much of the 90 are you going to try?
50.
50 is right.
$50. What is a pole in China?
Pig.
A pig is right.
And they wind up with $140.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Don't run away now. You might get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still money. Perhaps the next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a housewife and a gardener, and here they are. Mrs. Sarah Pinola and Mr. Arthur Anders meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if one of you says the secret word while we're talking, he wins $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you use every day. A housewife and a gardener, eh? Mr., what is it, Anders? I presume you're the gentleman who does the gardening.
Yes, sir.
Are you married?
Yes.
Since you're a gardener, I'll bet I know what pet name you call your wife. Something you grow in your garden that begins with a P. You know what I'm thinking of?
Petunia?
No, I was thinking of pumpkin. But you know your wife better than I do. By the way, what's your wife's first name?
Peggy.
No, I'm afraid I don't know. What's your hometown, Mrs. Pinola?
Racine, Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. What sort of work does your husband do?
He works for Los Angeles Transit Line, a bus driver.
Mm-hmm. How'd you meet him?
I met him in a shooting gallery where I was working.
Was he half shot at the time?
No, he was very happy when he walked in.
Oh. How was he when he left? What do you mean he was happy? What were you doing at the shooting gallery?
I was working.
Were you one of the clay pigeons?
I was loading up... No. I was loading up the guns and taking their money.
Sarah, you just said money, and that's tonight's secret word, so you just won $100 in cash. Compliments of the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. I bet you think money really grows on trees, huh? Now, what were we discussing before you shook that money tree, huh?
How I met my husband.
Oh, yes. You were loaded in the gallery. What was your husband doing there?
He was taking an evening stroll. And
through a shooting gallery?
No, he passed the shooting gallery.
Uh-huh.
So he saw a girl working there, which was me. And he thought, well, he was going to have some fun.
He's pretty shrewd, isn't he, huh? The minute he saw you, he said, that's a girl, huh? You can't fool old man Pinola. He knows his stuff. So?
So he wanted to fool me, and he says, I bet I can outshoot you. But he didn't know it was coming. I says, okay. I says, see if you can outshoot me. So he shot about...
Is this verbatim?
He bought about $5 worth of shots. He'd take one round, and I'd take one round. And I kept beating him. He was mad. He put his hands in his pocket. He walked out. He was real mad. Then the next night he comes. I outshot him again. That went on for about a week. Well, he didn't.
Well, how much did he spend by that time?
No, he must spend about $35 that week. Well, he was single. He could afford it.
So by this time you were beginning to suspect that.
Yeah. So I said, "Oh, there's more to it than that." So
there's more to it than meets the bullseye. You say.
He says, "I'm taking you out." He says, "I'm going to show you." He says, "If you can outshoot me on live game," he says, "I'll marry you."
Kind of a curious proposal, isn't it?
We went, and I couldn't shoot at all.
You went where? Where'd you go?
We went hunting. It's in pheasant country up in Wisconsin.
Oh.
So we went hunting pheasants, and I'm ashamed to say I couldn't shoot a live game. Boy, he was good, though. He could shoot. But he says, "I won't break your heart, honey." He says, "I'll marry you anyway."
And did you love him by this time?
Oh, yeah, I liked him quite a bit.
Uh-huh. How old were you when all this happened, when you got married?
15.
15. Well, it's hard to shoot a pheasant when you're 15, I guess. Now tell me, Mr. Anders, you're still here, aren't you?
Yeah.
Thought maybe you'd gone to seed. As a gardener, whom do you work for, Mr. Anders?
I work for myself.
You're in business for yourself, huh? Developed your business by running it into the ground, eh? Now tell us, Chris, that's short for chrysanthemum. Do you know how to spell chrysanthemum?
Well, it's C-H-R. Well, you don't have to know how to spell them.
Mr. Anders, I'm aware of that, but where's your factory? On Flower Street?
No, I don't have a factory.
Fine gardener, doesn't even have a plant, huh? Specifically, what do you do in your job?
Oh, mow lawns, put in sprinkling systems,
I used to know a fellow named Mow Lawn, huh? Have you planted anything in your garden lately, Sarah?
Yeah, I saw a cactus by some people we know, and I liked it, so I dug it out of their yard and made a hole in mine and put it in there.
Where were the people?
They were home.
Well, how did you plant it? You just dig a hole and stick it in?
I just dug a hole and put it in. I said either it grows or it dies. I don't know.
Sarah, that's a pretty cynical attitude. Was she doing it the proper way, Mr. Anders?
Well, that's about right. It doesn't take too much knowledge to raise a cactus.
I guess the big trick is stealing the plant, huh? Are any flowers blooming this early in the year, Mr. Anders?
Well, there's quite a few early bloomers on the stand.
You mean on a windy day, huh? You say there are quite a few early bloomers. Do you ever find any ants in those early bloomers? This has been very educational, Mr. Anders, and you too, Sarah. Now let's see if a gardener and a housewife will get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get the chance. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The conductor and the longshoreman earned $140.
You ready? Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs about the weather. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how much of the 20 are you going to try?
10.
Give me the title of this weather song. Play, Jerry. Talk right up now.
Let it snow.
Let it snow. The lady says let it snow.
$20, Groucho.
How much of the 30 will you try?
20.
What is the name of this song? Okay, Jerry.
April showers.
April showers.
They're climbing now. They got $50.
All right, now you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you bet?
40.
$40. Is that all right with you? Here we go. Play it, Jerry.
We're having a heat wave.
They're having a heat wave.
Now they have $90.
All right, you've zoomed up to $90. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 90?
80.
$80. Give me the title of this song. Play, Jerry.
No, Stormy Weather.
Stormy Weather is right.
And they wind up with $170.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,500 question. Fenneman, who's ahead?
Well, the housewife and the gardener are leading with $170, and the secret word is still money. Just before we went in the air, our studio audience selected Miss Margot Heister, a 10-cent store clerk, and Mr. J.C. Solomon, a diamond merchant. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you use every day. Solomon, eh?
Right.
J.C. Solomon, eh? You're the diamond merchant, huh?
Right.
Where are you from, J.C.?
Chicago.
Thought maybe you'd be a stone's throw from Los Angeles, since you're in the diamond business, huh?
That's right.
You're from the Miss Heister? You're from the 10-cent store?
Yes, I am.
Which one?
Cress on Hollywood Boulevard.
Pretty fair-looking dish to be in the 10-cent store. What's your hometown, Margot?
Sun Valley.
Sun Valley, Idaho? Are you a good skier?
No.
You never did any skiing there?
No.
That's the way it goes. People in Brazil never drink coffee. People here can't afford it. Huh? Are you married, Margot?
Yes, I am.
Well, let's talk about diamonds, huh? Tell me, J.C., do you ever hand out samples?
I never hand out samples.
You don't give any diamonds away,
Don't give
huh?
diamonds away.
Haven't you ever given just a tiny little diamond to a beautiful girl?
Yes, I did once.
You slippery old dog, you. Did you ever see that girl again?
Yes, I do. I married her.
Was that to get the diamond back? Do you handle anything besides diamonds, Mr. Solomon?
Yes, I do. Rubies, sapphires, emeralds.
Precious stone once cost me $500. Did I get gypped?
Well, what kind of a stone did you buy?
I didn't buy any. The doctor didn't say. He charged me $500 for removing it. What are the semi-precious stones?
Well, they are opals, tourmalines,
I
aquamarines.
thought that's something you found under your house.
Aquamarines.
What color are opals?
Opals are a variety of colors. Every color under the sun is an opal.
That isn't true. Opals are only pink. I watched her hanging them on the line only this morning. Which is the most valuable of all the stones, Mr. Solomon?
I should judge a diamond is about the most valuable stone.
Why are they so expensive? Is such a
Because
big
they are in
demand?
demand. They are in demand.
Well, it certainly is at my house, I know. We don't have any diamonds at my house, but there's certainly a big demand for them. How much do you charge for the average diamond?
Well, they run anywhere from $50 to $3,500 per carat.
It's a lot of money for a carat. I don't see how those rabbits can afford them. I think I'd better get back to figures I'm more accustomed to. Hello, Margot. How are you? What kind of rings are in greatest demand at your store?
Well, I think I'd say engagement and wedding rings.
I know a certain gardener who bought one of your rings. Maybe that's why he's got a green thumb now. Do you sell diamonds and emeralds and rubies in your dime store?
Yes, we do. Hundreds of them every day.
You do. How much would you charge me for a diamond bracelet? A little one.
Various prices. It's according to quality, up to $1.
Well, that's very reasonable, Mr. Solomon. How can you have the nerve to charge thousands of dollars for a diamond when Margot here sells them for $1?
Well, she sells you pure crystal glass.
Do you have any stones that would look good on me?
Oh, yes, I have a very nice stone that will look good on you.
No, I wasn't referring to a tombstone. I think I'll stick to opal. She's more on my line. Well, I learned a lot tonight from you two about dime store diamonds. Now you're going to try for a chance at the $1,500 question. You beat our other two couples, and you win the chance at all that money. I can't tell you how much the other two couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The housewife and the gardener are ahead with $170.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected nicknames of cities as your category. Is that right? You got $20. How much you going to try and talk right out loud into the microphone?
10.
What city is called the biggest little city in the world?
The biggest little city in the world.
Take a guess. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Reno. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 10 will you try?
I'll try 5.
5? What city is called the Mile High City?
No, the Mile High City is the Big Bear Lake.
No, I'm sorry. You had the right altitude, but the wrong town. It's Denver.
They have $5, Groucho.
How much you going to bet?
3.
3. What city is called the city of brotherly love? Well, now you're down to $2. It was Philadelphia.
Well, might as well.
It was Philadelphia. Should have known that from cream cheese. Now you're down to $2. Okay, here's your last chance to beat the other couple.
Yeah.
If you can beat the other couples with $2, Mr. Solomon, you're a pretty shrewd cookie. How much you going to bet?
All of it.
All of it? Now, let's not go mad here. How about $1.90, Mark?
Make it the whole $2.
The whole $2? What city is called the Windy City? Chicago!
And they wind up with $4.
Well, now, wait a minute. I don't want you to crawl away from here with only $4. I'm going to give you one more question. You get it right, and you're going to win $10. Remember, no coaching, please. Are you ready? Okay, now, put your thinking cap on. Who is buried in Grant's tomb? General Grant. Margot got it.
But they won $4, and that means the housewife and the gardener get the chance to the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. You get the best equipment and the best workmanship whenever you take your car for service to an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. You get the benefit of factory-designed and approved tools and equipment. In addition, skilled mechanics who know how to use this equipment assure you of getting a better job done on your car in shorter time. This, of course, means money in your pocket. This also means a car that will serve you faithfully and economically mile after mile. So next time your car needs service, remember to stop in and get acquainted with a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Learn what so many car owners all over this country already know, that it pays to stop in at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here is the housewife and the gardener, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question, Groucho.
All right, you ready, Sarah?
Yeah.
Got your gun ready? Here we go for $1,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully, and please, no help in the audience. The Earl of Beaconsfield was Prime Minister of England in the 60s, and under his statesmanship, Britain grew to her greatest glory. What was the name of the Earl of Beaconsfield? The answer you two have decided upon?
Chatsworth?
No, it was Disraeli.
Oh.
Benjamin Disraeli. I'm sorry, the correct answer is Benjamin Disraeli, so that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $170 in cash, plus $100 for saying the secret word. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $2,000. Folks, be sure to see the article about Groucho and You Bet Your Life in the current issue of Look magazine.
Well, Crosby's waiting in the wings, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Good drivers don't brag about their ability to get out of tight spots. They stay out of them. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
So, Sid, we should probably go over what you're going to say if you're called to the witness stand. Well, I thought I'd start with hello and maybe a joke or two. That's not how it works. For instance, if they were to ask you what you were doing at the aquarium at the time, what would you say? Well, I was there for a meeting of my book club. Okay, you were there for a meeting of your book club. Why meeting there? Because that's where the other member works. There are only 2 people in your book club? Well, yeah, Josh is there. He works at the aquarium. We do it on his lunch break. Okay, which book were you discussing? Well, the only book either of us can read. If you give a mouse a cookie. Wait, you have a book club and you can each only read one book. Doesn't that get rather repetitive? Well, we've only had one meeting so far. So, that helps. I don't think the jury's gonna like you much. Why? What's wrong with me? And I just think it's gonna be hard to convince them that, well, people don't tend to like idiots. But hey, maybe we can convince them you're too stupid to have committed a crime. It works for the president. So there's hope. There's always hope. Well, that does it for today. See you next time, folks.